I'd like to welcome you to the 8th Annual National Cannabis Policy Summit. We've been doing this event alongside the National Cannabis Festival for the past 8 years. This year, the events are a little bit separated. Our festival will be in July on the 18th and 19th, and of course, you're all here with me today, so you know the summit is today. I'd also like to start by thanking our friends at the UFCW Cannabis Workers Union. They made our breakfast possible and actually this event here possible today. How many folks? We have introduced more than 50 new licensed dispensaries in the city, and organizations like UFCW's Cannabis Workers Union are becoming more and more important as we see this market start to expand and more workers be involved in the cannabis industry. So thank you so much to the UFCW for getting us fed this morning. Now, as many summit for the past 7 years, the idea behind it was to convene unlikely allies around issues impacting cannabis policy reform. The concept of the summit was developed as a way to bring big thinkers from across the political spectrum together to share ideas, strengthen arguments, and to arm ourselves with a better understanding of the broad range of viewpoints to inform impactful advocacy. I'm excited to be back here with you all again at the MLK Library to build on this tradition of convening thought leaders to answer the tough questions. Now, being part of an annual program is a wonderful experience. It gives you the feeling of a reunion each year, a date on the calendar against which to measure goals and recognize milestones. And each year in preparation for the summit, I reflect back on the year prior and try to take stock of the progress and the challenges that have revealed themselves. To prepare for today, I started my annual ritual, but found myself having some trouble formulating the words to sum up the past 365 plus days. There has certainly been a lot of change. So instead of reflecting on the past year, because let's be honest, it hasn't been all rainbows and unicorns, I found myself thinking about what it means to be an advocate. To me, being an advocate means actively supporting or speaking up for a cause or an idea or a group of people. It means using your voice to influence and promote change, to educate and defend the rights of others. It means standing back up no matter how many times you've been pushed down. Now, I think that folks in the cannabis advocacy world know a thing or two about being pushed down and getting back up. And we know about using our voices to promote change. And we certainly know how to actively support a cause. That's something that we have in common with millions of other advocates across the country who right now are using their knowledge and skills to chip away at broken policies, and in the case of many, hold the line. Looking around the room today, I see drug policy advocates, I see human rights defenders, I see champions of the Constitution and defenders of personal liberty, and that gives me great hope. I'd like to thank all of you here today for your important work, and I want to remind you that we need you to keep doing your good work, even when it feels like you're treading water, because sometimes just keeping your head above the water is progress. Before I get out of the way so we can enjoy all of the discussions today, I'd like to mention an advocacy issue that is very important to me and very important to the residents here in DC, and that is the safety and the autonomy of our city. For many of you, a visit to Washington, DC is something that you get to do a few times a year for work. Maybe you're visiting Capitol Hill, perhaps you're downtown at meetings, but maybe you don't get a chance to leave downtown or wander beyond the National Mall. I want to assure you that DC is a vibrant city. We're full of neighborhoods home to generations of hardworking Washingtonians. This is a city that we care about, and it's a city where we live. As DC residents, we don't get to fully enjoy the freedoms that folks who live in other states get to experience. Our budget is subject to congressional oversight, leaving us vulnerable and limiting our city's leaders' power to fulfill the promises to our residents. Even promises we voted to approve, like having an adult-use medical cannabis market. While DC is not yet the 51st state, I believe that when it comes to states' rights, this city is the canary in the coal mine. An affront to the will of DC voters is an affront to all voters. I was kind of shocked recently. Thank you for that. I was pretty shocked recently when I realized that many people that I know in the cannabis advocacy world as well are unfamiliar with the unique relationship between Washington, D.C. and Congress. You're going to get to hear a lot more about home rule in our city today at 11 a.m. But when you leave here today and when you go about your business in DC this week, especially to the advocates who are gathered here for the Unity Week organized by the Last Prisoner Project, here is what I'd like to ask of you. I would like to ask all of you to be an advocate for the people of DC. Being an advocate for DC home rule and statehood means actively supporting or speaking up for the incredible people that live in this city. We deserve to determine the laws in the place where we live. Being an advocate for DC means using your voice to influence and promote change and educate your friends in other states when they ask, what is home rule? What does budget autonomy mean? Being an advocate for DC means standing up with us, no matter how many times or who tries to push us down. So again, I'd like to thank you all for being here with us today. We have a lot of exciting discussions planned for you. I'd love to thank the Martin Luther King Jr. Memorial Library for again hosting us here, and the entire NCF team, especially the tireless Molly Heinzler, who's not in the room with us right now, but I'm sure many of you have encountered her either entering or preparing to speak here today. And I would also like to make sure that you all stick around this evening for happy hour. We're gonna have a wonderful happy hour here on the rooftop with a DJ, lots of chances to network and meet some of the speakers that you'll see here today. And with that, I would like to welcome someone that is a very valuable friend of the National Cannabis Festival. I'd like to welcome Rachel Lyons, the Legislative Director for the UFCW, to the stage today to talk a little bit about the Cannabis Workers Union.
Good morning, everybody. I want to echo what Caroline was saying about as a 25-year DC resident, yes, please be an advocate for us. And thank you, Caroline, for your commitment to keeping this important event going every year. As she said, I'm Rachel Lyons. I'm Legislative Director for the United Food and Commercial Workers International Union, or UFCW. Some of you may know us as the grocery store union, right? We represent grocery store and meatpacking plants around the country, but we're also the largest and only union in cannabis. We represent workers in every state where it's legal to represent them, and at least one shop is organized with every multi-state operator. This is a packed agenda today. We'll hear some great speakers talking about federal scheduling, protecting small business in the state industry, and criminal justice reform. Those are all important and super interconnected issues. But at UFCW, we believe that legalization of cannabis should prioritize the harms done by the war on drugs, and that means prioritizing the workforce. We believe that an important way to do this is to ensure that every cannabis job is a good paying job and a family-sustaining job. Workers are the most, we're a union, workers are the most important part of this industry and need to be at the center of any cannabis policy debate at any level. At UFCW, we're proud to play an important role in promoting restorative justice by making cannabis jobs good jobs. We support full descheduling, but with guardrails to ensure that the cannabis industry does not integrate some of the inequities and lack of opportunity that the rest of the economy has enforced on workers. As this emerging industry is looking down the road towards its next phase, where we think descheduling is inevitable, it is important that we keep workers at top of mind. We need to fully understand the safety and health hazards throughout the cannabis industry and ensure that workers are protected. We may need to make sure that workers have a voice on the job, and that should be through a union and collective bargaining. We need job training and apprenticeships so that this is a job that you can grow in. And we need to protect the unique licensing regulations states have passed that promote equity and state workers' rights. We think this is inevitable and should be part of the federal conversation, and that's what you guys are going to be talking about today. So thank you for being here this morning, and I hope you'll find the summit insightful.
like to go ahead and welcome our first panel of speakers to the stage this morning. We'll be welcoming Grover Norquist, President for Americans for Tax Reform, Pat Oglesby, founder and president of the Center for New Revenue, and Jaron Keith Gaynor, the White House correspondent and managing editor of politics for the GRIO.
Put me here because I'm making hold of
Good morning, everyone. How are you? Happy Monday. I'm Jaron Keith Gaynor, as introduced, White House correspondent for the GRIO. I am a resident of Washington, D.C., but I'm also originally from New York, Brooklyn. Anyone from Brooklyn, New York, anywhere? Grover, Pat, thank you so much for being here today. We really want to hear your expertise on discussing taxation as it relates to cannabis and the unregulated market, given the complicatedness of federal prohibition. So first, I want to have both of you just give a brief intro into how you got into the cannabis policy space, and if you can describe the market and the industry in just one word, what word would you use?
Go ahead, Robert.
Well, I got involved a long time ago just in support of decriminalization, legalization of all drugs. But when this started coming up in the Reagan years, the very beginning, somebody in the New York Times discovered that someone who was arrested as a pharmaceutical importer from Colombia, and they said to the guy, "We're going to send you to jail." I said, "I know that. And we're going to tax you." He said, "Yeah, I know that. And here's my costs, and here's my income, and here's my net income. And I realize you expect to tax me." And the press was outraged to discover that people in the cocaine business were allowed to take necessary in business deductions, as are hitmen and bank robbers. As a kid, my parents always told me, if you're going to be a bank robber, you have to keep all your receipts because all the guys helping you out, you got to buy bullets and gas and everything. That's all deductible. You got to pay tax on it. So it made sense to me. But so they decided to change that, and that's one of the laws that got changed that makes the legalization of cannabis as a business very difficult, because the corporate income tax, federal corporate income tax, now 21%, is not a 21% tax on the profits of a cannabis shop or business. It's of sales. It's a 21% sales tax because you can't take deductions and credits. And so I started getting talked to by some of the people who are working legislation, and that's some of the two big fixes people talk about to allow federalism to work: getting rid of 480E, reforming 480E so that you're taxing profits, not sales, and allowing banking in federally registered banks for a product that is legal in a state but may not be legal nationally. Those are the two largest impediments to allowing them saying, for a state to say, we say it's legal. Well, you may say it's legal, but we are going to tax it in a way that makes it very difficult, and everything's going to be in cash because you can't be in a federally regulated bank, and that leads to all sorts of other problems, like getting robbed. So that's how I started getting invited to the press conferences to speak to that issue, and then it was always put in as part of any fix there. And I guess I've been on stage here, I don't know how long we've been doing it, but for quite some time on this issue, this group's efforts.
Thanks. People shouldn't be locked up for using marijuana. I felt that before most of you all were born. And when you stop the arrests, then pretty soon commerce is going to follow. You're going to have legal commerce. I'm sorry, I say marijuana. I'm just an old, that was my age. I love the signing of What's cannabis and what's marijuana? Is there a difference in how you sign it? Okay. Well, maybe I'm good here then. So legalized possession, commerce is going to follow, and taxation is probably going to follow as part of the deal. As part of legalization, the public's going to say, I want that. So my background is as a tax policy guy, writing tax laws for Congress, working for the staff of the Joint Committee on Taxation, as chief tax counsel of the Senate Finance Committee. And so when reform started picking up speed, I thought, well, that's something, maybe I can help with that. And when you've got a hammer, everything looks like a nail. So my hammer was tax policy. So in 2009, I started a nonprofit, the Center for New Revenue, that looks at the nuts and bolts of how you tax cannabis. Is it dollars per pound of flower? Is it pennies per milligram of THC? Is it price? Is it percentage of price, which turns out to be weak and primitive as a tax base? And you need to start low and go slow with taxes that the market can't bear much at first when it's struggling to gain speed and the illicit market is still strong. So I looked at that. Tax it if you want to. And I've worked for governments and nonprofits. Like I was on the co-chair of a working group for Gavin Newsom's Blue Ribbon Commission in advance of legalization in California. I was on a huge project with a book coming out of sanctioned by paid for by the state of Vermont with Rand and Mark Kleiman about how to legalize. And I've kept at it. And I've got, in my own mind, I think I've got a clear view of a couple of pieces of the puzzle, tax pieces. I don't have an understanding of the whole thing, and you all know things I don't know. And I think we all have a lot to learn. I know I do. So I'm thrilled to be here. Thank you.
Thank you both for that. First question, what specific tax reforms would make the regulated cannabis market more competitive without sacrificing the needed state revenue?
Well, step one, get the federal government to tax profits, not sales. But if we're not charging the federal government at the state level, I would just argue for keeping the rate as low as possible. Every time you raise the rate, the incentives to buy in the black market as opposed to the legal market get greater. And some of the benefits that we say to people, you know, if this was legal, it would look more like a grocery store and less like gangsters, you know, selling stuff to kids outside the school or whatever these people are worried about. So you want as much as possible to move into the open free market, like legal market. And the higher the taxes, the higher the regulations, the less likely that happens. California has a fairly high tax. Washington State does something we have to sell to the post office or the equivalent, which isn't the tax thing, but it's the regulatory structure. We have a model of how not to do it, and that's when we ended prohibition on spirits, beer, and wine. Unfortunately, the 22nd Amendment just didn't get ready the 19th Amendment. They went ahead and said, oh, by the way, states can regulate liquor in a way they can't regulate any other product. Oh, I'm sorry, thank you. Yell loudly when I do that. I can't hear as you're whispering. Do it again, we can't hear you. Yes, now I can hear you, now you can hear me, sorry. Every once in a while when people were discussing legalizing marijuana, they say, well, we'll do it just like liquor. And I think, no, have you paid any attention to what they do to the liquor industry? Do not want to be the liquor industry, where you have to get licenses, and it's very expensive, and it's terribly corrupt. And then in some states, it's like Bulgaria in 1956, they have government stores selling liquor. And the prohibitionists like that, the Southern Baptists who don't want you to be able to drink, they love government stores because they shut on time and they're not open on the weekends, and it's basically part-time prohibition, through incompetence. And that is a model that causes all sorts of problems, and people still make moonshine. So to the extent that it can be less regulated and less taxed, you'll have more people in the open free market, the legal market, and you reduce the problems you have when buying and selling is a crime.
Yeah, the first time around you said a word to describe it, and I forgot to answer that, and I'd say chaotic, that you've got all these different states, and maybe that's good. There are experiments going on in the laboratory of the states, and maybe they're learning from one another. There's certainly the opportunity. But this question about taxes, about how you promote the market with tax policy, if you want to promote the market, the right tax rate is zero tax burden. Any tax is going to add to the price the consumer pays and potentially shift that consumer into the illicit market. So the more, the worse. So there are some other factors that make it that there are more factors than taxes. Even if you had zero taxes, the industry's got regulatory costs. So it costs money to get your product tested. It costs money to apply for a license and pay for all the things that you got to pay for, and that's a competitive disadvantage like taxes. And then you've got the question of enforcement. So to make the price, to have the legal price compete against the illicit price. Well, one way is to keep the legal price low or push it down, and another way is to look at the illicit market and go after it now. This is back from the alcohol in the 30s. Here's what Roosevelt's guy said about taxes, different from the state store issue. Bootlegging cannot be stamped out in the United States by low taxes. The problem has got to be solved by law enforcement and by the recognition by the citizens of this country that they have more to gain than they have to lose by buying legitimate liquors through legitimate channels, even if that costs more. It is not only necessary to have low taxes, but it is necessary to have rigid enforcement and a new attitude on the part of the public at large. And I don't think we have that, for better or worse. I mean, just as an analyst, I'm an analyst, not an advocate. And you have the illicit market is thriving in part because it's kind of tolerated. And why is it tolerated? I mean, I look at the description of our panel. It said we want to avoid returning to punitive punishments. Now, that's bad. The punitive punishments are the worst kind. It's like horrible horrors. And so here's what I think, and I'd love to hear what you all think, that part of it is just lingering antipathy toward law enforcement from the cannabis community. They lied so long, you think, well, I don't want to ally myself with these guys. You know, that's just head spinning to do that. And so we have a system of all carrot and no stick if we're going to try to solve the competitive price problem. Part of it, too, is the notion that, okay, I don't want to protect the legal sellers because it's mostly owned by rich white men, and the black and brown people have an easier time operating in the illicit market where you don't have to have felony record check and you don't have to have license and you don't have to have huge capital costs. You can start up low if there's no barriers to entry. And then there's some sense that, you know, consumers like the illicit market out there because it's cheaper, and they're not going to raise up, as the Roosevelt people were urging people to do about alcohol, to say, shut this down, because that's cheaper, and it puts pressure on the legal market to keep prices in the legal market down. Now, some of the things we hear about are not little guys, but organized gangs from foreign countries, whether China or Albania or Bulgaria. And I want to think about, if we're going to solve the price problem, not punishment, but penalties. just shut them down and don't lock them up. So that's, so that when you price competition, the legal price is high because of taxes and regulatory costs. The illicit price is low because there's not much enforcement.
And building on that, Pat, what would it take financially and administratively to successfully transition unregulated operators into the license space?
Make it easier to get licenses, less expensive. I mean, getting a liquor license is terribly expensive. It's very difficult. What's the point? What are you checking for? What are you trying to keep out? Selling bottles of wine requires what in terms of a license? I'm not as big on, I'm on reducing the costs in the legal sector. I'm less big on sending the cops out after the not legal section. And part of it is once people have decided that something shouldn't be illegal in the state, what jury is going to convict? I never get seated in the DC juries. They always throw me off. Because it's either about drugs or guns, and I said, and then when they asked the question, anybody who won't vote to convict, I said, do I understand this is about the guy who owned a gun? Yes, I wouldn't vote to convict. Then they always throw me off. So once you've decided that something is legal in many cases, or it's legal, and then there's this little thing in these cases, okay? Getting a jury to convict is very difficult. So I don't know what the point of spending too much time on that is. I'd focus on, I mean, legally somebody may feel they have to, but I'd put more time into dropping the costs that are imposed by government on the legal market. I think that's more likely to get people in. I worked early on with the, what became the First Step Act at the federal level, but it passed through the states first. And we got many states. We started with the red states, actually, which said you really have to have this many people in jail for this many crimes for this length of period of time. And a lot of it was really an argument over whether drugs should be illegal. Because every time somebody thought about somebody who shouldn't be in prison, they weren't going, oh, let's not be too tough on the shoplifter, or let's not be too tough on the guy who steals cars. It was always, why are we putting somebody in jail for marijuana, cocaine, or at worst, self-abuse, right? It's a vice, not a crime. And that's what drove the willingness of people in state legislators in red states and the population in red states. There's been a little bit of pushback in some other states, but largely it passed through the states, and then it went to Washington, D.C., and the same thing is happening with legalization of drugs. As state by state, people are doing things. I don't know there's as much learning going on. I may not be seeing it, but I've always felt that the way to pass a good law is to start in one state with the best thing you can, and get the state most likely to pass it some way that looks most likely what you would like, see how it works. First of all, if your idea sinks like a rock, maybe you didn't have a good idea. It's always a possibility. But if it works okay, then take the best bits of that and then move state by state. And you saw that with Right on Crime, where the structures I worked with, the ACLU and others, we moved the whole idea of dropping the length of sentences, the mandatory sentences, and reducing those down. And they went state by state, and crime did not get any worse. Matter of fact, there was a secular decline in crime at the time, and it wasn't better or worse with fewer people in prison for not as long a period of time. So you could make the case, and when I testified in Florida, this is on the crime stuff, I said, they did this 4 years ago in Texas, and everybody who'd been looking at their iPads when I was talking looked up, Texas, you mean not going to be attacked for being a liberal? 4 years ago, you mean nobody lost an election? Okay, and all of a sudden they were listening. This is safe. So knowing that a bill is passed, and so to pass legalization of cannabis in one state is today easier than the first three, because there were no mass people losing elections. There were no significant problems that flowed from it, that flowed from cannabis being legal. And I'm I'm not reading or seeing lessons learned where people in Colorado go, well, we first had it in with a 10% tax, but then we went up to 25, and then that was probably a mistake, you know, a discussion. What do you do? What did we learn from that? We, Americans for Tax Forum, tax group, we are very much opposed to the second tranche. They're going to have some tax on it. It may be stupid, but it's not, you're not breaking the pledge on that subject. But to raise taxes that are existing, that does break the pledge. And so we oppose the idea of adding a second layer of taxes on, in Colorado in particular, but other places where they've done it. I would just look more and more at the opportunity of what are the states that have done it, what's working best, and go back to the states that are doing it not as well and saying, these are the 3 things you do differently than the other guys that make it worse. And look at, you may think you need those 3 things, but take a look at the other states. They don't do that.
Want to add anything about?
Yeah, and I asked her over this, so you got a couple states that have scheduled rate increases. They say, okay, the price is going to come down later. We know that. Every state, the price collapses. Colorado in 2021, the price for a pound of bud was $17.21 average. They monitor that. Last year it was $6.58. It's dropped 60%. Now that was the pandemic that spiked it up, but the trend is down. So a couple of states have, whether they learned from that or not, New Mexico has a rate that ratchets up over time. Statutory rate goes 12%, 13%, ends at 18%. New Jersey has a tax that looks back at last year's price, and if last year's price was low, it raises the tax. So it's a mechanism that's a start low and go slow mechanism, so it doesn't require legislators to vote for a little tax. You know, raising taxes a little bit at a time is like cutting off a cat's tail an inch at a time. That's pretty painful. So I wonder, does that kind of schedule rate increase, what do you think of that?
It's a dirty trick by politicians to have tax increases take place when they're not in office and my fingerprints weren't on it. That's why they like it. I'm not a fan of that. I'd prefer lower taxes.
Fair enough.
You know, one concern is the consolidation of like these conglomerate businesses sort of taking over the market. Can taxation policy be used to sort of prioritize small operators and equity applicants over large multi-state operators?
You can, but when the government gets into the business of picking winners and losers, that's where corruption enters, because people will pay for those monopoly rights. One would prefer to have as few monopoly profits in any industry as possible. And anytime you have to jump through a hurdle, do a regulatory burden that leaves somebody else unable to compete with you, you create monopoly rents. If you have a license to sell liquor and that guy doesn't, you have a monopoly rent, you can charge more because he or she can't compete with you because it's not legal. I just think consumers and at the end of the day, producers are best served by less regulatory burden and less direction by the state, because the state never knows what it's doing. And by the way, and if you put this in the hands of somebody who's really a secret prohibitionist, they'll just make it messy and annoying.
Yeah, the state doesn't know what it's doing, and that's a lot of times that's true, and that's part of the antipathy toward law enforcement. But thinking about taxes and how to help equity operators. Well, if you want reparations for casualties on the war on drugs, I mean, there are a couple ways to do it. And one way is to say, okay, we're going to pick some winners. We're going to have some equity operators, and they are going to strike it rich. And despite all the problems in the market and how many people are losing money, that despite their lack of capital, they're going to strike it rich. And then that the money's going to spread to the wider community of casualties of the war on drugs, trickle down that way. And so that's a method for doing it. And another way to help distressed communities, and this has been tried too, is to say, okay, here's some money that doesn't belong to anybody yet. You know, a lot of people talk about let's share the wealth. sharing the wealth, if it involves taking the wealth away from somebody, they're not going to sit still for it. But here, when you legalize cannabis, then there are revenue streams that did not exist before because of government action, and the people who've been disadvantaged say, maybe it's our turn to have some of this. And one way to do it is to have taxes and direct the revenue back toward the communities that were harmed.
We only have a few minutes left, so I'm going to open up the Q&A to you guys, the audience. Anyone has a question for Grover and Pat? I'll start with you.
Good morning. Thank you both for being here. My name is Robbie Martin. I have stake in a couple. Thank you. I have stake in a couple retail licenses locally. So I'm a local DC medical cannabis entrepreneur. And to your point about 280E, I had a 5-figure tax bill last year. I took no distributions. I took no salary. I made no money from the business. And I owed the feds 5 figures. One of the problems is that at the retail level, retailers are only allowed, or anybody in the cannabis business is only allowed to write off cost of goods sold. If you're buying a prepackaged eighth from a cultivator, all of the COGS have been eaten up upstream. So they get to write off their packaging, their nutrients, all of the things, the grow medium, but by the time that prepackaged eighth gets to me at the retail level, I'm screwed on the tax front. So there's some ways that people work around this. Do you have people in your store packaging flour and try and capture some of the COGS for yourself? But I'd really like to understand, barring rolling off 280E, at the retail level, where you're disproportionately impacted by this, where is the conversation about how to balance some of this? Because in my opinion, what you're having done is all of the tax burden dumped on retailers, and so the advantage goes to vertical players who can tax scheme within their own organization.
We had a deal a number of years ago when the Republican senator from Colorado was carrying the bill on 280E and
Armstrong.
on banking. No, not after Armstrong.
Oh, after.
And they were going to pass the bill. Mitch McConnell, the guy who legalized hemp, doesn't get credit for it, but he's the guy who made it happen. He was ready to put this bill in with one of those bills that has to pass, like the agriculture bill or something. And I never got a straight answer from the people who were trying to do it even. What happened? It slipped, okay? But we were very close in a Republican Senate to getting that done. So I do think that doing the 280E, rather than try and go around it and pay the lawyers a lot of money and get in trouble when, because they passed a law under, I think it was Obama, that if you do something that lowers your taxes and it was done just because it was going to lower your taxes, they can take that away from you, regardless of what it is. So if you do something that's too complicated, they say, I think that was tax evasion. It's all legal. No, it just means we didn't think it through. So there's literally, there's a gotcha at the end of that. So I think it's just better off. Yes, it incentivizes you to do it. And by the way, the IRS could come in and decide it's all illegal post, you know. So I think fixing it as a standalone bill, that we were almost there once before. I'd focus on rifle shot on that one. I just think it's that big a deal.
In the back, yeah, you. Oh, sorry, you. Yes.
Hello. Thank you. My name is James. I just want to say thank you both for being here, and all three of you. I'm a democratic socialist, big leftist, DC resident. I'm also a board member of the DC Cannabis Business Association, and I am just marveling, as an organization, we've been talking about reparations and restorative harm reduction measures, and for us, the conclusion that I've come to with our team is lowering barriers to entry to lift as many boats as possible as our governing theory, right? So I really am animated by what you're saying, Grover, and I'm really touched that I feel like we're coming together in the same way of thinking. Given our situation in the District of Columbia with Andy Harris and the writer, not just preventing an adult use recreational market, but now holding up a $1.1 billion continuing resolution fix simply to encumber again the government with cannabis and abortion and other Freedom Caucus Christmas tree items, it's an absurdity, and we're getting very angry, we're getting very upset that now you're threatening our schools, right? My question for you is, and also to say, given that Biden and Pelosi utterly failed in their terms of office to deliver a clean budget without the Harris rider, you know, my question is, and also knowing that many of my MAGA relatives in Colorado and other places around the country are cannabis users. This is a cross-sectional, you know, community that, you know, libertarians and other conservative-minded people would gravitate towards this. My question is, why aren't we seeing more movement on the Republican side in terms of moving this forward, given the opportunity that exists?
Well, I think what you do have is near unanimity that that the states should be able to make the decision. Now, the guy who sits on top of D.C., they have lots of arguments with D.C. D.C. is talking about spending $1 billion on a stadium, and okay, guys, come on, you can't do that and then tell me that schools are closing down. And it's not just D.C. Nobody should be doing this, but set D.C. I'm sorry about D.C. under it's you know, in the Constitution, it's owned by Congress, and there's only so much you can do until you change that. But the other 50 states, I think ours are all willing to go with complete federalism on that. Trump ran the first time, and he said it should be up to the states. Finished, done. I'm there. Tell me, where do you want me to sign? A clean bill that does the two biggest obstacles, the tax policy and the banking policy. I don't know what percentage of the world's problems it solves in this zone, but it's more than half. I would take that and then come back and negotiate for everything else, because that just takes a lot of the problem off the table. And I don't know what that does for DC, because it's still not a state. But it solves 50 problems.
Can you hear me up there?
Yes.
Thank you very much. My name is Luke Jones, and I'm a resident of Silver Spring, Maryland. And currently in Maryland, the state license holders are netting about $1 billion of legal cannabis sales per month. Yet the number of available licenses are limited by law, which means the state has retained the authority to no-knock entry and imprison people who want to participate in this otherwise legal market. Article 41 of the Maryland Declaration of Rights, which I take very seriously as a citizen of the state, reads as follows: that monopolies are odious, contrary to the spirit of a free government and the principles of commerce, and ought not be suffered. We have a lawsuit against the state to enforce this clause of our Constitution. Would you support citizens' right to access a legal business license and participate legally in a regulated market? Or do you support policies that would imprison people and deny their liberty in order to reinforce an artificial limitation on the number of available business licenses?
There's that. Obviously, I'm against most requirements or occupation licensing, period. To the extent that they still exist, they need to be reduced in cost. And one of the things we have had a lot of success at is removing, whether you've had a criminal penalty, a criminal charge in your past conviction, from the sort of automatic keeping somebody out of various industries and professions. That's made some real progress with that. But yes, A, not B.
Yeah, well, Boy, that's we see what's happening. I mean, most states, a lot of states limit licenses, and the arguments for it are, well, we want to know who's in this business. We're going to be very nervous. Marijuana makes us nervous. We're not going to let just anybody in here. We're going to pick people. Turns out to be a lot of times it's their cronies, and people okay, yeah, I know the speaker, and another argument for it, and this one is tougher, I guess. When you have unlimited licenses in this market, so far, what you see is price collapse. People going out of business. Oklahoma, you got everybody can get a license and nobody's making any money, and so should we care? That's the way business works when it starts out. Look at the automobile industry from the early 1900s. There were 2,000 automobile makers in this country, and almost all of them went broke and had their assets acquired for pennies on the dollar. And for the cannabis industry is in that startup phase, and maybe okay, let them go out of business.
Hi, I'll stand up. My name is Ayanna Jackson. I am not an entrepreneur, I'm very much here to do more learning than I am than most people in here who are entrepreneurs, who have been delving into cannabis policy, entrepreneurship, and things like that. I am a Maryland resident. I work in DC as an elementary school teacher, but I came here initially to learn more about policy, learn more about taxation and legalization. So I guess my question, as I guess a layperson, is what can a working class person who is not familiar with policy or the political standpoints of cannabis, what can I do today, to support the taxation and legalization and just support in general for this reform?
In DC, speak to the elected officials in DC and just let them know. Just go up to them and say, on this issue, here's where I am, just want to let you know. You don't have to be a big fancy lobbyist or anything. They just need to hear that again and again and again.
Right.
Here in the front.
Just got a quick question.
You have your mic. I mean, we can hear you, but I don't know that everybody can.
This is the last question.
Hello, my name is Austin Jones from the state of Oklahoma. I'm a Washingtonian, born and raised here. You brought up the state of Oklahoma and tax percentage. We currently have a tax of 7.25. Where does that range across the board of the nation with the taxes? And we did have a low entry and unlimited licenses of $2,500. And it's caused havoc and price reduction in the state of Oklahoma that opened up to the CCP and black market trade. But I was wondering where our state of tax, essentially 725 for marijuana.
CCP, the Chinese Communist Party?
Yes.
It's pretty low. 7.25 is pretty low.
Okay.
It's on the low end. Michigan's pretty low too, and it's got a lot of supply and pretty easy to get licensed, and it's got a supply gut there. Washington State goes up to has 37%, and a lot of states are at 15. And the better way to do it is, in my opinion, is not to tax by price, but tax by THC content. So let's start, and Canada does this, but with a penny Canadian per milligram of THC in the products. Connecticut does it, but that's kind of, maybe we're learning, but certainly we're adapting as time goes on, and states are trying new things, but yeah, Oklahoma's on the low end, and you've got a lot of activity. Yes, sir.
Well, thank you guys for your questions. Really great questions, by the way. And to Pat and Grover, thank you so much for your time. How can the audience stay in contact with you, if at all, if they want to follow up?
Sure, atr.org. Tim Andrews is here with me, does our harm reduction work at Americans for Tax Reform. So Google in Tim Andrews or go to atr.org. Everything we work on in this zone, he touches.
Yeah, I'm at newrevenue.org, newrevenue.org, Pat Oglesby, and just go there and you'll read a lot of propaganda and be able to get in touch with me.
All right, thank you guys. Take care.
Our opening panel of the day. We are just going to get the stage reset here, and then we're going to be welcoming our home rule panel to the stage to talk a little bit about what we were discussing at the top of the day today, which is DC's autonomy and budget control.
folks, if you're standing in the back of the room, please go ahead and find your seats so we can get the panel started.
Hello, hello, welcome everybody. This panel discussion is going to be about home rule through the lens of cannabis legalization. We're going to be getting started here, and Mimi, and she's going to get you started. Thank you.
Well, hello everyone. How are you all doing today? Okay, it's after 11. You're giving me an 8 a.m. applause. I need an 11 a.m. energy. I mean, we're doing good work here in the District of Columbia, and I think that needs to be celebrated. I, again, am Misha Mimi Green, managing editor at the Washington Informer newspaper, a Black and woman-owned publication celebrating over 60 years this year. We just had our 60th celebration, yes. Thank you, thank you. And so I'm proud to be here as we discuss this very, very important topic with some awesome folks in the room. So first I'd like to introduce Kelsey Adams, who, and let me make this clear because she told me I didn't have to say her last name. So I'm gonna say Kelsey Make It Happen Adams. Organizing director for DC Vote, and who has been a freedom fighter in many efforts over the years. Queen Adesuyi, who is the partner with Reframe Health and Justice. We have David Grosso, who is a partner with Aaron Fox Schiff and former at-large council member. And I'm sorry, I thought I was going in order, so just know Grosso is at the end. And then we have Dr. George Derek Musgrove, who's Associate Professor of History at University of Maryland, Baltimore County. Thank you all so much, and let's give them another round of applause. I'm loving this energy. We're back. So our first love and icebreaker, I was a theater major in college, and I was a teacher at Duke Ellington School of the Arts, represent. So we have to always start with an icebreaker. And so I want our panelists to tell us a little bit about who they are in their intro, but I want them to also share their favorite pump-up song that gets them going. As David Grosso said, walk-in music. Why don't we start with you?
Absolutely. Good afternoon, everybody, or morning, everybody. Thank you for coming out. I am David Grasso. I am a partner at Aaron Fox Schiff and a former council member here in the District of Columbia. My walk-up song is Shakedown Street by the Grateful Dead.
All right, good morning, everyone. Derek Musgrove. I think my walk-up song is anything from Wu-Tang Clan's 36 Chambers.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Queen Adesui, and like was mentioned, I'm a partner at Reframe Health and Justice, and I've been a drug policy reform advocate and organizer for the last decade. I love music, so this changes every day. Today, it's Shake It to the Max by Mali, because it's getting warm, and I'm Nigerian, and I love Caribbean music. So, yeah.
Hey, everybody. I'm Kelsey. Again, Miss Make It Happen, so no need for a long intro. My song is going to be Optimistic, and not by... not the one you're thinking of.
Sounds of Blackness. You're thinking.
Not Sounds of Blackness.
Right. You're thinking.
I'm thinking CCB, Optimistic,
yes.
featuring my girl Jata, the voice of the city, because you know Go-Go is the official music of Washington, D.C. So yes, always doing it big with Go-Go. Go-Go gets me hype.
Yes. Okay, so I'm glad that Kelsey did a Go-Go song because my heart was beating thinking I had to choose one and represent for our DC natives. So I am now gonna go with Stevie Wonder, anything Stevie I love, and today it is Sir Duke. All righty. So let's get started. There is so much happening here in the district and of course nationwide, but we are here to unpack DC home rule and what it means in relation to cannabis legislation. And so my first question is, members of Congress recently introduced a bill to repeal DC home rule, and the 47th president, President Donald Trump, has said he wants to take over, and I quote, the district. Many of us have heard about the Home Rule Act of 1973, but don't always understand the full nuances. Tell us a little bit about home rule, how it works, and why it matters. And I know that's a loaded 3 questions there, but I think it's important for context. And Kelsey, I see you looking around.
Well, I was going to say David as a person who worked under home rule.
That's true. That's true.
I'm happy to start. I mean, you know, this is kind of a challenging time, to be honest with you all, for the District of Columbia, but it's been a challenging time since the beginning of this country for the people of the District of Columbia. So, I mean, this is another, you know, awful time where we're having to make it through. You mentioned a bill that was introduced. It's actually called the Bowser Act, and you know why. This is a time when Congress is feeling like they have to exert their power over us more and more because they have less and less credibility in their own communities. And that's really what we see happening is, you know, they'll just see DC here, they can dump all over us, and then, you know, we can't really do a whole lot to fight back. Now, Home Rule Act was passed in 1973. It gave us an elected body, so we have, you know, council, we have the mayor, we now have an elected attorney general, which we fought for many years. And then what that does is limited ability to actually make our own decisions. Because every bill and every budget, in spite of the Budget Autonomy Act, every budget has to go to Congress for approval. And as long as Congress can meddle in it, they can do things like put riders on our budgets. And so the worst rider they ever did, you guys all remember, is the needle exchange ban, which did not allow us to implement a program to save lives in the District of Columbia by ensuring that intravenous drug users had clean needles. We finally got that removed after, you know, basically 15 years of a ban on a comprehensive approach to health care for drug users. You know, I'll just note, and then I'll turn over the mic for others because everyone's an expert here. That particular one really bothers me because when we got that reversed, it actually had a turnaround where 87% of intravenous drug users no longer got Hep C, right? It was a shift that was that big to saving lives. You know, it's a real problem. This is something, there was 88 bills last Congress that were introduced to undermine the District of Columbia's ability to govern ourselves and spend our own money. And we can talk some about the budget. We obviously have this huge impact right now on our budget. But we're here to talk about cannabis, so I won't bring that up yet, but we should at some point mention it. because it's catastrophic what could happen to our city with our own money, right? Let's remember this. We're raising our own money. We actually get less money than most other jurisdictions get from the federal government on a percentage basis. So let's just keep that in mind. I'll pass it on.
Yeah, just to add, DC is not a state, and I think that's something that should be clear. Like, home rule is the floor of what democracy looks like in DC, and we're watching it being undermined completely. And like David mentioned, it's been undermined for so long, but right now we're seeing a really, really extreme attack on DC that's going to impact beyond just cannabis, but everything that we stand for in DC. And I think it should be clear that the fight against DC is because of who we are and what we represent, because this city and this district is extremely black, it's extremely queer, it's extremely progressive, and that's what's under attack. If we were a more conservative district, if we were more white, if we were more palatable to this administration, we probably would have sought statehood in this administration, frankly. But because of the concerns around what would happen politically in Congress if we were to be a state, it's why they continue to undermine us. But because they have the political power to take over our city and take over and make us change our policies that they don't agree with, they're taking that liberty now. So we're going to see it with cannabis and drug policy more broadly. We're going to see it in the ways that they want us to treat migrants and immigrants in our city. We're going to see it with abortion access, going to be continue to be under attack. But that is what we're up against right now. But home rule is the floor. It gives us our DC Council, our advisory neighborhood commissions, it gives us our mayor. It technically allows us to set a budget, even though it has to be approved by Congress. It technically allows us to pass laws, but Congress has to approve them. So it's kind of a faux democracy to some extent that we're continuing to see eroded.
And I do just want to add, and you notice we're using that term limited when we say home rule, because in DC, our home rule is very much limited. And what that looks like is you hear us saying, okay, we elected a mayor. Okay, we elected a city council. But again, they do not have the final say-so in the lawmaking process here in DC. I'm going to give you an example because I know this question was kind of tailored to today's Congress. But let's look back to the 118th Congress with the revised criminal code. So that was the first time in around 30 years that Congress stepped in and overturned DC's law. Okay, so that's where the council unanimously passed a bill to restructure the criminal code here in DC. It hadn't been changed in over 30 years. The criminal code is older than me. And so you had a couple of organizations and the council, again, unanimously passed this bill. And unfortunately, the mayor was not in agreement with the bill, so she was going to veto it. And so with that process of congressional review, she was able to speak to members of Congress, and ultimately a disapproval resolution was passed. And I know, raise your hand if you're from DC in this room. Okay, so that's great. So we're talking to the right people. The issue with DC and its lack of statehood is that also no one in DC can help us achieve statehood being in DC. So this will be a congressionally passed act. This is an act of Congress to give DC statehood. However, we have no member in Congress who can vote. So I just want to make sure that everybody's keeping all of these nuances that we're facing in mind while we talk about we do have like this level of elected democracy and we participate in that process. However, that process is not the final lawmaking group for DC.
And I can just jump in really quick and sort of talk about the context for all this. So, you know, DC's status is laid out in the Constitution, Article 1, Section 8, Clause 17. I know we're in the city, so some of y'all probably have your pocket constitutions. You can pull them out. This is not really a nerd crowd like that. You know, that basically says Congress has exclusive right of jurisdiction over the nation's capital. And it doesn't say that Congress must exercise that right. It just says that Congress has that right. That's important because the founding fathers were not clear on whether or not they should exercise that right. The strongest advocate of congressional control over the district, which was Alexander Hamilton, votes through that clause in the Constitution at the national level, goes back to the New York Constitutional Convention, and says, you know what, I made a bad choice back there, and introduces a proposal in the New York Constitutional Convention that would give the district voting representation in Congress once its population got up to about 30,000 people. And so in other words, treat the district like it was a state. So even the people that put that clause in the Constitution began to sort of have real problems with it when they realized the implications of what they were doing. Now, Congress has done all types of stuff with the way that the district is governed in the 225 years since it moved to town. It has stripped the district of government entirely and just ruled it with a three-commissioner form of governance from the 1870s to the 1970s. It's retroceded a portion of the district back to Virginia back in 1846, which is why we're no longer a 10-mile square. And of course, it's granted us home rule, limited home rule, where we're able to elect a mayor and a council, but of course, still don't have final say on our governance. But what we know for sure is that the founders never intended for Congress just to deny 700,000 residents their rights under the Constitution as citizens and being able to select a government of their choosing. We do have people in Congress today, though, that will say that the Constitution mandates that we should be ruling DC directly and doing whatever we want with it. And that is just a legal fiction created to justify a political program, right? What you have is right-wing Republicans in Congress who want to punish a 90% Democratic city, want to mess with a 90% Democratic city. And so they're reaching for legal theories for why to do it. There's absolutely no question, though, that they don't have a solid grounding in history and in the Constitution for what they're doing.
Thank you all for really putting this situation into context for us. And before we really dig deep into the conversation that we're all here for, I really do want to go into a little bit about what David Grosso was saying earlier about DC's budget, because I do think that that's really important and related to what we were just talking about. Tell us a little bit about this billion-dollar budget whole, what it means for the district, and really how can it affect the cannabis industry here and nationwide?
So the Congress right now is full of people that want to cut the budget on a federal level. So there you see them, firing federal employees, pretending like research into childhood cancer is not necessary, things like that. And they're just cutting across. This is the Musconians in the doggy committee, you know that one. So what happened was the fever ran through Congress, and when they came to introducing and passing a continuing resolution, which was the bill that they had to pass to keep the government open, which is what they've only been able to do for the past few years to begin with, they didn't include a provision in there that would allow the District of Columbia to spend its money at the levels that it was spending its money at. Because what they did was they left out that provision and said that DC should be spending money as if it was 2024, just like all of the other government agencies are required to do, because continuing resolutions have been going on since 2024. And so what that did was it left this section out, which essentially put us in a pickle in DC, where we then had to revert back to the funding levels of 2024, even though we already had our budget passed and approved by Congress for 2025 levels. That's about $1.1 billion in change from one fiscal year to the next over that time period. So then the mayor and the CFO and others were trying to figure out what they could do to be able to continue to provide services at the levels that we're accustomed to, while at the same time, recognizing and, basically not pushing back the way that they could push back. Now, I'd like to talk about the consequences a little bit, if that's all right, because there's this arcane law called the Anti-Deficiency Act. The Anti-Deficiency Act basically says that you can't, as a executive body, spend money that hasn't been appropriated by the legislative body. That also applies to the District of Columbia. So if we were to spend money, for example, to hold a hearing on cannabis reform in the District of Columbia, even though the Andy Harris rider's there, we would be in violation of the budget and we would be charged with Anti-Deficiency Act violations. What does that mean? Well, the Anti-Deficiency Act has never been enforced in the history of the United States. But I guess it means that they could send U.S. Marshals out and arrest you and put you in jail because you're operating in a way that doesn't have money appropriated to operate. So the mayor is kind of walking a fine line here. She sent over a notice to Congress, a 30-day notice that she's going to use 2009 law that allows us to increase our spending by 6% because we have more money than we anticipated from our revenue estimates. We don't really have more money. We actually have less money, but because they canceled $1 billion, we technically have more money. So, you know, this is how stupid it gets. And so that 6% increase will get us to about another $600 million in spend, something like that. So we have to cut less. I mean, but let's just be honest here. With this ridiculous approach to legislating, the Congress is putting the entire country at risk, right? You're talking about Medicaid cuts. You're talking about, you know, school food, school programs, the whole Department of Education. I mean, this is an amazing shift in our country away from providing the care that the federal government has been known to do towards a more draconian approach to say, go ahead and figure it out on your own, good luck. And, you know, in the face of disease and everything else. And so DC would also be impacted by that. And I think that's really important to remember. If they cut Medicaid, or if they just change our FMAP from 70-30 to 50-50, we're going to end up losing millions of dollars that we count on in this city. You know, what about, for example, Head Start? They're talking about cutting the entire Head Start program. Now, that's a national thing, but DC relies on Head Start. We do a lot of early ed work in 3- and 4-year-olds, but we also do before that, which is Head Start, mostly for addressing kids who have special needs to give them the opportunity to succeed when they get to 3rd grade. So I could go on and on. It is going to impact us. It does impact us already, and we'll see what more they're willing to do against the district as we go forward.
Thank you. Does somebody else want to weigh in on that?
I did want to just add that the $1 billion that we're talking about is our local tax money. This is not saving any federal dollars at all. So this is really just a political attempt to bully DC, because that $1 billion belongs to us. And it didn't disappear. It's just sitting in our bank account. But to tell our city that we can't spend that money just because, it's extremely frustrating as a Washingtonian. But this is just the first of what is likely going to be many attacks on DC. We continue to see bills introduced. And frankly, the CR is going to be up in September, so we'll see what's next there. But the spending bill has been a way for Congress to continually nip at DC's home rule. And we can get more into how this has impacted cannabis since 2014. But as recently as last Congress, they tried to ban DC from enforcing turning right on red. Like literally traffic laws. Turning right on red is something that Congress people who represent people in other states seem to care about. These folks represent Texas and Florida and South Carolina and New York, frankly, but they seem to care so much about the affairs of DC. But for folks who don't know, Washingtonians voted, nearly 70% of voters in DC voted to legalize cannabis back in 2014. So that would look like us having a regulated market for adult use, which we still do not have. And many people don't realize that. People come and visit DC and think that cannabis is just legal, and it's not. It's legal for medical cannabis, technically, but it's not legal for adult use. And every year since legalization took place, Andy Harris, who represents Eastern Shore in Maryland, has introduced a rider or an amendment to the spending bill that has to pass to fund the federal government, which prevents DC from regulating or decriminalizing or removing any criminal penalties for any Schedule I drug. So it's actually broader than cannabis. It's any Schedule I drug is the prohibition. So we have not been able to actually actualize the benefits of legalization, that come with the actually ending prohibition in DC, so allowing for safe access to cannabis to adults that want to consume, ensuring racial equity in the industry, like being very intentional about the industry that we want to build out. We haven't been able to really tap into that. DC was the first jurisdiction in the country that legalized through a racial justice lens. Before DC, people in states were legalizing mainly for civil liberties arguments and tax benefits and those kinds of race-neutral arguments. But DC led the country in actually naming that there are racial disparities in cannabis enforcement, and that's why we should legalize. Everything else is just extra, but we should legalize because Black people are disproportionately arrested and convicted for marijuana crimes or drug offenses really broadly. And unfortunately, even after legalization, we continue to see racial disparities in drug arrests in DC. So we haven't fully been able to actualize the benefits of what people voted for back in 2014, 11 years later, because Congress, and namely because of Andy Harris, who now happens to chair the Freedom Caucus, and has, this obsession with DC.
Thank you, Queen. You've sort of helped us transition into the next question, which was about how congressional interference would impact DC's cannabis business, and what are those broader implications for the district's self-governance. So thank you for taking us there, and does anybody else want to weigh in? Looking around, I see you, Derek, getting a
So I am nobody's expert on the cannabis industry, and I'm not going to speak to that because there are experts in the room, and I don't feel like getting caught lying. What I'll say though is that what we know is going to be the case is that the way that DC is governed, with a tremendous amount of congressional interference at the current moment, is that it gives very little surety for the industry. Things are one way today. They could be fundamentally different in a year or two because someone from Utah or West Virginia or, unfortunately, Andy Harris, Maryland, decide that they want to set policy in the District of Columbia. And so if you're a local business person, you can't just go talk to the council. You can't just go talk to the mayor's office and get a solid understanding of what the landscape will be and then plan for 5 or 10 years to grow a business. You have to worry about these sort of national political winds blowing across the city, and there's no way to plan for them because there's 435 people in the House, there's another 100 in the Senate who all have these different notions about cannabis legalization, how you should regulate a marketplace, and they have the ability to reach into the district, not even with a majority in Congress necessarily. I mean, they can just sort of insert a rider through some agreements with the folks on the Budget Committee. And then, we're stuck with it. I mean, Andy Harris could not probably have gotten, 50% in the House and in the Senate for his rider that went on to the DC budget. It was slipped in there in the last minute. Folks voted for an omnibus and they moved along. If that was a standalone bill, that probably wouldn't have happened. And so that circumstance poses a real problem for the district. Thank you. Poses a real problem for the district and for folks who are trying to stand up businesses, medical cannabis businesses here in the district.
Thank you.
I would say it also makes it so our DC government has to be creative in how to support the current market. So we've had to really look at expanding medical cannabis to try to account for access in DC, which again isn't fair. Other places get to have a medical market and adult use market, but our government is doing what it can within the parameters that it has within the medical cannabis industry, which it's not perfect. Prior to this iteration of our marketplace, we saw folks opting to the loophole around gifting. So part of I-71 allowed for people to gift cannabis. You're technically not allowed to sell it, but you can gift it. And folks saw some relief in going through that loophole. And people have their opinions about that, but I think people were forced to be in that situation. We don't have the autonomy to create the marketplace that we all voted for and all wanted to opt into. So that's, for years, we've seen pop-ups and storefronts and people who are operating within the I-71 model. And lately, it's been 10 years of this. So the city and folks have called for more regulation, which has its pros and cons. One of the pros is public health, and its cons is potentially unequal enforcement. But we're seeing our city government looking to try to creatively expand the medical cannabis market to try to account for more people. But some folks are going to be left behind, unfortunately, because it's already difficult operating in the industry, let alone on top of the issues that we have here in DC. So folks in the industry are really going through it in terms of how policies are interrupting business, the way it's confusing consumers. It's not always clear to consumers what is a legitimate dispensary and what is not. And that has implications across the board.
And I do want us to give a current example of the federal overreach. I actually just learned of this morning by Queen and David, so I'll let them get into it a bit about Green Theory, which was an I-71 compliance shop. But oh, okay,
Please.
perfect.
Specifically came
All right, perfect.
Wonderful, thank you.
Well, we'll talk about that in a second.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sorry what's happened to you is awful, but we can go into that in a minute. You know, I think, yeah. You know, the reality is, though, that, you know, I introduced legislation in September of 2013 to tax and regulate cannabis in the District of Columbia. It was something that hadn't been done a lot around the country. That is really, that and then Initiative 71 made Andy Harris, I think, freak out a little. But what I want to say about this is I think really important is that the kind of treatment of the District of Columbia, for whatever reason they're doing it, you know, whether it's power or race or politics, is pretty much spread out across all parties. You know, it's not like Joe Biden and his team took the rider off when Andy Harris put it on. He actually, you know, Joe Biden introduced his budget every year, and every year he left that rider there. Now, he could have said, no, we don't want that, and he could have fought for DC. And I think this is something to remember about our city, is that we are in this all by ourselves here in the District of Columbia. There's no one out there saying, we support you, we're going to support you on this. It is really an uphill battle because they can use us for whatever they want to use us for, and we don't do anything and can't do anything about it. So we can get arrested. I think people have gotten arrested blocking the streets before. The final thing I think that has to happen is we have to be willing to give it up, give all of it up to get to where we need to get to. And what do I mean by that? We have to violate the Anti-Deficiency Act, okay? So what does that look like? It means you start spending your own money. You have $1 billion, as Queen said, that $1.1 billion is sitting in the bank in DC. It's not like they can grab it back, it's the people's money, right? That would be a huge violation. They should hold the hearings, they should spend the money, they should engage in the local policy work that makes the city tick and run, and then see what happens. They've never, ever enforced the Anti-Deficiency Act. Who are they gonna send over? What are they going to do? You might remember there was a whole shutdown debate when Mayor Gray was the mayor, when Vincent Gray was the mayor. And the question was, are we going to keep spending our money or not? And then he just determined everyone was essential in the District of Columbia was the final conclusion. I was a council member for about 2 months when that started. And I remember being in that breakfast saying, why are we doing anything? This is a perfect example for direct civil disobedience against the federal government to actually step up and say the people of the District of Columbia who elected us into office are more important than the Anti-Deficiency Act or the federal government. Now, what do I think would happen? I don't think a lot of people would get arrested. I'm not sure that they would actually spend much time in jail if they did. But the people of the United States would take notice. And other countries would begin to take notice that there were elected officials. I mean, how many of you read the story about the judge in Wisconsin that just got arrested? Everybody did, right? Why? Because that's ridiculous. You don't arrest a judge in her own chambers. But that's what they did, and that's what gets attention. And so if you want to get attention to an issue, I think you got to step up to the plate, put your neck on the line, and do something.
Queen, I know you wanted to weigh in a little bit on it, but I'm going to take a little bit of privilege and allow you to speak. I'm a journalist. I can't allow somebody in the room not to be able to speak on the record about what they're going through. And then if we can have you weigh in, that'd be great.
You can take my mic. We need you recorded.
Yes, exactly.
Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Robbie Martin. Again, I have a stake in multiple dispensary licenses in DC, one of which has been open since last April. At the time, it was the 7th medical dispensary in the city. Now there's about 65, so it was one of the first ones of this new wave. On Friday, I and my co-owners were specifically named in a letter on Department of Justice letterhead from acting U.S. Attorney Ed Martin, who's waiting to be confirmed, asking me if I was aware that I was in violation of the 1,000 feet federal drug-free school zone, which between you and I, yes, I am. I signed an affidavit giving DC carte blanche to prosecute me if the feds wanted to. So yes, I acknowledge that what I'm doing is a federal crime, as anybody else involved in the industry is. However, I don't speak on behalf of Green Theory. I think personally, this is an opportunity to push back. This is an opportunity for the local industry and for DC to come together and reestablish our right to home rule, reestablish our right to govern ourselves, And this is just a small example of what's going on broadly around the country. And if you read the letter, it sounds like a damn favor was called in. It's just a continuation of meddling in DC through the lens of picking on local business owners. This happened Friday, so I'm still kind of processing it, but ultimately, screw that guy. And so if you're here and you've been called upon to defend DC at the state level, do it. I live here, there's tons of people in this room that live here, and we're real people, we're citizens of a real place, and we get messed with all the time, and it really pisses me off. I have my life savings and then some invested in this, and so when some random dude who doesn't live here, who's not even appointed yet, it really grinds my gears. I don't even know what I'm talking about anymore, but this happened on Friday. Huge overreach. Would love your opinions on it. If there's any attorneys in the room, I'll show it to you. If you want to email the guy, you want to email anybody else involved, please do. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, thank you again for being here and for your honesty and for all of you all supporting this really important conversation. We see the real-time implications of what we're talking about. Queen, I know you're sitting on the edge of your seat because we were already going to get you first. So, do you want to add anything there?
No, I mean, I don't think there's much to add to what you're going through other than, apologies that you're going through that. And I think I want to underscore something he said about there are real people who live here. A lot of people don't recognize that there are 700,000 people who live in DC. We have the same comparable population to states like North Dakota and Vermont. At least 4 states that we have comparable population sizes to. So this is not just a city of bureaucrats, not just a city of diplomats and people who work for Congress. Like, real people live here, families live here, communities live here, and we don't want to continue to see Congress and people who don't represent us, who have no accountability to us, continue to take over our city. So the fact that you received that letter is just awful, and I hope to be a part of any efforts to support you all. And beyond even the arguments for why cannabis is important, cannabis is a medicine. I mean, we can talk about why this is nonsense, even just locally, if that wasn't a local attack, but the fact that this is happening from someone who has no accountability to us. But the only other thing I really want to add is for people who are not living in DC, please continue to educate yourself about our plight, because your representatives are part of how we free ourselves. So we really need solidarity in order to make it through this current fight against us, but we really need people who live outside of DC to understand that what's happening to DC is not just about DC. Like, the attacks that we're facing can be replicated in other ways to attack other local places. So if you think that they're only coming for us and it's our problem, you'll sadly be mistaken when they continue to expand their fascism everywhere else. And they're already doing it. They're withholding federal funds for political reasons that don't make any sense. And we'll see what other creative ways they'll use to try to undermine democracy in other places that they don't agree with how people are governing themselves. But it starts here. It starts in the capital city of the country, and it starts with our district. So solidarity is what I'm definitely asking for.
I do. Here we go. Perfect. Well, Kelsey, you have your right mic now. Do you want to weigh in on this?
Oh, no, I'm an activist, so I'm happy to pass my mic to the person who is feeling the pain out here in society. That's what my job is, to platform the actual issues. So I do just want to add one thing, though, because I know we need to get to Q&A. We're doing a lot of talking about home rule, and we need to make sure we're calling it limited home rule. So everybody, this is your vow to me that you're going to refer to home rule as limited home rule moving forward when you refer to DC. But more importantly, this fight is deeply rooted in the need for DC to become a state. Statehood is the solution. Statehood also is one of the solutions to legalizing cannabis on the federal level. When we talk about votes, what are those votes going to be? Okay, so let's be clear. Statehood is the solution, guys. And so we need to always make sure that we're deeply rooted in the fight for DC statehood so that DC can have full autonomy. When you think back to the Boston Tea Party, I know y'all like, girl, why are we going back? You think about the American Revolution. DC's time for a revolution is now. We are taxation without representation right now. That is tyranny. We are slaves of the system. DC is the only capital in the world whose people who live in the capital do not have a voice in the nation's Congress. So bear this in mind as we say, we the people, the nearly 700,000 disenfranchised residents of Washington, D.C. aren't those people.
Thank you. All right, I want to do 2 more quick questions before we get to Q&A, but I promise they're quick. What's the pathway to cannabis legalization here in the district?
I mean, you know, I do think, unfortunately, it's tied directly to the same pathway to national cannabis legalization. I think we have to go ahead and elevate it to that level, because as long as Andy Harris or anyone like him is in Congress, we're going to have an uphill battle in D.C. I think right now in D.C. we've progressed about as far as we can, right? We have self-certification, we got unlimited conditions, unlimited amount of cannabis you can grow. You know, it's really gotten to where it can get at this point in D.C. You know, I don't think, though, that the national debate has evolved as quickly as it should, in my opinion. That's partly because of Biden's unwillingness to do that. And I don't mean to harp on Biden, but I had a lot of hope in him, and I thought he would have moved a lot more stuff forward, and couldn't and didn't. And I think now, you know, maybe there'll be a whim. Maybe Trump will get some idea in his mind that, you know, we can make a lot of money on it, and he'll start selling it, and, you know, then we can move it forward. I don't know what it's going to take, though. I mean, other than that. And I just want to say one thing about the green theory thing real quick. You know, I think I read that letter, and I found it to be very immature and unsophisticated. You know, the fact that he's just like, what do you think? Well, you're the frickin' U.S. attorney. I mean, you think you would know what to think about this. But the fact is that letter was probably provoked by somebody complaining in the community. And that letter has implications throughout the whole country, right? This is, you know, DC's rule is 300 feet away from a school. They're trying to apply a federal standard of 1,000 feet away from a school, which is a contradiction. But if you go to any other jurisdiction in this country where they have let cannabis go out there without federal blessings, they could do the same thing anywhere. So this needs to be a national debate. That's what I think. We need to have a national debate.
Thank you. Derek, go ahead.
So I'll say that there's 3 paths, and 2 of them have already been mentioned. National legalization, statehood, and the third path, which Politico, I think, brought up a couple of days ago, is retrocession to Maryland. And that means essentially DC being absorbed back into Maryland, from whence it came 225 years ago. The problem with that third option, because I'm an advocate of statehood along with Kelsey, we're both at DC Vote, is that 80+% of the population of DC has chosen statehood as their favored path to self-determination. There's never been a referendum on retrocession in the district, but there was one person who ran citywide on a retrocession platform, and he got about 1.5% of the vote. And so, you know, when you look at it, what you're really talking about is one path, because they're not big prospects for national legislation. Retrocession's not really in the picture. Statehood is the one that DC residents have said they wanted. And if you're pursuing democracy, you should do it in a way that actually responds to democratic desire. Statehood is the path.
Can I add a fourth option that's not joining Maryland? Lifting the rider. Lifting the Harris rider is the way we get legalization in DC for adult use. And that's probably the easiest path out of the 4 right now, in theory. There was a point where it felt like we were close. Frankly, as someone who was lobbying on this for many years, it felt like we were actually getting to a place where we were going to lift the rider. It was not present in some drafts, budgets before they were added in at the last minute. And then Biden came in, and he was allegedly a statehood advocate, so it was like really promising. Our attorney general had reinterpreted the rider as well, so there was a little bit more room locally to move within our council to start thinking about what regulation could look like. We had bills introduced in the council in 2018, 2019 that actually accounted for full regulation for adult use, because prior to that, they couldn't even work on a bill, they couldn't have a hearing, they couldn't do any legislative or staff time towards regulation or legalization because it would violate the rider, but that reinterpretation kind of allowed for a little bit more spaciousness to start working and thinking about it. So there was a time that it felt like we were very close to lifting the Harris rider and we actually be able to talk about what legalization looks like here in DC. And somehow we've taken so many steps backwards that now it feels like returning to Maryland is a better path. But I cannot stress enough that there is a way to lift the rider. I think it's just a matter of making our plight beyond just DC, like making it something that is more nationally understood what's happening. Because frankly, the riders that have been impacting DC every year, people don't know about them. You know, people don't know that every year, every spending bill, they continue to introduce and pass riders that block us from spending money on so many different things. So if we have a broader conversation about what's happening, and I think because everyone else is getting a little taste of fascism in their states, maybe it could be a time that we can actually build some momentum nationally to help lift that rider. But that is probably the easiest path compared to all the other things, despite the fact that I really, really would love to see statehood in my lifetime, and I believe we can. But lifting the rider feels like the best way to get legalization locally.
Thank you. Alrighty, so my final question, and then we'll open it up to the audience, is a call to action, which you guys have sort of weaved throughout, but if you can just give us a call to action for how do we move forward after today.
freedcproject.org. Pull out your phones. We got a table outside in the hallway, and the website is freedcproject.org. Give us your email. Sign up for updates. We will be on the Hill tomorrow to talk to these same members that we did not elect, to ask them to put our bill on the floor. And I do want to say one thing about this $1 billion. I know we parked there for a second. Donald Trump himself has urged the House, urged Speaker Johnson, all this urging, and Republican Senator Susan Collins is the one who introduced this bill that passed unanimously by voice vote in the Senate over a month ago for DC to be able to spend the $1 billion. So keep in mind, this is not a Democratic or Republican conversation. This is very much based on real principles here.
Yeah, I would stress that as well. And just to be clear, the bill that Kelsey's talking about is the DC Local Funds Act. That's the standalone bill that basically allows us to spend the $1 billion that Congress originally took away from us when they passed the CR. So I would say reach out to your representative in the House and demand that they put pressure on Speaker Johnson to put it on the floor and vote for it without any amendments, as it was passed in the Senate. And then separately, I would say also continuing to fight for regulation in Congress in terms of cannabis, like legalizing cannabis. I would say that it's about time that we continue to make noise about how long it's been since folks have been calling for the end of the war on drugs and the end of the war on cannabis, and actually speaking to that to Congress. I would say those are two calls to action to take today.
I'll speak to the folks in the room who are not from DC and the folks watching at home who aren't. And that is, please talk to your representatives. Ask them if they know how DC is governed, and ask them if they support increased self-determination for the people of the District of Columbia. They may not support statehood, then ask them just to stay out of our business and let us run our own affairs when it comes to our own tax money. If they are open to supporting statehood, then make sure that they get on the statehood bill as a co-sponsor. But the fact of the matter is Congress is the source of this problem. Congress is going to be the group of people that are going to have to solve this problem. And support people in your state who actually do back increased self-determination for the District of Columbia if your current representatives do not.
You know, I don't know much more I can add to my panelist partners here, but I will note that Queen mentioned the rise of fascism in our country. And I think my call to action is wherever you see it, stop it. Wherever you hear about it, argue against it. Wherever you can put your own ideas out there to support a stronger democracy, a stronger country that supports and loves everybody, do it. And I don't think that's too small an order right now. I do have great fear about our country right now, and I think it's time for us to really have our voices heard. I think if we do that right, and we scream for those who are the least among us, we will actually see a change in cannabis policy. We will see a change in the way we treat all people who are struggling. But right now we're at in the bottom of it, in my opinion. We're at the bottom. And so the question is, do we allow this government to continue to drive people down so that you lose hope and that you don't want to fight back and then become subjects? Or do you actually step up and say, I'm going to fight every day? And that means talking to your neighbors. It doesn't mean you have to get arrested. It just means you have to speak up and convince everyone around you to speak up, because if you're quiet, they will take over, and it's happened across the world. So this is not new. This is not something they haven't planned. We need to do something about it. And so I'm saying just talk about it, speak about it. You know, get out there and say something.
It's time to do something, everybody. Questions. I'm going to just give you my mic if you don't mind. Oh, we have one? Okay, great. Oh, look, official, y'all.
Hi there. Oh, okay.
Double mic action.
All right. Hi there, Kat Murthy, SSDP. Under I-71 and Rohrabacher-Farr, I would argue that DC had one of the freest, most open, thriving cannabis economies in this country, much better than I would say even places like Colorado and California that get it discussed a lot. That's been clawed back in the last year or two. We're starting to see a lot of attacks on folks like Robbie. Can y'all talk a little bit about both kind of the benefits of that system, how we can expand that kind of system into a model across the country? Keeping in mind that DC doesn't have statehood, and that's part of what kind of went into this, but also the losses that we've seen more recently.
Does anyone want to weigh in on that?
I can't really weigh in. I'm a lawyer and I'm also a former politician, so I like regulation, so I don't think it was a good marketplace at all.
Yeah, I think for me, I-71 was born out of need. Like it wasn't an intentional marketplace. And I think what I see happening is unfortunate. I think it's unfortunate because I think that we'd have a better stance if we actually were able to properly regulate and like allow for people to be creative about the kinds of licenses that we could have in DC. I think because we don't have robust kind of testing and things like that, I also do believe in public health and the ways that we can make consumption safer without making it harder to be in the industry and like without making it harder for people who were legacy sellers. And I think that was something that felt promising in DC because it felt like people were being tapped and people were being heard by our local officials who were open to it. It just felt like we were never able to actualize it. So the marketplace just kind of took off the way it was. And I thought, I also, I am not an attorney, and I'm not beholden to kind of the same restrictions that maybe Grasso are or is. But I do think that I find it unfortunate that enforcement is happening to the extent that it is now without any remedy. And I think it's unfortunate the ways that the folks who have been brought into the medical dispensary or the medical cannabis market are also suffering economically because, again, we are struggling with all of these policies that that have not been remedied yet. So I would say, I don't know that I agree that I-71 by itself is the way that we wanted it to be, because that's not how it was envisioned in DC. Like, we wanted more robust and intentional reinvestment into communities, which wasn't happening under I-71 directly. We wanted more testing and public health measures that is just harder to do without a regulated market. But what I did see in I-71 was so many legacy folks in the market. A lot of Black and brown people were employed and paid well. Access was increased. People were able to get cannabis easier. And I think that's a good thing for people who benefit, who want to use and consume. But I think the political circumstances that created the market wasn't sustainable. And it kind of undermines legalization efforts, essentially. But I'm open to the conversation of the things that folks felt good about I-71 that should be replicated in other places, but I think I-71 was not the goal. I-71 by itself was not the goal. The goal was a broader, more comprehensive, and more thoughtful system that integrated people who were formerly incarcerated by marijuana convictions, that really benefited the communities that were most impacted by marijuana arrests, regardless if they wanted to be business owners or not. There's lots of benefits of cannabis legalization and taxation that impact people whether or not you consume cannabis or you want to own a dispensary or not. So I was more excited about those kind of prospects that just were not possible without an actual regime that was authorized and supported. So yeah, I'm hoping to see more opportunities for people to grow at home and to have more of a marketplace that doesn't need as high of a stake to enter to make it easier for people to enter. And I think that was something that we were exploring legislatively, but we aren't able to do it because the Harris rider blocks us from doing it. So I'm really excited about what's possible, not necessarily the way we try to survive this current regime being the standard. Yes, please.
Hello. Again, my name is James Salt, and I'm a conditional licensee, a testing license in the District of Columbia. But I'm also a board member of the DC Cannabis Business Association. I just want to shout out Barry and Colin, some of our co-board members. So we're on the front lines working, and I just wanted to echo a couple thoughts that I heard today, which is the lack of confidence in a market to move forward. When you have such destabilization, it makes it very hard for the cannabis industry to move forward. But also now, because of the continuing resolution non-fix, it's destabilizing for everything that we're doing, right? So when it comes to social housing or any of the policy reforms that could make our city better, we are frozen in time to grow as a city, right? It's not just the cannabis thing; it's everything that we can't. It's very hard to lobby anyone in Wilson Building, when we're facing the next existential crisis like this. It's frozen us. And the $6 million that I don't know if you were there, David, but was appropriated by Kenyon, to create social equity investments. The mayor has lost that money. And it's very hard to ask them for it, again, when you're facing a $1.1 billion shortfall. So it's across the board. My question for you all is, and this is particularly for the DC vote crowd and Free DC, and I'll say this as someone, I have not been this angry in a long time, and I realize that I haven't been demanding. I think about our great DC resident, Frederick Douglass, who says, power seeds nothing without demand. And frankly, I have not been demanding, right? The last 10 years I've been watching on the sideline. And now when you start messing with my kids and my kids' education, okay, now I'm getting angry, let's go. But I have not asked, right? I've not demanded until this past week. We wrote Andy Harris, we said, please talk to us. You're messing with us. You at least owe us the respect to talk to us. And they wrote back and they said, no, we don't talk to you. You're not our constituent, we don't talk to you. So my question for you all is, and as a DC resident and DC vote, the tax receipts that we give to fund our voice, who've been doing this work, the question is, how can we make this ask more specific? And I kind of feel like when you poke your head up, like Andy Harris has been doing the last 10 years, you should expect to draw fire, right? If you're gonna put your head up, it's incumbent on us to say, we're gonna, the physics of the equal and opposite reaction, right? As an organizer, my question is, how are we doing in terms of placing the expectation? And we honestly have more power than we realize. We do have friends on the Eastern Shore. We should be organizing, in an aggressive, intentional way. My question for DC Vote and the free coalition, how can we, take it to the second level, 2.0?
I'm gonna let Derek answer first, because I actually piggyback off of Derek, my leadership.
So in my day job, I'm a historian, and so I'm going to turn to history to try and answer your question. What we can say about the last 50 years of activism for increased self-determination in the District of Columbia is that the big leaps forward that we have had, the Home Rule Act in '73, the DC Voting Rights Amendment in 1978, which unfortunately failed before the states but passed Congress. What we saw with both of those was that a robust local coalition leveraged its connection to a pretty important national coalition in order to put pressure on legislators to get yes votes for their favorite legislation. So to give you a specific example, the person who was blocking home rule legislation for about 20 years straight before 1973 was a guy named John McMillan from South Carolina. And Walter Fauntroy, our non-voting delegate, realized that a huge constituency that John McMillan did not serve, African Americans, had just been swelled by the Voting Rights Act a couple years before. And he had contacts in the state. He called every major black church in the 6th District of South Carolina and said, I need you to get your people to come out against John McMillan and for whoever's running against him, right? They failed in that effort in 1970, but in 1972, they beat him. Coretta Scott King went to the district. Ralph Abernathy went to the district. All these people that did not live in DC but understood the importance of a vote for the District of Columbia. And John McMillan is defeated. The next year, we get home rule. And you can see the same thing in 1978. Walter Fauntroy basically puts the screws to Strom Thurmond, no small political figure in South Carolina politics, but who was facing a very tough re-election. And he goes to the floor of the Senate and gives this remarkable speech talking about, I really care about human rights, lie. But I believe that human rights is at stake in the vote over the District of Columbia, so I'm voting yes on the DC Voting Rights Amendment. But he did that because Walter Fauntroy basically struck a deal with him. We won't send out black voters against you in the upcoming election if you vote for this piece of legislation, right? So the lesson I think from that, and that was questionable politically because Strom Thurmond went on to do a bunch of horrible things in the rest of his career. But I think the lesson from both of those cases is that you got to look at a national coalition that sees DC self-determination as being in their interest, and then leverage their national power to reward your friends and punish your enemies. Andy Harris is not beyond our grasp, but the question is what national coalition helps us to touch him in his home district. And the national cannabis industry could potentially play that role. There's got to be some dispensaries in his district. Someone needs to talk to the man, and consistently.
If I can add, beyond the national solidarity effort that we absolutely need, I also believe locally folks need to push our legislators to stop complying with what's happening on the federal level. Seeing, the removal of Black Lives Matter, Plaza, the removal of the sanctuary city information from our government website, the ways that our mayor and to some extent our council continues to comply with what's happening, we need to tell them to stand up. And I do think we need to push them to be a little bit more courageous and creative, in terms of the powers that we do have in statute, to the extent that we have some. But I think we're at a place where we don't win anything by complying. We just continue to give them permission to use us and abuse us. And I think locally we have that power to demand that our legislators stand up now, because we stand to lose so much if they don't.
And I'll just add, it's on us. Like you mentioned it already. There's nobody coming to save us. Democrats not coming to save us. The Republicans are not coming to save us. As a matter of fact, they're actually against us. And I know David almost said it. Congress is full of shit, right? So we know that we can't really rely on them to do anything that they say they're going to do. So it's on us. I think I said this already, but we are the revolution. So if you see something happening, if you feel like you have connections to folks on the Eastern Shore and you have somebody that you want to connect DC Vote to so that we can figure out some type of programming up there, we can figure out some type of advocacy work we can do in that area, we're down to do it, don't get me wrong, but I mean, I'm also a staff of one, so I'm not going to go fight by myself. I have actively been kicked by a member of Congress, Andy Biggs, kicked me in my foot. So I know that, you know, I put the pressure on them, they're going to put it back on me, so I need help. Like, I need a lot of folks to be with me. I'm definitely willing to be on the front lines and, you know, say all the things, do all the things, unseat whoever we can unseat, but at the end of the day, we have to, like, really come together. I'm just, you know, I am an organizing director, but I'm not the only thought person here. Like, I need other thought ideas as well.
Right here.
I wanted to give a shout out to Adam Eider and Chris Furnish and DCMJ, because when we're talking about Andy Harris, they actually went and sort of ran against him and challenged him in the district, you know, in the primaries. And I think that, you know, the point that John makes about challenging Harris, your points about the national effort challenging Harris, I think those are brilliant points, and I think that really does need to be organized. But I did want to give a shout out to people who've already done something about this.
But DC does have a lot of people who moved here. A lot of transplants live in DC. I think if you were not originally born in DC, it's definitely also on you to tap your family members, your friends from back home, wherever home was for you, wherever home has been for you. Because again, representatives across all of the different states in our country can weigh in on our fight. So as someone who currently lives here, it's definitely important that you use that you have that responsibility in mind and educate the people in your networks as well, especially on behalf of Native Washingtonians who may or may not have family in other places.
Well, you all have been, oh, do we have one more?
So yeah, my name is Daryl Prince. I work on this stuff, and I've been working on it for a long time, and I have some conclusions and context. The two questions basically is, do DC residents have equal voting rights to everybody else in the country in terms of having a state, in terms of having voting representation, and is that legal as a constitutional matter, or is it a violation of the 14th and 15th Amendment to the Constitution? And the second question is, what's it going to take to get DC residents, as the people, as 1 million of the 5 million geographically displaced, and 11 million of the birthright American citizens who are disenfranchised from the vote, I think in clear violation of Voting Rights Act Section 2. What's it going to take for DC to get 150,000, 50,000 people down to that place, which ain't too far, and you know where it is, it's kind of big, get down there and demand it, because I mean, I don't even understand what we talking about here. And the other thing, and so the context I want to give you is the people of for those who don't know, I mean, the people of Puerto Rico, Guam, the Virgin Islands, and they got it worse than DC. They don't have electoral college votes, and they didn't have people, you know, go in for home rule, and they literally get like 2/3 the benefits there, and a lot of the rules that are there. So I think that diaspora has a lot in common with DC. I think that diaspora, if y'all organize, and we'll probably do a whole lot. Sorry, I guess I'm doing more talking than asking questions, but those are the things that I think, I mean, I hope you demand, because I mean, the other thing is I think we're holding up America and human evolution by not including all of the people, by not, you know, obeying the Constitution. So I don't know. I'll let you go.
Somebody want to weigh in?
I'll just say this really quickly. You know, there's no question that the United States has a very large empire that it put together at the end of the 19th century, and that it has not sort of moved towards the process of statehood, so that the several million people in the Virgin Islands, Guam, Puerto Rico, all those other places have voting representation in Congress. And there have been consistent conversations about whether or not the United States, DC should be paired with some of those places in order to sort of balance out our bid for statehood. So there was a call by George H.W. Bush the last time there was a big piece of statehood legislation in 1993. And he said, you know, I'll consider it if you pair it with Puerto Rico. His calculation at the time was that Puerto Rico was going to be Republican. And the fact of the matter is that it really is a different history and a different struggle. Puerto Rico is not unified behind statehood.
I am so sorry to interrupt. I really apologize. Kelsey, would you be able to join me at the podium? Everybody, we have an incredibly special visitor today, and I will let Kelsey handle the introduction. If you could all stay in your seats.
Hey again, everybody. Same Kelsey. My name is Kelsey Adams, and I am honored to introduce someone very special to me and to Washingtonians everywhere. Today, we are joined by a living legend, someone who has dedicated her life fighting for justice, equality, and full representation for the nearly 700,000 disenfranchised residents of Washington, D.C. A trailblazer, a powerhouse. And as she has once made crystal clear in one of her most powerful moments ever seen in history on Congress's floor, she will not yield. She has shown the nation time and time again that D.C. will not be ignored, that democracy will not be denied, and that our fight for full rights, for full statehood, will not be denied. Whether it's standing for D.C.'s autonomy, defending cannabis laws, or pushing forward the cause of racial and economic justice right here in Washington, D.C., she has been the unwavering voice for change that we need. It is my absolute honor and privilege to introduce the one and only member of Congress for Washington, D.C., Democratic Delegate Eleanor Holmes Norton.
Thank you very much. I am so pleased to speak with you today about national marijuana policies impacting the District of Columbia. While the American people support marijuana legislation and nearly half the states have legalized adult use marijuana, the federal government continues to block progress on marijuana legalization in DC and nationally. It is past time for the federal government to catch up with the American people and legalize adult use marijuana. The federal government has a unique role in marijuana policy in DC. Under the Constitution, Congress has plenary authority over DC, meaning that Congress can legislate on any DC matter at any time. Congress has consistently used that authority to interfere in DC's marijuana policies, both medical and adult use. Most recently, in each year since 2014, Congress has included a rider in the Financial Services and General Government Appropriations Bill that prohibits DC from using its funds to legalize the sale of adult use marijuana. As Congress works on the fiscal year 2026 appropriation bill, I will continue to fight to remove this rider. President Trump has opposed DC legalizing the sale of adult use marijuana during his first term. Recently issued an executive order regarding DC. Among other things, the executive order criticized DC for legalizing marijuana. Until DC is a state, Congress will control DC's local matters. Last Congress, Republicans introduced more than 100 bills and amendments to block, repeal, or amend DC's laws and policies. The only political solution to the denial of voting representation in Congress and full local self-government for the more than 700,000 DC residents is statehood. On the first day in this Congress, I introduced a bill to make DC a state. That bill had more co-sponsors than any other bill introduced that day. The bill now has 190 co-sponsors. The Senate version of the bill, sponsored by Senator Chris Van Hollen, has 42 co-sponsors. In 2020, the House passed the bill, which was the first time in history either Congress had passed that bill. The House passed it again in 2021. I want to address two of my other bills. For several Congresses, I have introduced a bill that would allow marijuana in public or other federal assisted housing in compliance with marijuana laws where the property is located and the Department of Housing and Urban Development's rules on smoking cigarettes. I will introduce this bill again this Congress. The other bill I have long introduced would give DC the authority to grant clemency for DC crimes, including those relating to marijuana. Just like states grant clemency for state crimes, for DC crimes. If we continue to fight, I believe marijuana will be legalized nationally and DC will be a state. Thank you very much.
Well, that was so cool. I know that we have commercial breaks, but who gets a congressional break? Like, that was really, really cool. I know that Queen had one last thought, and then it's time for us to truly wrap, I believe. This has been such an amazing conversation. Y'all, we can sit down. It was cute that we were standing for a second. I'm sorry? Well, Derek was answering one last moment. Queen has it, and then maybe one more in the audience? Okay, great.
Yeah, so just to finish that thought really quickly, that was fun.
So fun.
Is that there is disagreement within a lot of the territories about whether or not they want to become states. And so it poses a real problem for pairing with them. Puerto Rico, last time there was a referendum on it, split roughly 3 ways, statehood, commonwealth, or independence. And so pairing with one of those places makes it very difficult. I think it muddies the issue a little bit. DC really is unique in that our lack of full self-determination is written into the Constitution. That's not the case for the territories in the same way.
The only other thing I wanted to add was when we were listing out the pathways for legalization in DC, we failed to mention descheduling as one of them because the Harris rider, like I mentioned, is actually about Schedule I substances. So in theory, if we descheduled, which we should do, but even if we rescheduled, there would be a pathway for DC to not be violating the rider because cannabis wouldn't be a Schedule I substance. But assuming Harris would probably update that rider. And that's likely what would happen, but there would at least be some kind of window, depending on the timing, for DC to try to explore legalization. But yeah, thank you.
One last question? Yes.
Yes, I have one question. We talked about a lot of people outside of DC helping out, and I know you said talk to the representative, but what I have a bigger question is, what's the roadmap? Like, if we've talked to representatives, or we are going to talk to representatives, are there other organizations that we connect with in our state? Like, I'm from Oakland, California, always about fighting for the people, and definitely have a lot of people, friends in DC, but like, are we not just talking to the representative and then that's where all it goes? Like, what is the bigger picture in the map, and has that developed? If not, how are we developing that?
I'm interested in seeing, like, to your point, more of a coordination nationally to help coordinate people power in different states that are on behalf of DC residents. I don't know of a national organization right now that's holding that, really. I would say maybe the League of Women Voters seem the most organized across all the states that are supportive of statehood and organizing folks in different states on behalf of DC residents. I definitely want to tap Kelsey here, who, you know, is doing statehood work constantly. But I would say in general, we are needing a national movement that's centered around DC statehood and acknowledging the ways that it's tied in to liberation fights across the states, particularly because of the values that are under attack in DC. So I appreciate that question because it highlights a gap that I also recognize.
And to add to that, yes, it is a gap there. I will say we are heavily involved with some national coalitions. You got like United for Democracy, the DFAD coalition, and other large national coalitions. But the thing about coalition branding and being issue-based is you're trying to convince the other organizations that are part of these coalitions to center your issue. And now if you look at the larger roadmap that you were referencing, if you're looking at this map, you're sitting up here looking down on a map. If you're in part of these coalitions, and right now, currently, if you have a climate change organization a part of your coalition, your issue is probably not the one that we're going to be focusing on right now. Why? Because federally, climate change is the nonprofit that's being attacked. So it's also about getting folks to care about your issue as much as you care about your issue. So that's why we kind of rely heavily when we talk about DC statehood on you, specifically going back to wherever you transplanted from, or if you have connections in a state or whatever the case is outside of DC, is to lean heavy on them, to force them to educate the folks that are there. Again, organizations, coalitions, organizing, everybody's working on something specific. So no one wants to feel like they're stopping working on what they're working on to champion what you're working on. We did have a big push last year. So DC statehood was part of a 4-plan voting rights package that included DC statehood, the John Lewis Voting Rights Act, the Freedom to Vote Act, and Native American Passage Act. But because we don't have control democratically to pass any of those bills, now we're not talking about any of those things, right? Because voting rights isn't the topic of conversation now. We're looking at immigration, we're looking at climate change. So it's like also, what is happening federally? What do those direct attacks look like? And how do you tie in your specific issue to those direct attacks? So I can give an example of like what that's looking like in DC right now. So we can talk about DC statehood through the lens of immigration with all the deportations. So you have ICE raiding all these places. In theory, folks in DC don't have anybody on the national level to have this conversation with them. We just had introduced Congresswoman Eleanor Holmes Norton, but she also doesn't have a vote. So when it comes to legislation that's actually going to affect us, we don't have a say-so in that conversation. So if we're in DC talking about statehood, trying to now go advocate to this immigration group to say, hey, I know you're working hard on this while folks are actually being deported, can you just slide in this statehood? They're looking at you like, what are you talking about?
No, but the gap is making it clear that we have immigrants in DC too. We need representation too, even from advocates.
Right,
like,
so that's what we're saying is like, if you feel like you work in the space, it's on you to connect statehood to the space that you're already in. Statehood is the root of every problem if you're coming out of DC. We're not able to pass anything in DC because we're not a state, period. It doesn't matter what's happening on the national platform. It doesn't matter what bill is being passed in Congress. Guess what? Unfortunately, you do not have a voice. I know they're like, yeah, this is America. Everybody has a voice. No, you don't. And I was being so clear with this because it's like a nuance to me that folks think like, oh, you're just running around saying statehood and this, that, and the third. But no, it's really the issue that we're facing is that we don't have a voice at all. So if it's going through the back door to say, okay, now we're talking about cannabis legislation, how can we center statehood in cannabis legislation? So everybody that's coming from a state, wherever your state is, now you're going back to your state and centering the fight for DC statehood, I-71s, and it's nuances with I-71 in your work that you're doing in California and what you're doing in Arizona. That's the only way to spread this messaging. I myself personally, under DC vote, went to 3 Republican states last election. I went to Arizona, Georgia, and Pennsylvania. They all voted for Trump. But I was able to convey to those same voters that DC statehood mattered on the level of equality and fairness. So it's about meeting people where they are with the conversation for DC statehood. Everybody agrees that you should have a voice if you live in America. Everybody thinks that you should participate in the democracy system that's here. Like, that's the American principle. That's what the U.S. Constitution is based on. So if anybody here, it doesn't fall on blind ears that the folks in D.C. don't have a voice in the nation's Congress. But the problem is they are not getting this information, and it's not meeting them where they are. So, like, another thing I do is I have a go-go truck, you know what I mean? I go around with a go-go band, so obviously I'm able to mobilize people, get people attention. And then and there, I'm like, okay, now we need DC statehood, you know what I mean? So wherever you can meet somebody at, meet them there. Artistic activism is the thing that's really moving people. I influence more people than I can influence in this room by putting a go-go band on a truck and riding around the city. And I'm gonna be clear, that's literally how I move people. So it's literally about meeting people where they are. DC statehood fits in every conversation. There's no conversation that somebody from DC doesn't make up the demographic of what that issue area is. So you can always bring DC statehood in a conversation. But it's on all of us to do it. Not just focusing on DC vote, not just focusing on the DFAD coalition. It's everybody's job to make DC the 51st state.
Thank you so much to this amazing panel who is just, I think, I'm so fired up and ready to tell these important stories that you all are talking about. And I hope that you all are also incredibly inspired. You've been the most amazing audience. And so this is not just about listening to what these folks had to say, but really going out and doing the work. It's about action. I want to thank you all, and David Grasso, who had to leave us early. You all have just been awesome, and thank you for all you do in your freedom fighting. And I hope that you all have a marvelous Monday and enjoy the rest of the summit. Take care.
Okay.
now it's just going to be stuck in my head until the next. Probably. Next one of these conferences, at least. To be fair, it'll be taken over by Chapter 1, that Pink Pony Club. I feel like anytime I stop thinking, it comes back in my brain. Yeah. There's some good swag in this. Lots of good fashion. Are you familiar with MAPS, the Multidisciplinary Physician Psychiatric Studies? They've been planting their flag around promoting psychedelic business casual lately. Oh yeah. There wasn't going to be any. No smart on that.
All right, friends, thank you so much for coming back inside from the sunshiny weather. We know it's really nice outside today, and maybe the pollen count has possibly dropped to a bearable level. I think it might have, because I can see and I can breathe today, so we're moving in the right direction. I hope you'll all be staying and joining us this evening. We'll have happy hour on the rooftop. Should be a lovely night. Well, thank you for joining us this morning at the National Cannabis Policy Summit. I'm very excited to kick off our afternoon discussions and introduce our next panel, which will be looking at bipartisan solutions to federal cannabis policy challenges, and our moderator, Matt Laszlo, who is a veteran congressional correspondent, professor, and writer. Matt, take it away.
Hey, thank you all for having me. We only have about 30 minutes, but then a little longer with Q&A. So to speed things up, I'm just gonna let us all do our own little brief bios. I've been a congressional reporter now 2 decades, covering Congress, or covering cannabis for Playboy, Rolling Stone, Vice News Tonight. And then I also am a Wired magazine contributor, covering tech and that stuff, but then I also teach political communications, history of the media, history of the press, looking at how the press and politicians have or have not adapted to new mediums over time. Teach at Johns Hopkins, Boston University, and some other schools. And who are you, madame?
Yes. I'm Maritza Perez Medina. I'm the Director of Federal Affairs for the Drug Policy Alliance. We're the leading nonprofit in the U.S. working to end the war on drugs. We work on a number of different issues, marijuana being one of them. And I'm the person that's responsible for engaging with Congress and the federal government on our policy priorities, which is very interesting always, especially now.
Hi, everyone. My name's Kat Murthy. I got involved in specifically work around ending the drug war back in 2007. I joined SSDP as a student member in 2009. Students for Sensible Drug Policy, the largest network of young people working to end the war on drugs. Joined our youth-led board in 2013 and took over as executive director in 2023. So I've done a lot of work in the cannabis-specific area. Worked on the Prop 19 campaign in California as field director, but my larger scope of work has been very much around human liberty. So I'm a libertarian, that's the background I come from, and so in this and other spaces, I often find myself floating kind of in that bipartisan, nonpartisan space of just trying to get people together to get people free.
And I'm Macaulay Pugh. I am a pollster and public opinion researcher for Lake Research Partners. We do polling for progressive organizations and different politicians. So one of our clients is Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, but we work with different candidates across the country. We also have done a lot of research on different marijuana policy and drug policy. We did a lot of the research for what eventually became the last administration's messaging around rescheduling marijuana. We also have helped with various ballot measures across the country, perhaps most famously in Colorado in 2012. We also have helped recently, for example, in Nebraska in their We advise them in their campaign to legalize medical marijuana. So yeah, that's mostly us and me.
And so, unlike when a lot of you were here last year, it's a new day in Washington. It is now Trump's Washington 2.0. And as we saw in the last presidential contest, both parties kind of left cannabis out there. Biden didn't embrace it fully. Trump did what Trump does and whispered to many of y'all. But we have a brilliant pollster here. What do the polls actually show us about cannabis these days?
Yeah, so people here would probably be happy to know that it's increasingly popular. Legalizing recreational marijuana has a majority of voters of Democrats, Republicans, and independents. So it is, it's popular. In a lot of ways, it's become a victim of its own success, in that there's no longer the urgency seen to legalize it. You have now a generation of voters who don't remember prohibition. There's just a general perception that the war on drugs and the mass incarceration era are over. And as a consequence, there is a lot more disagreement on what we think legalization, which is inevitable, should look like, and as a result, nothing gets done on the federal level. But I would also add to that, on the local level, for voters' lives, if the consequences are not made clear to them, they don't necessarily see it as a problem. And it's normal we do focus groups, and people don't even realize that drugs are legalized, or it's still illegal on the federal level, because they're like, what are you talking about? I do it all the time, and no one gets mad at me. So
Bought it at a shop down the street.
exactly. But another way, I guess, to think about it would be, yes, it's popular, but there's a lot of things that are popular that don't get passed. We have all the time ballot measures for school funding, which is off the charts popular. Everyone agrees we should fund schools. But then you get what you call a lot of positives attacks on it. So like, well, yes, this is good, but there's this X, Y, and Z problem with it. Or yes, this is good, but it actually doesn't go far enough. And so in a lot of recent pieces of legislation, like in Florida, it was defeated at the ballot box office because it was seen as helping big cannabis companies. In Arkansas, one of the biggest opponents of it, there was two faces of the campaign. One of which was someone who was your sort of classic person who is against marijuana legalization because they think marijuana is bad. The other person said this doesn't go far enough because it doesn't expunge records, and it lost.
Do you guys have any follow-ups on that?
Got so many.
Well, just because there's such a difference and just a dissonance between Washington and then reality outside of the Beltway.
Absolutely, and in so many different ways. I think Macaulay really hit the nail on the head here that folks across the political spectrum want to see marijuana legal. They don't want people getting arrested. They don't want, they've seen it in stores. The more that they see it in stores, the more they like seeing it in stores. That's what the model that they want. And yet federally, it's still a crime. There was 250,000 people arrested for simple possession in 2023. There's about 3,000 people serving long-term life sentences at the federal level alone, several of whom are within a mile or so of a dispensary that moves more product in a day than they are serving a life sentence on. But the fact of the matter is that people don't realize the urgency around this. They don't see that as the case. They don't understand that this is still happening. And I think it's incumbent upon us to educate people to do that. And so when we're talking to legislators, we see support, again, from Republicans, we see support from Democrats, but we don't see too many, there are some, but we don't see too many sticking their necks out on this. And that's because they don't see that urgency coming from their electorate. They don't think that there's that political pressure that they need to act, and they're worried that whenever they do, they'll be criticized for what that looks like rather than the fact that they're moving towards how it should be and how people want it to be, which is legal. And You know, that's what we're all here. We're here to educate. That's what you talked about our lobby day. That's exactly what we're aiming to go there and show, is that we have the people care. This is an important issue to all of us, to Republicans, to Democrats, to everyone in between, and they need to act.
And it seems like we've also seen this resurgence of culture wars on issues that we thought were maybe settled, including gay marriage, etc., but that have now kind of been weaponized in the political arena. And it seems like cannabis is kind of getting caught up in that, potentially by the evangelical base of the Republican Party, even though, again, this is a very broadly bipartisan issue. But how do you worry about those dynamics, that even though this has seemed to be a settled issue, at least amongst the political class, it isn't anymore?
Absolutely, and I would actually be curious if polling suggests that there's been recent backlash, because what we've had to contend with after this last election is that there has been a backlash on a number of issues, specifically around drug policy and criminal justice reform, and I've been seeing more of that around marijuana too, and I wonder if others in the room have noticed that too. But that does really concern me, because we know that when that backlash comes, it's going to be hard to make any progress, and we haven't made a lot of progress in the first place at the federal level. But, another thing that I wanted to name, I think I agreed a lot with what you said, Kat, that members of Congress, unfortunately, are just not taking this issue seriously. And I do think it's that lack of urgency, which is why I'm really excited that people are here and going to talk to the members of Congress. But something else that I really want to make sure that I name is that we have a Republican problem when it comes to bipartisan support for marijuana reform or support for comprehensive marijuana reform. So it's really important that people talk to all of the representatives, including Republicans, because they're not feeling the urgency, they're not feeling the heat, they're not understanding how this impacts their constituents, even though we know that there's that support for it. And I know we'll probably talk more about, the partisan aspect of all of this, but that's a huge issue.
And I think, Matt, you brought up the culture war, and I think that that's a huge part of this. It's unfortunate, but even though we know Republicans smoke weed, lots of Republicans smoke weed, lots of people who voted for Trump smoke weed, but it's become coded within the culture war as this sort of liberal left-wing thing. So even though they themselves might consume cannabis, they still use it as this code to push back on. And so I think that that's this other piece that's at play here.
And so I cover Congress. I also have this startup Substack called Ask a Poll. For this community, it's called Ask a Poll Drugs, even though I use cannabis as medicine for my 2 bulging discs in my back. But so last year I interviewed all 100 US senators on the Safer Banking Act, and there was dialogue about it. It passed out of the Senate Banking Committee. Well, this year so far, the PATH caucus, the Psychedelics caucus, has met 3 or 4 times, as Congressman Omar, Congressman Joyce, and Mast have told me just in recent weeks. The Cannabis Caucus has not had one single meeting yet in this Congress. It's just a new day on Capitol Hill. For you, what do you see in polling? What messaging resonates with and cuts across this hyper-partisan divide here in this town?
Yeah, so there's a handful of things. Number one, people think the harsh sentences are just absurd. Number one, that's popular across the board. People really think that it should be that they think that, especially marijuana, it's there, it's out there, it's now a thing, and we need to keep it safe to use. So there's a big concern about people smoking marijuana that's laced with fentanyl. That's
not a thing.
Well, think about who you say that to, because people want people to buy it from. People want people to buy it from safe sources, not from the guy on the street. And so whether or not, no, you're maybe correct, but so making it so marijuana is safe, making it so there's not harsh sentences, tax revenue. When we were the pollsters in 2012 in the Colorado ballot measure, one of the first later focus groups actually we did on that, someone did not, a handful in a room in the focus group, there were several people that said they did not know that there was a ballot measure on marijuana. They thought it was on education funding. That is how well it was, the benefits of it were defined. And that's something that we kind of need to get back to in some ways. But also, the other thing is validators. We need the validators before the other side gets them. Because especially in ballot measures, but also in legislation, when it goes down, a lot of times they have local police officers, school counselors saying how harmful this will be to children. Whether it's completely false, but they have good people, not good people, but important. I'm sure they're good people in other ways, but important people saying that. So people who people defer to, voters defer to.
I mean, so as the representative from SSDP, I want to speak to that youth part of this because you know what's really bad for children is prohibition, right? And as we see legalization, or more specifically decriminalization, move forward, young people actually consume cannabis at lesser and lesser levels. It's not just within the United States. We saw this model happening in Amsterdam a long time ago. We've now seen this reflected in states that have decriminalized. However, I do want to bring up an important cautionary tale here. When you see adult use only without full decriminalization of cannabis, we see arrest rates go up for young people. We don't see use rates go up, we see arrest rates go up. Why? Because you're putting a target on their backs. And so I think that is, and we've seen that happen right here in DC. So I think that that's something that we need to be concerned about as well. You also mentioned Path Caucus. If I can just say real quick, we're here to talk about cannabis, but when it comes to psychedelics, they've done an excellent job of pushing back against this culture war narrative. About 4 or 5 years ago, I would say that psychedelics was starting to fall into that same culture war narrative where it was starting to even get coded as more Republican in the same way that cannabis was getting coded more Democratic. We've seen excellent bipartisan leadership on this, including within the Path Caucus, and as a result of that, we're seeing a lot of great policy wins. We need to copy that model within cannabis and make sure that we can come together and show that bipartisan leadership so that we can get this stuff across the line.
So I have my own bureau on the Hill, and I sponsor, it's called the LCB, Laszlo Congressional Bureau. We have a library in the Senate Radio TV Gallery, so when all the anchors are coming down, they have to look at all these books that they've never read and just know that they are doing a bad deed for the nation by not reading and then just spewing to their followers or their millions. But on top of that, we also have fentanyl strips. That's more for the cokeheads in the press corps than for the potheads, but it's still there.
Harm reduction saves lives.
To remind my colleagues of this. How does the movement need to tweak the messaging going into the midterms? I know this new Congress was just seated, it's a year and a half out, but elections hang over everything, and the fundraising still continues on Capitol Hill, even though they have distance from it, so it seems like the midterms are already upon us.
Yeah, I think there's a couple of things. You know, the first thing that I think of is something that we learned from generally just like the backlash on drug policy reform is that we have to be better about talking about our issues. We have to be more inclusive when we talk about our issues and make it sound like actually everybody does benefit from positive drug policy reform, which is true. But what we found is that, you know, when you individualize, when you talk about, you know, for example, if you say low income, like that doesn't do as well, unfortunately, with voters, rather than saying like we need to make sure that the neediest people in society have what they need. And then not just only talking about, you know, marijuana reform or drug policy reform in the jargon that we often do on the Hill, but like actually illustrating what that means for people.
What it means to their constituents.
What it means to their constituents, like actually painting a picture of what it means. And I think oftentimes in the drug policy space, in any policy space where you have a bunch of people who are passionate and wonky, you end up talking to ourselves, right? Like we end up using the words that people are already familiar with, but just like helping people understand, helping them visualize the benefits of something and making sure that you explain it as a community benefit. An example of that, for example, and I'm going back to like broader drug policy reform, is when we talk about harm reduction. You know, we've told folks now, yes, we want to lift up harm reduction always, but that sounds very like unless you're in the drug policy space, you might not know what harm reduction means. You got to say, we need naloxone so that if people are experiencing an overdose, we can easily reverse it. We need fentanyl test strips so people can check their drugs before they consume them. We need clean needles so that people won't suffer from infectious disease. But actually, like, explaining what the policy solution will do. And I honestly just don't think we've done a really good job with that. But I think the messaging and just how we talk about it will help.
You think what we saw in Oregon, kind of winding back decriminalization, because a lot of Republicans have latched on to that narrative, did that set things back for cannabis?
I think it set things back for everybody who wants to see a freer, more open future for drugs and drug policy, right? Measure 110 in Oregon could have been our biggest ever win if there had been more of a movement behind it and behind showing what it could be, behind doing proper implementation and rollout. Unfortunately, what ended up happening is it was passed, and then not a whole lot happened after it. It didn't even get fully implemented, but it became a very convenient scapegoat for politicians who initially were progressive politicians in the area to start blaming for issues like houselessness, like mental health, that have been consistent problems in Oregon since at least the 90s, possibly before, but that's when I remember first hearing about it. Not old enough to know beyond that, but that's almost my whole lifetime, right? And so it's been a problem. It just became an easy scapegoat. But the minute they reversed that then became a foothold that makes it not only so much harder for us to pass any sort of drug decriminalization, including cannabis decriminalization, at any level, but also has made it so that the important wins, the victories that we've had over the past decade at the state level on cannabis are now under threat.
Can I just say something about Oregon, though? And absolutely true, everything that you said, but unfortunately, Oregon, there's a lot of things that happened with that. Implementation was part of it, but something else that was also true is that fentanyl finally made its way to the West Coast. So you had a lot of issues, like fentanyl finally made its way to places like Oregon, but you also had a housing crisis that was already in existence, and unfortunately, this Oregon initiative got blamed for it, even though it wasn't fully implemented. We already had the op-ed saying that it was going to fail before the law even passed. Like, they were already drafted. So it really had no chance. But we see this often happen in the drug policy space where we're scapegoated for other issues that have to do with infrastructure and divestment from social infrastructure, the things that we know make communities healthy and safe. We see that across issues, but we definitely saw it in Oregon. And I do want to say that while Oregon was hard, and I say that as, Drug Policy Alliance worked on that campaign. I did not work on it. My colleagues poured a lot of work into that. But ultimately, we did see more money go toward investment. Oregon was at the bottom of the list. I think it was 48 or 49 when it came to access to treatment. One thing that we did see out of Measure 110 is that for the first time, we had hundreds of millions of dollars actually invested in health services for people who use drugs. So, it wasn't a total loss, and definitely a place where I think we could learn a lot of tough lessons. And in fact, on the Drug Policy Alliance website, we have a really helpful fact sheet called What Happened in Oregon. I would encourage you to take a look at it because I think there are lessons we can all learn from it. Yeah.
Can I bring up one important lesson that I think too, that I think we should apply to everything, and that's the importance of community education. People simply didn't understand what Measure 110 did or what it could mean. There's a lot of misunderstandings about what decriminalization was, what was legal, what was not legal, et cetera. And there's also an element, I think, of overpromising that happens sometimes in the advocacy world, where we kind of suggest to people that all you need to do is pass this one thing, and then all of these ills that ail society will be instantly solved. And that's not how anything works. There's no miracle cure. And when we do that, it might help you get the votes to pass it on that one moment, but when everything isn't instantly solved the next day, you lose a lot of support. And I think that we're starting to face a lot of that pushback now as well.
I think I've been told to wrap it up, but I cannot wrap this up without talking about racial disparities. Racial disparities, but then also restorative justice. It seems like this is what really dislodged the debate, where you had all these Republicans supportive of safer banking, because they've all heard from their local banks. But then when Democrats are saying, no, we have to actually address the injustices that the war on drug has just wrought on most every community in the U.S. That's where the big divide was on Capitol Hill. How do we navigate that divide, especially going into the midterms, where it seems like the conversation's already been changed away from that?
And that's a really tough issue, and I think about that all the time because even the comprehensive marijuana bills that have had a lot of support in Congress, I'll name the MORE Act as being one example. That bill has passed the House twice, the Marijuana Opportunity Reinvestment and Expungement Act. It does a lot, including deschedules marijuana, decriminalizes it, reinvests in communities that have been harmed by the war on drugs. But we've struggled with Republican support on that bill. That's a largely democratically supported bill. In fact, our one Republican, who I'm very ashamed to say supported it, Matt Gaetz, the piece that he pointed out was the reinvestment piece. He didn't believe in that piece of it. But it's a larger issue in this country. I mean, this is a country that doesn't acknowledge U.S. slavery, that never paid reparations for U.S. slavery, that doesn't know its own history. There's lots of horrible things that have happened in this country that we don't recognize, and we haven't actually paid restitution for those things, especially when it comes to minority groups, Black, Brown, Indigenous. And that's a huge deal, and I think that's a huge factor because we're not going to accept marijuana reform that does not include reparative justice because it's just, but also because I know Congress isn't going to go back for it. They never go back for it. They promise and say that they will, and they never do. They move on. So we need to be part of it, front and center, or it's not going to happen. But how do you do that in a country like this, especially now when there's an attack on education, when there's an attack on racial justice, where they're banning books that teach people more about their history? How do we get past that? I don't know. It's hard. It's a cultural issue. It's a problem with this country, largely, right? It's a countrywide problem.
The war on drugs is racist. I mean, that's just a simple fact. It was set up to be racist. It was specifically go read the history. That is the goal of the war on drugs. That is what we've seen in terms of implementation. But that is a difficult conversation to have with folks, and I don't think it's a very popular one. I do think that anything that we can do to move us towards a more legal environment where fewer people are getting arrested, period, is going to start some of that reparations. But I also think that if you're going to talk about restorative justice, there is one piece that I think that you do have a lot more bipartisan support on, which is specifically that people should not be in prison for cannabis crimes in places where that same thing is now legal. There should be no one in a jail cell next to a dispensary, and everyone can agree on that one.
And I'll add, so what y'all are saying is very backed up in the polling. We did a poll, this is 2 years ago now, but I'm sure it's still the same. We asked whether you think marijuana is a criminal justice issue, and there was majority support across the spectrum. Democrats, Republicans, Independents agreed with it. When we asked whether marijuana legalization is a racial justice issue, it had 3% support among Republicans. I don't know, and it had majority support among Democrats. I don't know how to bridge that. I'm not I don't have the answer to that. I would say, for instance, we heard a quiet amount during the last election that of people voting for Trump because of the First Step Act. There are votes for Republicans to get on this. And that needs to make clear, and I'm a Democratic pollster, so I don't hope Republicans win elections, but there are votes for them to get on this, on a lot of these issues that are popular, not necessarily among their base, but will reach the other side.
It's the First Step Act, and it's also the fact that Trump pardoned a lot of people who were in prison for drug crimes.
Yes.
And a lot of people are very happy about that. And
Yeah.
a lot of people support Trump for that reason.
It's absolutely, and people saw the opposite with some of Kamala Harris's earlier policies, or their perception of them at least.
Do we have time for questions? I think if anyone has a question, otherwise, yes, ma'am?
They want to be able to hear it back home.
My name is Lakeisha Ashley. I'm actually a social worker and a student of medical cannabis science and therapeutics at the University of Maryland. My question is, after listening to everyone's discussion and kind of tying it all together in my head from a clinical health disparities, also a social disparities aspect. Do you guys believe that there will ever be this connection where identifying that some of the social injustices or social issues then cause the health aspect where we do need cannabis? So in your pollings of what you're studying, do you ever believe that maybe the ballots need to frame question works around health disparities versus the criminal? Am I making sense? Because if we're utilizing cannabis in any kind of methods, right? So we're having health disparities, creating those social, economic kind of injustices.
Any thoughts on that? And like one thing we're seeing with the Path Caucus and psychedelics, they're purely focused on veterans and PTSD. And they're just keeping it focused right there has, made it very palatable to Republicans.
Yeah, so I'll start one time I was presenting to a group of backers on a ballot measure in a very conservative state, and they were trying to legalize medical marijuana, and someone asked, "Who is the base for this?" And I just said, "Go find some random person on the street, and they're going to support medical marijuana legalization. They're your base. Everyone supports it. It's popular across the board." And we actually find in a lot of issues, like things like on gun safety, on a wide variety of issues, that healthcare is a great framing for this. It also goes back to what I was saying earlier about having good validators and about having defining it in the right way. Because that's absolutely a way to like, yes, veteran advocacy groups have been very helpful in a lot of places where we've moved forward on these policies on psychedelics and on marijuana.
I think also let's not forget our history, right? Like this movement, the whole cannabis legalization movement, I think what first started, some of my first things that really influenced my view on this was seeing AIDS patients getting dragged out by DEA, end of life, they couldn't walk and they were getting dragged out. And I think that influenced a lot of people. And then this dispensaries started to proliferate. People started to see, oh, my neighbor, boss, cousin, whomever, who I know has been suffering with this health issue, is being able to be helped by cannabis. And that is what has made cannabis so overwhelmingly popular, right? And so I think that that's always been at its core. I think that, yes, it's not a snake oil. It's not going to fix everything for everyone. And we need to be careful not to overpromise that, but it's a medicine and it does help people.
Hey, what are you talking about? Go to your local dispensary. They can heal everything.
To add to, just to piggyback on that briefly, I know we don't have that much time, but like if you don't know if you followed Nebraska's medical marijuana legalization, it's a very inspiring story about this mother who had a child who had an epilepsy, and and if you look at her, she gives off big mom vibes, and she has her son has an epilepsy, and the first time the state Supreme Court, there's also wish we could have talked about this, there's a big attack nationwide on ballot measures in part to defeat marijuana on legalization, but the first time they said it violated the single subject law. The state Supreme Court said that. Second time, it didn't have the signatures. Just this last year, they passed it, and it was because the face of it was this mother with a child with epilepsy who's 12 years old or so, around that. So, like I said about the validator.
Charlotte's Web, right? That little girl was 3 years old, and she was having multiple seizures a day.
Yeah, I was just going to add that our polling before the election and after the election shows that there is a lot of bipartisan support when you frame drug policy reform from a public health lens. Like, people really respond to public health. And the three best validators from that framing are parents, law enforcement, and doctors. So good point.
We found nurses, but yeah, same, yeah.
Yeah, public health professionals
Yeah.
generally, doctors, nurses, that sort of profession.
One more question, or no, we're cut off. Feel free to talk to us afterwards, and I'm sure we're all very online, so track us down.
Yeah. I'm going to make a quick shout out. Go to the SSDP booth. We have an action alert. You can just scan it with your QR code. Send your legislators a letter telling them that we need them to act on cannabis. Please go do that now. It'll take you a minute.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much to our panelists. If you all can hang tight for just 1 second, we're going to be bringing up the next panel, which is descheduling versus rescheduling, why language matters.
Can you all hear me? Oh, it is on. Great. Well, this is going to be fun because I feel like a toddler. I can't actually touch the floor. So if this is strange, I apologize. I'm Natalie Ferdig. I'm a policy reporter at Politico. I've been covering cannabis for the last 6 years. Excited to do this panel on descheduling and rescheduling. We're going to just get started by everybody introducing yourselves and just for like a really quick little like icebreaker, tell us one thing that about rescheduling or descheduling that you think people don't know or don't think about, or like your favorite fact about it. Whoever thinks they have one, start.
Okay, I'll go ahead. Hi folks, my name is Kat Packer. I'm the Director of Drug Markets and Legal Regulation for the Drug Policy Alliance. I am also a founding board member of the Cannabis Regulators of Color Coalition. Previously served as the first executive director for the City of Los Angeles' Department of Cannabis Regulation. And I spent a lot of time over the course of the last 2 years focused on the federal effort to reschedule marijuana. One of the things that I identified in my analysis over the past 2 years and that we've continued to raise, there is currently a provision in the Controlled Substances Act that prevents ONDCP, the Office of National Drug Control Policy, from studying the legalization of any Schedule I substance. This provision also requires the director of ONDCP to oppose the legalization of any Schedule I substance. And so one of the things that we've tried to raise throughout the process is that if marijuana is in fact rescheduled at all, this particular prohibition would no longer be in effect. But we've also been working with different policymakers to try and introduce legislation that can address this as well. But just to note, we're living in a space where we literally can't even study the impacts of legalization that have happened thus far. And we know that there are most states at this point that have passed medical cannabis policies, adult use cannabis policies that the federal government would benefit from learning from to try and prepare for what federal legalization and regulation can look like. But we're not even at that point yet.
I can go, yeah. I'm Greg Glod. I'm the Criminal Justice Reform Fellow for Americans for Prosperity. I also co-host a podcast called The War on Drugs. So it's on any network that you get your podcast from, so please check that out. We talk a lot about these issues, and including descheduling and rescheduling some of the things. One of the things I talked about on that podcast was something I find crazy, that if you're in the VA, you're a veteran, and you go to your VA doctor, and you want a diagnosis of PTSD just to tell your state physician to make a recommendation for you to get a medical card, they are not allowed to do that. And that's crazy to me, and we can talk about that and a couple of the other kind of crazy things that the current scheduling process works and how we can move forward. So excited to talk about it. Thanks.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Blanks. I'm a senior fellow in criminal justice at the Foundation for Research on Equal Opportunity. It's a small think tank trying to apply market-based solutions to people at or below median income. I worked for 12 years at the Cato Institute, where I was a legal associate in criminal justice. From most of my work now actually deals with local issues, and I'm dealing a lot with policing. But one of the things that I think is overlooked in keeping marijuana as a Schedule I drug is that it infringes on other rights that we have in the Constitution, particularly for people with the right of center, the right to bear arms. Every time you try to get a gun in this country, you say you cannot be dependent on a foreign substance, or not on a controlled substance. And getting rid of that rule would actually help, particularly American veterans who are more likely to have firearms than a lot of other Americans, to enjoy the freedoms that most of us have.
All right, so I think everyone kind of knows where we're at with rescheduling and descheduling, right? Yes. Okay, cool. I'm getting more nods than head shakes. So obviously, rescheduling is something that's going to have to happen through the presidential process. We're currently just like on pause at the DEA. Descheduling would be something that would go through Congress, and there's a couple proposals that we'll talk about on this panel. But real quick, could you guys tell me which one over the next 2 years, because we've got a 2-year Congress, do you think is more likely to see more movement on either rescheduling or descheduling, and why? Start with you in the middle, because we started with Kat last time.
Yeah, we'll go. I think descheduling will have more momentum and possibility. I think anything going through the rulemaking process right now with the DEA, with the current head, the new head, I just don't see it happening at all. And so I think the only way that we're going to see some movement here is through congressional action. And so there was some bills that dropped recently. We don't have to get details, but one of them States 2.0 Act, and there's a couple other provisions that would kind of do a lot of these things and make cannabis be regulated similarly to like how alcohol is now. And so that's kind of the way I could see momentum playing, because I just don't think the administrative process, there's so many places that you can stall, delay, stop it, and we don't necessarily have agencies. This is not political, because they weren't really they weren't really excited to do it before in the previous administration. So it's not a Republican or Democrat thing. It's just a bad agency thing, and they don't want to do this. And so when you have people that don't want to do something and they work in the government, they are not going to do it. So let's just call it what it is. And so yeah, I'll pause there.
I don't want to really speak to likelihood. I don't spend a lot of time on the Hill or at the White House, but I will say that I think descheduling is the more preferred approach as opposed to rescheduling. It opens up a box of worms.
What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. Before former President Biden left office, there was something on one of his websites that said that he had actually accomplished rescheduling. And so I was like, what? No, we're not quite there yet. I kind of share the same sentiment that if the DEA is kind of acting business as usual, whether it's this administration or another, I don't expect rescheduling to happen. I have not seen anything to date in the rescheduling process that suggests that the DEA is actually supportive of moving marijuana out of Schedule I. That being said, I think that Trump kind of operates off of vibes.
And I think that we're seeing a lot of the infrastructure in our country being torn apart, and some of the things that the administration, many of the things that the administration is doing is read by many constituencies as unpopular. And I can see this process being politicized, like drug policy and cannabis policy has always been politicized in this country. And with midterms coming up, I have to keep some type of kind of vibe factor in the air that we could see reform happen. I think my concern is that reform, even rescheduling under a Trump administration, may not look like even what proponents of rescheduling are asking for.
Yeah, and let's hang out on rescheduling for a couple more questions before we move to Congress. We were having a fun chat in the back room about all of these different players you've got in the Trump administration. We have the president himself coming out in support of Florida's ballot initiative, saying he wants to move some or would support some of the legislation that is being considered on Capitol Hill. You've got Pam Bondi, who sort of, we're not sure completely, like exactly where she's at, but it's not the super opposed position that we saw from past attorneys general in the Trump administration. And then you've got the current DEA head who's very opposed. So when you guys are looking at this outlook, how do you think those things interact with each other and play out with each other?
I think it basically boils down to who's the last person in the room with Trump. With pretty much any policy, he wants to be popular, he wants to be liked, he wants to have people fawn over him. So if you can convince him, because his numbers are tanking and everything's going bad for him, that this is going to be like, oh, well, you can get some play with, whatever constituency, and it's like, oh, I'm happy to do that, it's popular, he can do it. Unfortunately, what it's also probably going to come along with is, if you see his anti-DEI, obsession, any local organizations that are trying to say, okay, we're trying to make it up for the communities and making sure we have black businesses that are starting these marijuana dispensaries, he's going to work against that and may try to kill that.
Either of you guys have any other thoughts? I think, to me, one of the interesting things, at least that we've talked about on my team and that I've spoken to different experts about, is it's really going to take Trump showing up and saying you must do this, otherwise there's not going to be motivation, and sort of that tension that you always see between the DEA and the DOJ. The DEA is part of the DOJ, but also they like to exert their own sort of leadership and power. It's not a situation where Bondi can maybe come in and twist an arm. It's a situation where the president is going to have to come in and twist an arm, and how do you get President Trump to that point? Also on rescheduling, let's talk a little bit about impact in case this happens, because I think there are interesting conversations to have with that. Veterans, I know, is something that a lot of you guys know about. They exist in a strange space with the fact that their VA, their health care is directly regulated by the federal government. How would rescheduling impact the ability of veterans to access medical, or would it? What would it actually do? Let's start with you.
Yeah, I can touch on a couple things with it. Jonathan, I know this is an area that you've touched on as well. I think overall it would be a net improvement. I think there's a lot of things that the VA could begin to do. We were talking about research before. They can make more recommendations potentially. There could be different rulemaking. They are, as much as I want to, I think there are criticisms I can get to them, but they are very limited. It is a Schedule I drug, and they are a federal agency. What are they going to do? There's a lot of things. They can't just be like, hey, we get this federal one. You were saying this is bad as heroin, but we're also going to, recommend it and treat it as any other, right? They're very rigid and scheduled. That's very difficult to do if you're a government agency. But there are things that they have done, and if you go to their website and kind of the discretionary items that the VA has done, it shows that there may be some reticence to continually, even if there are some of those roadblocks taken down, to do that. If you read their website, they have a report on the use of cannabis treating PTSD, even though I think almost every state or 39 states have it explicitly mentioned within, a diagnosis that you can have to help treat this. They still say it's not recommended. They don't have to do that. They do that. So, there are those types of things. But I do think it's going to be overall, a net positive. I think there's going to be a little less hesitance. You can talk to your VA doctor about cannabis use, but Obviously, I think a lot of veterans are probably pretty apprehensive to do that. It's not supposed to have a negative impact on your overall mapping, but I guarantee you if you have a VA doctor that potentially do that, maybe they won't diagnose, maybe they won't prescribe you something, or it could impact you negatively. So unsurprisingly, a lot of veterans are very nervous to go to the VA to talk about that, even if they are using cannabis. A lot of them say no, and they are. So that's a problem when you want to go to these agencies and they can do that. The FDA doesn't have a thing that's prescribed or approved, FDA approved, and they're only going to prescribe FDA approved things. So if the FDA doesn't really want to do this, then that's not going to happen. If the product line that the FDA approves is only minimal and it's only having a small amount of products that aren't working for you, you'll want to continue to do the thing that's working for you at your state license, whatever retailer. And so there's so many problems that still come with that rescheduling, particularly when you're talking about healthcare going through just a government vertical, that I think is going to cause a lot of problems, but could open up a few things, but definitely not a North Star, I would say.
One thing I would hope that would happen would be, and people on the Hill, I would defer to see whether that would be possible, but if Trump leads on this and he says, okay, we're going to do this, will Congress then follow up with proper regulations or something to try and guide them a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, I don't necessarily see that happening in the short term, and I think part of the challenge is that we've kind of done ourselves a disservice over the course of the past 2 years with the rescheduling process because there's been so much misinformation. The last panel was just kind of talking about the challenges of overpromising with this rescheduling process, and as Greg just mentioned, there's a difference between if marijuana were to be rescheduled, the federal government would recognize for the first time that marijuana has a currently accepted medical use, but there is a big distinction between something having a currently accepted medical use and FDA approval, and rescheduling does not get us to FDA approval. And so doctors are not going to be able to quote unquote prescribe cannabis to veterans or any other types of patients. And so the implications for everyday Americans related to rescheduling are actually very limited. The same cannabis that you're consuming today will remain illegal. Patients, consumers, small businesses, the state medical and adult use programs that these patients, consumers, and small businesses rely on, they will continue to be illegal under federal law. And the reality also is that if this rescheduling process moves through, there's still going to be a rulemaking that has to happen along with the rescheduling, and that means that there are going to be additional regulations. And what I try to remind folks, this is one of the first things that's in the proposed rule to reschedule marijuana, but it essentially says that if marijuana is rescheduled, the regulations that are applicable to Schedule 3 will apply, plus any additional controls that are necessary to implement the international treaties, plus any additional controls that the DEA says is necessary. And so what folks should interpret this to mean is that the DEA still has regulatory power and rulemaking power even if marijuana were to be rescheduled. And because we know that they actually aren't supportive of moving marijuana out of Schedule 1, I could see us being in a process where marijuana is moved to Schedule 3 essentially on paper, but then through the rulemaking process itself, marijuana is treated almost just like a Schedule 1 substance, and so we don't actually get the practical benefit of some of what we are assuming are going to be some of the positive consequences of rescheduling marijuana. And we've seen this, for example, I know we might transition into congressional legislation, but we've seen this, for example, where Republicans have introduced legislation that would claw back the benefit of 280E parity, tax parity, for businesses in the industry, even if marijuana were to be moved to Schedule 3. Folks who were talking about home rule in D.C. Here earlier were talking about how there's a potential for D.C. to have a pathway towards allowing for a legal and regulated market if the rider is lifted, because the rider is specifically applicable to Schedule 1 substances. But again, we could see that rider be amended to apply to Schedule 3 substances. And so that's part of the reason why I think it's critically important that we continue to remind folks that rescheduling is not enough. Descheduling is the actual solution that we need, because if we continue to kind of pull around at the margins, we can just see folks amend the Harris Rider or use regulations to continue to put in rules that are going to be just as prohibitionary as Schedule 1 itself. And so I don't want to see us make the same mistake or do the same thing. Natalie asked me before we came on stage, she said, is there anything that you want to say or anything you want to ask? I said, I'll just say whatever I want to say. I was
just about to ask you, so you should just go for it.
I don't need you to ask me any questions. I'll just get up here and say what I want to say. But part of what I want to say is that I hope that we learned something in this past 2.5 years or however long we've been going through this rescheduling process, because what we saw is, one, when people actually participated in the public comment process, like the people support descheduling. That was very clear. Drug Policy Alliance did some early analysis of the public comments that were submitted, over 43 public comments that were submitted. Over 70%, or about approximately 70% of those comments supported descheduling. So steps beyond what the federal government was even offering through this particular rescheduling process. But I feel as though, in part because we had large businesses who were lobbying and trying to kind of drown out other voices in the conversation that would not reap the benefit from this, we heard a lot of folks suggest that this was going to be like majorly impactful. And someone who served as a regulator before, I was frustrated that many states' attorney generals and regulatory offices across the country, they were cheering rescheduling. And I would sit down with regulators and say, rescheduling is not going to help your market. Rescheduling is not going to be the solution that you want it to be. And then because cannabis got politicized, because we were in an election cycle, guess what happened? We actually had 2 presidential candidates who were talking about descheduling. And the people were talking about descheduling, but we had a cannabis community that was talking about rescheduling. We kind of shot ourselves in the foot. The political process got ahead of us when then we actually had candidates that were talking about descheduling, and I was like, where are we at? We all the way back here still talking about rescheduling, right? And so I just hope that as this conversation moves forward, we can be honest about what the implications are and what the types of reforms that we actually are going to need, because we know that this process is going to continue to be politicized. What we need to be able to do is to go back into our communities and say very honestly, what is this going to mean? And I do not trust the administrations or politicians to do it for us. And so I think it's critically important for advocates to understand what these implications are and continue to do that work.
I do think it is really interesting. It's something that, as a reporter, everyone comes up and asks me about rescheduling, and I sort of felt the same thing, where it's an incredibly fascinating thing. It will be historic, because like if it happens, like a president put a process into place to move marijuana to a different category in the Controlled Substances Act, right? That would be a big historic thing, but the functional impact of that is incredibly different from descheduling. So I feel like rescheduling is sort of more of an emotional win in some ways, especially if some of the bills that you've talked about that would change the impact of it on 280E or on DC Home Rule actually were to go into effect. And then I think maybe because of Congress is Congress. It takes a really long time for anything to happen in the United States Congress. It's not just cannabis. You see, I see your hand. Keep your question. We'll come back to them at the end. Hold on to it in your head. Talking to folks a lot of the time, someone related cannabis to gun legislation, not like the actual bill, but it took more than 10 years from when they introduced that gun legislation after Sandy Hook for it to actually pass. Things take a really long time in Congress to pass. And you've sort of seen descheduling legislation go through many different cycles now. And what we've got now in the Republican-led Congress is the States Act, but a new version of it that actually does more than the Cory Gardner version. So let's transition and talk a little bit about that bill, how it's different from rescheduling, what it would do that's different, and then also what the outlook of it is. Because I think at the beginning of this panel, you all mentioned that you thought descheduling had a little bit more legs, actually, sort of surprisingly. So Yeah, Greg.
Yeah, no, I can do some brushstrokes. It was just introduced last week, but it's been introduced prior, and they're, like you said, changed. It's even called 2.0, so it's a whole new version. It's very.
I'm like a fan of the 2.0 rather than just adding R on the end.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Some stupid acronym that it is anyway. Yeah, I think this one is too. Yeah, it's even statier than it was before.
Is states are safer?
Yeah. So, 5 minutes remaining. Yeah, it's a bill. David Joyce, Congressman. Essentially, what it does is treats cannabis like alcohol. Puts it under ATF. It would be alcohol, tobacco, firearms, cannabis, or whatever else. You can do CADF. You can do a lot of cool acronyms with that. With the C, cannabis really helps create a word with that. So you can do alcohol, tobacco, firearms. CAT. That's great. So actually, things pass because of stupid stuff like that. So maybe it'll help. And so treat it like that. And so states can decide. So if a state still wants to not have it, there's language in the bill to say we will still help provide federal resources to enforce those laws. But if a state wants to do that, we are not going to be the burden or the prohibitor of that. We are going to allow this to happen. It'll allow for more interstate commerce to happen. So much of this problems that we see in a lot of states is overgrowth of cannabis, and they can't move it out anywhere, and so they can only have to keep it in state. Particularly a lot of states that legalized early and got these huge farms in Oregon and Denver, and now they're being taken over by bad actors and things like that, and so that's not a good thing. And so we need to make sure that that's not happening. So this would allow states to do what they're doing. It would just create a market for it. It would allow for things to go to a regulatory market, regulatory aspect at the federal level, and come back down, just exactly like you go into a liquor store. You don't get a bottle of liquor or a bottle of wine and be like, I wonder what adulterants are in here. But if you do buy cannabis, even at not even just at a BS gas station, at a regular place, you can see the studies. There are adulterants in there. There are artificial cannabinoids, all these bad things, and it's because of prohibition. And States 2.0 would help kind of create that type of safe regulatory market that will allow all the things that we want to see to happen. Because until we get a safe product that people can get behind on both sides, we're going to continue to kind of see a lot of the pushback and failures and the prohibition that we're going to continue to see. So that's what that does. I know we're running out of time, so I'll be quick with it. Yeah.
Well,
if anyone else has comments, yeah.
Quick follow-up question for Kat. On Capitol Hill, what needs to happen for that bill to move?
I mean, I think that this is another one of these things where I really just haven't seen a lot of leadership from the Republican Party on wanting to get involved in cannabis policy. I think Joyce is one of the exceptions to the rule, right? And we actually have a really good working relationship with that office. But this is another one of these things where I think that it's going to take Trump himself to actually give directive to his party to take action. But as a note on states, I just want to acknowledge that States 2.0 is not a descheduling bill. It would not deschedule cannabis. It essentially creates an exception to the CSA for states that have passed these policies. I think the concern that I have about that is that there could still be folks being subject to criminal penalties for activities that they engage in at the state level. So for example, I just recently moved back to Ohio. The legislature is trying to do some wild things in Ohio, particularly trying to do things like criminalizing sharing cannabis between adults. So literally, if I were to pass you a gummy, I would be a criminal. And if that particular policy were to pass in Ohio under a States 2.0 situation, I could still be subject to federal criminal penalty for passing someone a gummy. Now, that's in a state that has legalized cannabis. There are still, I want to say, 26 states in the U.S. that do not have adult use legalization policies, and so we would not be creating a solution for those communities as well. And I think that the States 2.0 in particular is going to have limited implications, right, for the South. And my concern, particularly as a black woman, is that most black people live in the South and in states that continue to criminalize cannabis, in places like D.C., in places like Georgia, and Mississippi, and Texas. And we're also seeing in these places where like unregulated hemp is making its surgence. And so I'm concerned about who we could be leaving behind. And at the same time, I recognize that the reform space is also so desperate to make some type of progress and to also try and lock in progress that's been made. That's part of the reason why we have some of these bills. But I think we've got to get more Republicans, as it was acknowledged on the previous panel, to recognize that this is an issue that they should care about, that impacts their constituencies, and that we actually shouldn't be looking at this as a partisan issue.
Yeah, and I'll just mention, particularly in Ohio, as you were talking about, and why State 2.0 doesn't solve every problem. It doesn't get into some of the enforcement stuff with like driving while intoxicated with cannabis, and we all know, like, it's fat soluble, it's not water soluble, so you can't test it that way. You could have an amount in you. Pretty much everyone in a lot of states would just be illegally driving at all times of their life if they use legally as they are. And so you get into a car accident, you get anything else, you're effed, like it's over for you. So like they're trying to put levels and measurements on, and State 2.0 doesn't touch anything on like the driving. So you can see in these places where you don't have, you know, those types of mechanisms where law enforcement, local, state can still do these types of things to create a prohibition type of level, even if it's not in name only.
I think we've got time for like one or two questions. I know you had one back there, sir. Mic coming towards you.
Thank you. Ms. Packer, following up on your comments, how would you characterize the attitude at DEA after rescheduling? To what extent do you think DEA would feel suddenly empowered now at last to have a clear mandate to go forward to get back into the cannabis space? I mean, they've been emasculated by the Rohrabacher Farr amendments since 2014. They've not been involved in cannabis. So that with a rescheduling, with it being Schedule 3, there's clear DEA authority to regulate the entire industry. Every business that now is state legal would have to get a registration with DEA and be subject to DEA audit and DEA licensure in the first place. So I'm interested in your sense about sort of what the real consequences are for a re-energized DEA in the cannabis space with rescheduling.
Yeah, I think that's, thank you for the question, and important to note, you know, if you are dealing with a controlled substance, it's essentially, you're dealing with the DEA. Like the DEA is the enforcer of the Controlled Substances Act, and it's right, you will have to register with them if you're going to try and engage with one of these substances, but I don't imagine, you know, the cannabis industry that exists today actually registering with the DEA, right? Because that's like signing yourself up for that enforcement. But I do think that there could be these adverse enforcement consequences, in part because we would be drawing kind of a circle around what we consider to be legal, right? And I think that there are some folks in the industry that want that, like, to be frank, like they're, you know, once folks get their license, they're like, we need to crack down on the unlicensed market, on the legacy market. And I could see a situation happening where we get some type of federal framework in place, and you know, this kind of worst case scenario, there are high barriers to entry. Only a certain number of people get licenses, and then the DEA says, all right, those are the good actors, and now we want to go after the bad actors, right? And we know who is going to be more likely to be able to navigate those barriers and who won't. The reality also is that, particularly if marijuana is rescheduled, right now, DEA is kind of the sole enforcement agency. If marijuana is rescheduled, we're actually going to be dealing with a situation where enforcement is going to be shared between the DEA and the FDA. And so I've heard folks be like, well, why would we see increased enforcement post-reform? And it's just like, have you been paying attention to what happens in the states? It's just, you know, essentially targeted enforcement on folks who don't have licenses and who aren't meeting that new standard. And again, knowing that the DEA has this additional rule-making authority, and the fact that they didn't allude to or even share in any of those rules in the proposed rule itself, you know, don't blame me for not trusting the DEA.
And if you want to keep your license, you sell these 5 products from, you know, Cannabis, the new pharma company that, yeah, it's going to be a commercial with dancing people, and they're going to be, all the side effects being listed, and like, that'll be all you can get. And I think that's a really big concern for a lot of folks. Yeah.
Are there any other questions out there? Yeah.
Hi, I just had a two-part question now that you actually answered one of them. With all of the infrastructures falling down and we're trying to rebuild and everything, which part of our fight, right, education, advocacy, healthcare, whichever, do you feel will actually like stand a chance in this fight when it comes down to deregulation or any of that? And so the second part is, as we are seeing that we're trying to get regulations and everything together for our veterans, we also know that just the dynamic, right, of a veteran kind of represents what we're going through and seeing in our inner city societies, right, as far as mental health status, health disparities, things like that. They are kind of representative of our lower income populations. What standards or where do you see with the research being done or with using veterans as the first stepping stone to changing laws, where do you see these things will happen for our Medicaid and Medicare clients? Because we're going through the same things for those folks as well.
Yeah, I'll answer the first part of your question, and then I'd be curious for other folks' thoughts on the second part. Because at the federal level we're seeing so much torn down, I do think that the solutions are going to be local. This is actually an amazing time and opportunity to reinvest and refocus on what's happening at the state and local level. And I know that there are state and local cannabis regulators who are very serious and committed to trying to ensure that their markets are fair and equitable and that folks are safe. And even if we're talking about some type of future federal framework, I think that there's a lot of opportunity to protect what's already been built, but also in states where things may have just started to put that infrastructure in place. But it's also going to be important for folks to stand together because just like we're seeing the administration attack colleges and universities, I think that there's a longer list. And I have concern about what it might look like if the Trump administration turns their attention in an adverse way, for example, to cannabis equity programs, et cetera. And then I'll pass it over to...
Yeah, I mean, just following up on that, it really is, I don't think, as much as Project 2025 seems to be like a wish list of what the administration wants to do, there isn't a cogent plan that they're trying to do. And so it's really up to individual communities to fight back in the best way that they can and find whatever you can do within your specific area that you can fight back with, because I don't trust this government, and And you know, I think waiting for Washington or even our state legislatures to say this is not going to work.
We're also in an interesting moment right now, like you're saying, where with Republicans in charge of Congress and then with the steps that the Trump administration is doing, there is a really interesting opportunity or window for states to take chances, I think is what I'm hearing from you guys.
Yeah, and like, I mean, a good example, Kentucky on ibogaine, which is a plant-based medicine that's been used to help with heroin and mental health issues as well. That was led a lot in part by Dave Cameron, who was the AG at the time, a Republican AG, and Dakota Myers, who was a Medal of Honor recipient, one of the only living Medal of Honor recipients, ever. And so they led the charge to actually create funding to have research done on ibogaine and create Kentucky as like the gold standard of research into that. Some things have happened, but that was led by veterans and by conservatives at the state level. So I think to that extent, I think there is a lot of opportunities there, and a lot of veterans groups are leading in this area right now. I think there's a bunch out there right now, and so they have been terrific. So yeah.
Great. Well, I think we are.
Can I?
Well, just let me make sure I'm allowed to take more questions. Is that cool? One more. Okay.
I'm going to leave it with. This goes directly to the idea that states could be the place. And I know that DC isn't a state, but yesterday or Friday, a state legal dispensary received a letter from the U.S. Attorney suggesting that the U.S. Attorney had an interest in what is typically considered to be a very local issue, the siting, right? Time, place, location. Is well adjudicated across the country. And I'm also involved with the Psychedelic Bar Association, which has been warning, not me, but other people in it for many years, that the psychedelic equivalent protection that cannabis had in the Cole memo, and that was sort of tacitly approved by Jeff Sessions, that all bets are off, and that this may suggest a shot across the bow with respect to coming after state legal and cannabis in DC. I'll leave it as thought to be constitutionally protected, unlike some of the state rulings. So I'm going to be interested to see if this signifies some kind of shift in federal state.
What I'll note is that, we don't have that memo anymore. That memo was rescinded by Jeff Sessions during Trump's first administration. President Biden administrations promised another Cole memo. We never got it. And so we're kind of left out here without any guidance or understanding of exactly what the federal government's enforcement priorities are. We could see a worse Cole memo, one that's, more narrow, and maybe do things like intentionally exclude places like DC, or have ramifications that say you can't have things like equity programs. I mean, we could see anything with a new Cole memo, but I think that we should be pushing this administration to take administrative and executive actions to protect what states and local jurisdictions have built. I don't necessarily know that we'll be successful in that effort, but we have to make those demands regardless. And so the Drug Policy Alliance ended up drafting an executive order at the end of last year. This was for the Biden-Harris administration. But the reality is that this executive order that we drafted listed 30 different executive actions that an administration, any president, could take to lessen and mitigate the harms of criminalization. I would encourage folks to look at it. It's probably not written for Trump administration. It would need to be edited. But that being said, I think that we should be pushing these types of things, and I appreciate you raising this because we don't know. We literally don't know, but the signals that we're getting thus far, these early signals that we're getting, are concerning.
I also say, from a reporting standpoint, one of the things, 2 notes, and sorry I'm going to be harsh here, is that you cannot apply states' rights to DC because it's a different can of worms. And when the Republican administration is talking about states' rights and a lot of the stuff that they're doing with deconstructing the federal government, trying to send things back to the states, they're not talking about DC in that way because there's a different dynamic right now playing out between the District of Columbia and the Trump administration that has years of history between the mayor and the president, and there's a lot going on there, and you have to sort of view the cannabis things through that lens separately from the lens of, hey, the federal administration is, deconstructing federal agencies and sending things back to the states. And I think that, but also, DC is protected under the Rohrabacher-Farr Amendment, and that's Congress, and Congress has already done that, and so they can't really change that.
Now, I work for a 501c3, so I can't tell you what to do, but if you don't live in D.C., I'm just letting you know that the acting U.S. attorney for D.C. Is up for confirmation, so take that information with what you will.
And also, I'm still reporting this, so I can't say a lot, but the Trump administration is doing stuff on psychedelics policy.
Actually, a much easier area than it is cannabis because it hasn't been bastardized for 40 years. Yeah, there just wasn't anything going on, and now it's moving. Yeah, it's a lot
Everything
easier.
that I'm hearing is that they're way more into it, but still working and reporting that out. Anyway, I think we got to be done. We've taken a lot of time. Thank you guys so much for having us.
you. It was great seeing you guys. Stick around for happy hour if you can. Rooftop. All right, everybody.
Good afternoon. Hello, can you hear me now? Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for staying with us today. My name is Chris Mihalakis. I am the Senior Federal Legislative Representative for the UFCW International Union, which is a fancy way of saying I'm a lobbyist. But I'm a lobbyist for cannabis workers, which if you would have told college me that's what I would be doing with my life, I would have been very, very excited about that. And adult me too, because it's an industry that needs representation and has very specific issues. So I wanted our panelists all to introduce themselves, and while you guys are introducing yourselves, please feel free to take a moment and mention how your work intersects with the development of small businesses and what challenges from your perspective you think small businesses are facing.
Okay. Yep. Thanks, Chris. I'm Jeff Lawrence. I'm the research director at Reason Foundation. Reason Foundation is a libertarian think tank. We cover a wide range of issues, but drug policy is kind of near and dear to my heart because I have been, prior to getting involved in the policy space, I was the CFO for a number of cannabis companies, almost all of which were small businesses and startups. And so this is a topic that I find really interesting. And for us, empowering small businesses mainly looks like eliminating the barriers to entry that almost all states have imposed. So most states have enshrined their market to a limited number of companies by saying we're only going to issue a certain number of licenses, 8, 10, 100, whatever. And the people who lobby to get those laws passed or pay to get them put on the ballot insert those kind of provisions so that they can later capture the market for themselves and prevent any new competition from coming into that state. Another way that they do that is by imposing license fees that almost no one can pay for, right? So, and famously in Connecticut, they offered a social equity license for cultivators that cost $3 million a year just for the paper to open the business. Well, who can do that, right? So, these are kind of the things that people who advocate on behalf of legalization at the state level often do in order to protect a fiefdom for themselves down the line.
Hey everyone, my name is Shakia Scott, and I wear a number of different hats in this industry, or have, and that directly intersect with cannabis businesses as small businesses. So currently, I am the Senior Cannabis Industry Manager for the City of Boston and the Mayor's Office of Economic Opportunity and Inclusion, which also houses our small business development team. And previously, I was the inaugural director for the Massachusetts Cannabis Control Commission, Director of Equity. So I was the first person in the nation to actually develop and then oversee a statewide social equity program specifically for our small businesses around the state, and also our big businesses, because not all equity businesses are small businesses. And I also sit as the vice chair on the Cannabis Regulators of Color Coalition, and we are all around the nation, and many of us in the audience today representing for our businesses around the country and internationally. Mostly I oversee economic development, putting direct resources into these businesses, identifying what qualifies a small business as a small business, and then identifying that cannabis businesses are small businesses. And I think that's a language thing, that we tend to silo cannabis businesses into this industry that's somehow different than small businesses. But cannabis businesses are small businesses, and once we recognize that, we'll start dealing with them as small businesses as opposed to this just industry specific thing that nobody's ever done before.
Hey everybody, my name is Isak Ali, and I'm here representing the Equity Trade Network out of California. I'm just going to share a little bit about my background. I've been working in cannabis for about 8 years, and I actually started in big corporate cannabis. I was an early employee at the first VC-backed cannabis tech company in San Francisco called Ease. We were the largest delivery platform in California. During my time there, I served on the legal and compliance team for about 2.5 years, and then I really pushed my passion towards social impact and social justice while I was there. And I moved into a senior social impact role where I built out and developed a business accelerator called Momentum, which gave businesses a $50,000 grant, no strings attached, 12 weeks of business curriculum, and 12 weeks of mentorship, eventually putting them onto the platform and supporting economic development for small businesses. And when I left Ease, I ended up sticking with a lot of the businesses that I worked with during the time in Momentum, and stuck with Equity Trade Network, which is an organization that represents over 70 small businesses around the country. It started in the Bay Area, and we have the first and only federally recognized equity certification in cannabis. So last year we merged with Marijuana Matters, which was an organization based out of here in the East Coast, where they were also providing social equity certification. We merged the two organizations last year and actually announced the merger here at NCF last year. And since then, we've actually doubled in size and been able to represent a lot of small businesses. And the value of what we're doing is we're almost like a union doing collective bargaining for the small businesses to receive services. Because in a state like California, where operating is extremely expensive, and we're still competing against the illicit market, which is something I would love to go into at some point later, It's really important for these small businesses to actually have to band together, because at this point the state isn't really advocating for a lot of these businesses, and the local governments aren't able to either. It's just not as hot of a topic as some of the previous panelists were talking about. It's a lot harder to find champions in the state legislature and the federal legislature and even in the local governments to really fight for this. So we've been able to create a solution of banding together, having a certification that's federally recognized, and allowing businesses to understand when they're supporting this small business, they're providing social impact and social justice services.
Great. Well, thank you guys for those introductions and explaining kind of the work you do in this field. I want to start with a question for all of you to jump in on here. How do you think that the regulatory framework at the state and local level impacts small cannabis businesses? I know you guys have already kind of started talking about this. So do you want to go in the same order?
I'll actually start. I've been a regulator in both of those capacities, and there are a large number of ways that both state and city, before we even get to federal conversation, directly impact the success of small businesses. And a lot of it is around tax revenue. So there's a lot of talk about 280E, but before we even get there, in Massachusetts, we are at a 20% tax straight off the bat. 17% to the state, 3% to the municipalities, and then municipalities can enact an additional 3%. So now we're at 23% tax, right? And this is not just impacting the businesses, this is impacting the consumer. And so when we're also talking about how state and municipal regulation and legalization impact small businesses, it's around, again, the conversation that we're having and the language that we're using in terms of what a small business is, especially in this industry. And when we're not naming it as a small business, or we're siloing the idea of industry into just the business itself and not broadening the scope of what the industry is, we're limiting the success of those businesses, because we're not talking about the consumer, we're not talking about the patient, we're not talking about the ancillary businesses that support those businesses. All of those businesses are small businesses. If we're not growing one area or one sector of this supply chain, we're not growing it at all. And so I think it's just largely how we're framing policy, and still not understanding, I don't know how this continuously just happens in politics, but still not understanding that policy looks different in action. And so once we get to writing things down and thinking, oh, this will be great for small businesses, and then we enact it. Someone said earlier, Congress doesn't go back. Maritza said Congress doesn't go back, but neither does state and local legislators either. So once something's on paper and it's regulated and its policy is out there, they're not going back to say, oh, wait, we forgot small businesses need this. And so I think it's just largely those key things at both the state and local level, taxes, and not identifying that small businesses are cannabis businesses, and vice versa. Cannabis businesses are small businesses, and that these things are not programs. You can't program yourself into success. You can program resources to add to success, but you can't program your way out of these long historical injustices that small businesses, we're not talking about race of the businesses, we're not talking about equity businesses, we're talking about small business in general, have faced throughout history. It's just they are under-resourced and under recognized in what they do for our economies and our businesses. One more thing I'll add is just that I think that we are also using this industry and targeting this industry specifically to boost our state's economies. And we're trying to use this tax money, we're overtaxing businesses to then say, oh, we're gonna fill in these gaps that happened during COVID. We're not doing that with bakeries. We're not doing that with barbershops. We're like, oh, cannabis, tax them 40% and then throw that back into this Mother's Day parade we're gonna throw. And we're like, wait, why am I responsible for that? So then we're, on top of that, while we're doing that, we're erasing where that reinvestment is supposed to go in the first place. And then we're not reinvesting directly into those businesses. And then furthermore, not reinvesting in the businesses that were historically disenfranchised, imprisoned, incarcerated by the war on drugs. And so we're just leaving out everywhere. So we need to go back to the beginning.
So no pot for potholes.
Exactly. No
pot for equity programs.
And no pot for police. Okay, like this, we're talking about the money. Like, it's just, it gets too crazy where our money, our tax money specifically for cannabis businesses are going back, and we're seeing it across the nation, and it's insane. I don't even know what else to say about it. I said a lot.
Jeff, Isak, either of you want to jump in?
I'm happy to jump in. I mean, in California, the dual licensing structure has been a huge challenge for a lot of small businesses. I mean, I think it's like 60% of the state, you still can't, they don't even do local licensing. If you can't get a local license, you can't get a state license. So that already nips those areas in the bud. You can't do anything there, which means now small businesses, if they do want to open, they have to open up in more challenging markets. San Francisco has a ton of businesses that are trying to open up because it was one of those cities that was very open at the beginning. There's a lot of challenges that come with that. And I know I don't want to pigeonhole social equity businesses as small businesses, but as an organization that represents social equity business, it's important to talk about their challenges as well. And in California, there is no state definition or mandate for what social equity looks like. There is a handful of cities that do it, large cities. There's about 20 cities in total that do that now, that have some sort of licensing structure for social equity businesses. In most cases, they have their own qualifiers in those cities that don't necessarily match up with other cities. So when a large business that can deal with different regulations in different cities can open up in those different areas because they can create specific operations for each of those. They can lose money in some while they're making money in others. Small businesses and social equity businesses aren't able to have that same sort of luxury because they may be qualified in one city, but they're not qualified in another. So that was one of the really important pieces about what Equity Trade Network is doing, is having this certification that isn't attached to a local or state government necessarily, but is being recognized by local and state governments that these are social equity businesses that can then receive the services that the city may not have designated for them previously. And so even though there's a lot of the challenges, there is organizations that are and advocates that are pushing for it, but that dual licensing structure, especially in California, has been a huge, huge challenge for people.
Sure. So I agree with everything's been said. I mentioned at the beginning a couple barriers to entry that are kind of top of mind for me, which are limited licenses and high license fees, but let me mention a few others. So some states have imposed liquid capital requirements. So in the state of Florida, for instance, in order for your application to even be considered, you had to show that you had $12 million in the bank. Right? Another thing that states do is they require you to have an address under control where your license will be attached to. So you either have to sign a year lease or buy a building or something. So you're having an outlay before you even know whether you're allowed to operate a business, right? Some states, my state, Nevada, they allow a provisional license. So if you meet all the other requirements, you get a provisional license, then you go get an address. So it's a better way of doing it, right? And then you're issued a permanent license after that. I'll say that generally, industries that are heavily taxed and heavily regulated tend to favor bigger businesses and disadvantage smaller businesses because the compliance element is so heavy. In California, for instance, it's not just the amount of taxes, it's the complexity of the taxes because, and California's gotten better because they eliminated the wholesale tax and now just have a retail tax at the state level. However, at the local level, local governments in California tax at cultivation, distribution, retail. They have taxes that nobody else comes up with, such as taxing the square footage of canopy, regardless of whether you're even growing or using that space at the time. So, you know, all of this combined with the federal tax penalties on 280E and everything means that you need to have a team of, you know, legal and compliant tax compliance experts in order to make sure that you're not getting yourself in trouble. And that's difficult for small businesses.
So as you guys have been answering these last two questions, it kind of got me thinking. You probably saw me scribbling here. So how do we get the right balance? You know, at UFCW, we believe that descheduling should come with guardrails. Those guardrails should include equity programs to, you know, make sure we begin to repair the damages from the war on drugs. And of course, worker protections. We're a union, that's what we do. And so, like, how do we balance those desires in a state licensing program or in a state legalization effort with, you know, we don't want to drive consumers to have a tax structure and licensing structure that drives people to, like, either an illicit market or like an intoxicating hemp, you know, kind of gray area market. How do we strike that balance?
I have some thoughts. So go ahead. So, you know, I think marijuana generally should be regulated closer to tomatoes or oranges. It's an agricultural product. You know, the
Yes, yes.
the FDA has standards for tomatoes. They have to be safe. You have to follow certain procedures in terms of the way you farm. And as a result, because the regulations they exist, but they're relatively easy to comply with, the taxes are normal taxes that any business would pay, right? There's not a black market or an illicit market for tomatoes or oranges because there's no price differential, right? We haven't made it so expensive to do it legally that people on the underground market find that they can undercut the legal seller. And that's ultimately where we have to get with cannabis in order to cut out the illicit market.
You want to say something? Okay. I think I'm going to say something that's along those lines, but a little more idealistic, because I don't think there is finding the middle ground of that. And I think that as we learn through an industry that is still fairly new, even though I don't think 10 years is still fairly new, but it is fairly new for an industry, I'm starting to be of the belief that we need less regulation and just more legalization. Legalize the plant. It's a free plant. Do what you do with it. The more we regulate, the more that we're having these discussions because we've been regulating. We haven't been legalizing. We haven't been decriminalizing. We've just been saying, okay, this industry already exists. Now we're going to do it this way, and you got to do it how I say. And now these are the new criminal penalties for how this is going to run. We're not creating and we're not freeing the plant. And I think that's like an orange and an apple to some degree are free, right? Because now there's no oranges and apples with seeds. So is it free? But anyway. And so I think that, you know, just being on the regulatory end of it, I'm seeing Massachusetts is one of the most regulated states. And it just gets ridiculous, and it starts getting to the point of like, you got to just do this face. Like, what are we doing? And how did we get to this from a plant that already has an industry that's been booming? And even conversations earlier were like, well, we don't want people to sell fentanyl with weed illicitly. When did that ever happen? This industry already existed for years and centuries and forever. And before an industry, it was a medicinal, and it is a medicinal plant. And so I
mean, cannabis grows on trees, you know?
Yeah, like I don't know how we realistically, you know, fill that middle ground or meet in the middle in terms of regulatory policy at this point. I know it has to happen because that's just the direction that humans are going, and we just stay in a bubble of thought. But yeah, I'm a little more past that.
I'm going to jump in on that also and piggyback off of you and saying that like less is more when it comes to regulations. A lot of people, like in California, joke that people used to make money in weed in California. Back in the Prop 215 days, people were actually making money. People were getting paid living wages. Like people were able to actually make money and save working in cannabis. And now business owners aren't even able to pay themselves a salary if they even hope to pay their workers something. And with overtaxation and all these regulations, that operational cost takes away from the money that can be paid to employees. And we're seeing that more often than not. When I was managing the program over at Ease Momentum, when we were giving businesses $50,000, they were more likely to invest that into their own into getting employees, paying someone a living wage, which then proliferates into the community. They're spending that money in the community. And so like, if we can loosen up the amount of money that these businesses are able to make so they can then put it back into their own business, into the employees, it eventually flows into the community. That's like the whole argument that we talk about when it comes to small businesses. Like that money circulates within the community. So if we're able to support the small business ecosystems, we're able to maintain that dollar within our community for longer.
So on that note, how would, what impact would opening interstate commerce have on small businesses? You know, I would think it would encourage more consolidation and hurt small businesses. So what are your thoughts on that?
So it was really funny. When it came to this actual issue, I talked to the rest of my board. I'm being like, what are our talking points when it comes to interstate commerce? What is it? Because there's a lot of pros and there's a lot of cons to it. For Californians, I think there's a lot of pros for it. I think California businesses, California cannabis, California brands have a premium everywhere in the US and everywhere across the world. I've gone to New York, I've gone to Florida, I was just in Colombia a few weeks ago, and this dude had California weed. California legal weed. It had the stamp and everything on it. So that cachet exists.
Did it have a union label though?
It did not have a union label on it. But it was purchased from Oakland. And I was in Cartagena, Colombia, and I was able to receive it. I was in Mexico just a week after that, and I saw Lowell Smokes in someone's house. And so that cachet exists. And so like when it comes to California, 80% of the cannabis that's grown is already going across state lines. So it's more about legalizing
national lines, it sounds like.
Or nationalizing, yeah, essentially. So like when it comes to small businesses, you are going to be challenged to deal with other large businesses and have more competition. But from a California perspective, that cachet can go really far in supporting the small businesses that already exist there.
Yeah, I think interstate commerce is definitely, it sounds like freedom, right? It's like, yeah, ship it. It needs to, right? But without intentional policy behind it, it's going to basically, like you guys said, it's going to start just nationalizing inequity. And we're going to be back at this conversation, but having it on a national level. Well, how do we protect small businesses from consolidation? It's too late. The interstate commerce is open. So what does that policy actually look like to enact it? And we have to have some frameworks in there. And when I'm talking about equity, I'm not talking about just racial and criminal equity. I'm talking about equity for businesses. What does that look like for small businesses? And then how do we get that not just into the policy, but into the implementation of the policy so that we're not repeating this cycle?
Jeff, do you want to jump in and then we'll go to Q&A?
Sure. So I have kind of a different view on this. Our view is that if you give people access to a large national market, it's more likely that a small business that creates a niche product that people really like is going to succeed and prosper. So just an example, when I was a kid, the largest retailer in America was Kmart. Kmart almost doesn't exist today. It's been displaced by, for instance, Amazon, which didn't even exist in the 1990s. So there are upstarts in markets, and when people find something that they like, even if they begin small, that you can still thrive, and starting out big also doesn't mean that you're going to dominate.
Do we got time for questions? Yeah. I'll run the mic. Yeah, okay.
Good news.
Hey. How y'all doing? I'm so glad I'm here today. Didn't know I was going to be here. But for this, this is great conversations that I really feel an honor to get to walk into the room right now. food packaging. I'm very pro agriculture. I've spent 40 years in that business, and I'm very pro cannabis, and there's a variety of levels, right? We can't talk about it without talking about almost like a spiritual level of it. And I'm represent the Native community, also local Unite 23. Anyway, utilizing this, I wasn't prepared for this. Utilizing this as like, if we looked at it as a packaged food good, right? So that we have the regulation, because the regulation is important. The branding is important. I'm a Cali girl, by the way. I'm just live in DC now. I'm also an ATL person, so yes. Yeah, exactly. So it's all of this, going across the board. Legalization and like certified, yes, this is a good product. This marijuana doesn't carry fentanyl, right? I'm also high. That's perfect.
So meet up on the terrace afterwards.
Packaged food products. Thank you all. It's medical, even even better, right? I'm the living legend story of why this is important. If we package this product as a food product in that way, we can regulate it because it's FDA, it's tomatoes and oranges, right? And then we have some stamps of approval. We certify this is a California grown product. I support it, it's beautiful. It creates industry. There's growers, there's shippers, there's already an industry created, already a lane. And then it lightens up with regulation. But we have to put something like tobacco back on it because we know that it's not good for a 16-year-old to smoke.
And I just want to add one thing too. It's also not good for children to pick in the fields, tobacco and cannabis.
100%, all the way.
Which when we're talking about...
Very supportive.
which our agriculture labor laws allow. I just want to throw that out there. Sorry, just had to get my...
We unite on these issues. These are human issues. And if there was ever a time to unite fellow citizens, it would be now. And if this is the issue that we unite on, this is all the places that we can do that. And I couldn't agree with you more. I mean, yes, this is a great subject matter. What better subject matter to unite on than this right now? Anyway, if we packaged it, it would solve some of these problems if we followed that all the way through. Go through that same process and run it through that lens and just see if it works out. I think it might work out better for everybody. And we have cool brand names and packaging.
Let's see if we got some reactions here from our panelists.
Thank you. So being libertarian, I'm not really a fan of heavy-handed regulation. However, in this case, marijuana is a product that most people smoke. And so if people are using strange pesticides or other things that are kind of undisclosed or unregulated, it could be a legitimate public health risk. So I think there is a role for some type of agricultural style regulation. Doesn't mean that it has to, we have to tag every plant and do the things that we do today.
Yeah, and actually, one thing that's interesting about the cannabis industry is that because it's so state-based, a lot of cannabis is grown in almost an industrial setting, in greenhouses that have high levels of CO2, grow lamps with high levels of UV. So it's, there's a difference between sun-grown, cannabis that looks more agricultural and then almost like an industrialized version of it that grows in more compact spaces too. Sorry. Anyway, you guys want to react?
Yeah, I mean, there's a big push on sun-grown and clean cannabis in California. I mean, right now the Emerald Triangle is suffering, and that is our Champagne region of the world when it comes to cannabis. And part of it is because they aren't treating it like an agricultural product. They're treating it with such high levels of regulation. Just a little anecdote, a couple of years ago, about 2 years ago, I was at an industry retreat up in the Emerald Triangle, and we had a bunch of regulators that were sitting on a panel, in the hot seat with a bunch of NorCal growers. And one of the questions I was asked the panelists of the regulators was how many people believe that this is a medical product? And everyone raised their hand. Politically, that's an easy stance to take at this point. When they were asked how many of you believe this is an agricultural product, not a single one of them raised their hand. And these are regulators in California. And so there's still a huge disconnect for even our regulators who are the ones that are implementing these policies, or even allegedly supposed to be our advocates to the state, that don't actually understand the product that they're regulating. And that disconnect is something that we as an industry still have to take on to educate them, which is why these lobby days are so important.
Oh, I don't want to add anything because she left, and so.
And we got another question? Yep. Go ahead.
Hi. So previously I talked during one of the previous panels. I'm a layperson. When I say layperson, I mean a person who is not familiar with what is going on as far as like cannabis policy. I've been a cannabis user for a very long time, but I didn't really get into educating myself until maybe like a couple of years ago. I'm an elementary school teacher. I'm not like like most people in here who are entrepreneurs as far as cannabis. I am an entrepreneur in a sense of other things, but primarily I'm a teacher, an elementary school teacher. However, I am looking to eventually start my own business as a dispensary owner. I'm like a baby at this point of trying to learn. So my question, or I'll ask if you guys, each of you can give like a handful of like takeaways for somebody who's a working class woman who's looking to get into the small business cannabis business industry.
Yes, absolutely. I'm glad that you're here. I think the first thing that I will say, and that I say all the time, especially in the regulated space of this, is most people don't know what's going on with policy, and it's not a bad thing because that's just a reflection of how government works in general. We're not reaching the people to where they understand, and people are just living their daily lives, and we're like, look at this bill. Like, nobody has time for that. So, you know, you're learning, so catch yourself up on that. But my key point of pathway into the industry is the industry is way bigger than owning a dispensary. That is not your only pathway in, and it's probably not your most profitable pathway in either. And it might not suit you. You can be a cannabis educator. You can do campaigns for parents of your students. There are so many pathways into this industry because we're making it up. All of this is made up. This isn't our imagination. And so you can do anything you want and profit off of it. You could sell it to, like, you can come to my office and say, I have this idea for a program that I want to do to schools, and my office will be like, oh, here's the money. I'll come and do a presentation. I'll come and speak. And so it's just broadening our imagination and just our idea of what being in this industry is.
Yeah, I would say the first step is highly dependent on where you live, right? Because if you're looking at a retail operation specifically, a lot of states won't let you get a new one because they're all limited. In my state of Nevada, for instance, you would have to go buy one, the license on the market, and it would be millions of dollars. But in Michigan, if you live in a city that has opted into the program, there's no limit on the license. So you could open up as long as it's zoned in the right place. That's the first thing to look at is what parcels are available that are correctly zoned. They have to be 1,000 feet from a school, et cetera, et cetera. And then can you get a decent rate on that? Now, in the cannabis industry, we have what we call cannabis rates. Landlords charge you more. Everyone charges you more because they think you have it and you really don't. Piggybacking on what you said, it's often a lot easier to get into a cannabis adjacent industry, whether it's an event service or a website or a magazine or something, because you're not, you can get easier access to financial services, insurance policies, and then you're also not penalized on taxes if you can argue, if you're not directly plant touching. So there's a whole ecosystem you could explore.
I'm going to jump in and do a shameless plug for the Equity Trade Network. If you do get licensed and you're in the process or even having an ancillary business, but you're a small business that's working in cannabis, get Equity Trade certified. You can go to equitytradenetwork.org, just go through a pretty simple application process, and once you're in the network, you get access to preferred vendors that are providing sometimes up to 50% off on a lot of services, from accounting services, legal services, distribution services, access to different platforms, because as an organization, we're advocating for those prices for the businesses that have been certified. And so it's, again, specific to equity businesses, small businesses, and legacy businesses. So if it's something you're trying to build out, I highly, highly recommend joining the network, because like together is how we're able to lift everyone up.
Anyone else with a question?
Yes.
Yep. Oh.
Yes, Hugh Giordano from the UFCW local in New Jersey. What's up? All right. So I have to say I agree that conglomerates are going to take over, because we see it in our other industries. For example, Kroger Supermarkets owns 100 different other banners. We see it already happening in New Jersey. I know other states. So I have to say I agree with that. And my question is, in regards to equity and justice, specifically economic justice and racial justice, we're talking about, treating it like apples and oranges, and I get the mindset of that, but think of the people who pick our apples and oranges and how they're treated. So if economic justice is not brought down to the working class, as a union guy, I totally agree that working class folks, specifically people of color, women, and people that have been harmed by the war on drugs, should get these licenses, but workers outnumber them. And the folks that work in this community are black and brown. We have to take care of them. So my question is, do you believe that we should have some form of policies within our equity proposals on the national level that would protect folks? Because what's going to happen in New Jersey, they're all going to go down to Oklahoma, and they're going to treat them like crap. All the workers, migrant workers. So how do we stop that? Should there be some form of protection for the workers, and what should that be?
So before I pass it over to you guys, I just want to add, the reason why I brought up the child labor issue under the Farm Labor Act, the Farm Labor Act has the lowest standards of workers for all workers. And think about who traditionally have been farm laborers in this country. It's no coincidence, right? So one of the things we always want to bring up is we don't want to have this industry have a lot of the same unfair and laws that govern its labor policies that come from a history of racism. So anyways, but you guys can take it from there.
Say yes. We need national policy around workers. We need state level policy and municipal level policy. We have parameters in our state, Massachusetts statute that mandates that specific businesses, it should be all businesses, have workers from certain demographics that have been previously convicted of certain all drug crimes. We don't limit it to just marijuana crimes in Massachusetts, and that they make a certain wage. And additionally, we require all of our businesses to have a positive impact plan on communities surrounding them that have been the most disproportionately impacted, and they have to have a diversity plan. So that one is internal. This is in addition to those requirements of their workforce. And so absolutely, I don't know exactly what those look like. I think that's where we come together with the union and figure what those workforce policies should be. And the workers should be telling us what that looks like. What do you guys need? What helps you?
Yeah. Anybody else?
This could be a rabbit hole. We have a kind of a different view on equity at Reason Foundation, which is that it's strange to us that, let's say 10 million black people, for instance, have been arrested through the course of the drug war for distribution or possession or whatever, and now we're going to give a dozen people a license who may not have even been arrested. It's hard for us to reconcile that as equity. So the way we see it is that equity should be attached. It should be attacked separately from licensing. So you should have a market that functions the way any market does, and then the government, which has ruined people's lives over the course of 50 years, should just pay financial restitution to the people who have been arrested.
See,
reparations.
It's always been our position that a good paying job is the best thing you can do to repair that harm, and make sure the communities most harmed by the war on drugs are the first in line for those jobs and have all the tools to be successful in it. So, like I said, this issue is weird bedfellows, Cannabis brings strange bedfellows. You have a reaction? Oh, yeah.
You guys aren't done, feel free. Robbie Martin, local cannabis entrepreneur here in DC. So much talk about the illicit market, so much talk about the black market, especially locally. April 1st, there was a deadline where DC forcibly rolled the gray market into the white, which is kind of the culmination of a multi-year transition to a medical market. I've always looked at the illicit and the legacy market as the culture of what true cannabis is. It's not regulated, it's grown at home. I'm sure most of you can attest to this. The best weed I've ever smoked, I didn't buy at a dispensary. And you made the point that 80% of California weed leaves California. So are we really worried about the illicit market, or are we worried about places like Glass House? And so my question is, as Metric and all of these seed-to-sale companies get exposed for being in cahoots and colluding and diverting mass quantities of weed, largely from California, I don't really care about the illicit market. Those are my friends, that's the culture, those are the pheno hunts, those are the cool things pushing it forward. So really, are we worried about the illicit market, or are we worried about the illegal white market operators?
I think one of the biggest challenges, great point. I think one of the biggest challenges that people are having when it comes to that sort of specific part of the market that you're talking about is people just driving down the price of the pound, which forces everyone to have to sell for a lot less. And so the harms of that is that it's even though more weed is actually being produced now out of California, there's less money being made because a lot of people like Glass House and larger legal cultivators have built their business model on how they can make the cheapest possible pound. And so the challenges of that is that not only is the pound going lower, but then it's also getting diverted. And I'm not here to name any names about who's diverting or anything. I'm not trying to, I'm not making any accusations here. But when I'm seeing the California symbol on weed in New York, I know where it's coming from. and so the biggest challenge, I think, to your point, is that it's driving the price down, and so everyone ends up losing because nobody's making money.
Well, I think the biggest issue that's driving the price down and circumventing all of the equity programs and infrastructure and taxation models is intoxicating hemp. It's a lot easier. Hemp growers are given a 1% cap, and a lot of them are purposely pushing it to 2%, and it's cheaper to extract that 1 or 2% THC from hemp that goes market rate for $4 a pound compared to, THC flower, even at 30%, is still going to be $350 a pound. That's what's driving it, and it's purposely circumventing the whole infrastructure. And I think it's hurting growers in the THC flower market, and we don't have that industrial hemp industry we've been hoping for. And so that's just my 2 cents on that. I think to me, someone who's growing in their house and selling to their friends, that's not a threat to the industry, And if they get big enough to where they want to scale and open up businesses, then good for them. Then I think they'll have a structure in place where they can do that. But I think when we're talking about gray market, illicit, whatever, it's usually companies that are bending the law and hurting all the people we've been saying that we want to help through this process. And that's my take on it.
I want to say something to the effect of when you said selling to your friend is not hurting the market. The illicit market, the unregulated market, is not hurting the market at all. This is a dog whistle in regulation, because when you're creating an industry that you want governed so you can tax it, you have to create an antagonist. And in this, that's the the boogeyman. This doesn't exist. It's not. It's just like you said, when people are selling oranges and apples out of the market, the people in their push carts, that's not, oh, look at the illicit apples and orange market. That doesn't exist. It's just not, it's not real.
Or like a farm stand on the side of the road.
Exactly. Yeah. Like, it's just not real. And so I think that we have to call that what we call that, but also stop naming it this big thing that creates this idea like this is this huge impact on these businesses. It's literally not. It's except in that way where he was mentioning that the prices are driving up. But even then, I don't think it's this huge impact. It's having this huge impact as it's being framed on this industry. It's existed. It's always going to exist. It's not going anywhere. And it's just unregulated. And of course, those, like I said, that want to regulate it and want to tax it are going to tell you, oh my God, we have to get rid of this thing. Because then you're going to lobby behind it. Like, yeah, we do. And it doesn't even exist. And then we're criminalizing again those same people who we're trying to put forth these programs and this and invest in, and they're already in a market that they've created. And yes, we've seen some spurts in New York and California where there's been this proliferation of illegal shops. How did those shops just set up business, right? Because they haven't been burdened by this over-regulation. We've seen these people come into a state, set up shop, and operate. How is this not happening at the state level? Because the illicit market is the market. And if we don't, and that's, I'm just going back to my point of like, we need to stop the regulation and just go back to the legalization and the decrim, because people know how to run this business and run this industry, and we're creating this phantom boogeyman that doesn't exist in the illicit market.
I'll be super quick. So when I worked in the industry, it was almost always with cultivators and manufacturers. So the falling price is something that I definitely had to deal with, and it was a headache. However, not everyone loses from falling prices, because consumers like cheaper weed, right? So it's just something to keep in mind, that there's a balance in life.
Some people like Miller Lite. And there's nothing wrong with that. I was a little bad chicken myself. Any other questions? Because I do have one question. Oh, yep. All right.
Hi there. Thank you for all your knowledge. I have two questions. Well, there might not even be questions, but number one, packaging in California. You don't list any terpenes, no cannabinoids. I know, it's a problem for me. I like my terpenes and my cannabinoids. And then my next question is about consumption lounges. I love Woody Harrelson's place in LA. I loved, there were others. Do you think there's chances of those coming here, and what? There are here. Okay, give me a list. Thank you. All right, send me a list. That's it.
So, like, one thing I would throw out there for consumption lounges, and I, as a cigar smoker, I was upset that we never took this approach for tobacco. It's what I call the Amsterdam rule. In Amsterdam, the room in which you consume has no workers in it. Where the workers are, there's no smoking. And, you know, we know how to regulate air quality in a work environment. Like, we've been doing that for years. So there is a compromise there. The reason why it hasn't, like, why it's so challenging is because you get a lot of pushback from insurance companies.
Social consumption lounges are coming everywhere, right? And so I think, one, it's not just I need a place I can smoke. It's a housing issue. It's an equity issue. It's an accessibility issue. And it also needs a framework that is not commercialized and monopolized. And in a sense of, there just needs to be, like, we have safe injection places where people can just freely smoke. They don't need to go in and purchase things, and we need to make this equitable in a way where people are in federal housing. Until this is federally legalized, people need medicine. People need to be able to smoke on site at where they buy the product. But it doesn't need to be this business model where you need to be licensed. It can be, but we need to think about it more holistically, and in terms of safety and housing and accessibility.
It's strange to me that we ever thought that we should separate like music and food from weed.
Like, there's a business model there, you know.
Everywhere.
Like concert venue / restaurant / consumption lounge, and it almost would be unfair on how much money you would make, you know, and how much food you would sell.
I think there was one more question.
Do we have another question?
Oh,
well, I just want to add something to her consumption thing. There was a place in Montgomery County, Maryland, that actually opened up a consumption lounge during COVID. In 2021, they opened a lounge. They had pool tables, they had dartboards, they had like a seating area. You can bring your own bud, break it up, smoke it. They had people who talked about, you know, terpenes, cannabinoids, all the things you didn't know about. Montgomery County Police harassed them every single day. Every single day. They stopped through. If you had a piece of trash on the ground, you know, you were getting fined for littering. If they, you know, certain type of dumpsters you had to have. So again, I think to the point of like all the type of regulations we had kind of got in the way, and the place lasted, I think, maybe 3 or 4 months till they were shut down. And this guy invested millions of dollars to have a safe space. He said, I never met somebody who I didn't call a friend. So it's kind of one of those things where, you know, we try to have these places, we try to build equity, but, you know, the powers that be stop us at every turn.
I think part of the problem with how we regulate it, we love to police and, you know, crack down on people in this country. It's one of our national pastimes, and I think the problem is we don't know how to criminalize consumption yet, and test THC levels. And I wouldn't be surprised. But the thing is we already have a model for that with bars, you know, like, and as far as like smoking lounges go, we have an infrastructure for that with cigar lounges. So you just, yeah. So there's, like, the answer's there, but I hate to say it, but I think that's why it hasn't happened yet, because America likes to industrialize and criminalize.
Another answer to that Massachusetts has come up with, and I think many other states, is that we have a social club model. It's not written into our regulations, even though I think it should be, but it's a model where if you design a social club, people are not coming in and buying cannabis, but they're getting it as a part of their membership. So they're largely just paying to enter, and then you're free to do whatever you want to do inside of your property with a legal plant. And if you're letting people consume, or whomever owns the property is allowing you to operate in that way. And so we have a few of those social clubs, but it's not widely talked about. It's not widely, people are not widely educated on that is even an option for them to invest in or do. And so they don't do it because they think, I need a license to consume. But yeah.
I'm going to jump in and just say that, like, again, we still need to educate our regulators on what they're actually regulating. So last year, they allowed for sales for the first time at the California State Fair, sales and consumption on site. It was really, really successful because there was no fights, there were no incidents, nothing, basically everything that you would deal with literally in the carnival section where you would have drunk parents fighting each other. You didn't have any of that in the cannabis consumption area. And it was pushed into the very back corner under bleachers in like the shadiest part of the event. People had to walk like half a mile from the purchase area. But beforehand, opening it up was a huge challenge because even the regulators in Sacramento, in California, which you would assume have a little bit better of an understanding, were saying you need to test the grass around the location. You have to swab it for THC amounts in case a child drops something and they eat it and they get high. That was an actual challenge that happened before they opened up. Now, we got past that, and there was a lot of things that got to it, but we're still dealing with that in the state capital of California. And this was for an outdoor event. It was so successful, they brought everything, bringing everything closer back in. They're reducing a lot of those regulations, but it took us having to literally deal with all of the BS and be like, be very patient with them and be like, you can't, the resin isn't gonna attach to the grass and your dog isn't gonna get high if they accidentally eat something off of it. But those are like the things that we're still dealing with. And until then, we can't, it's still hard to let them know that we can smoke cannabis inside, that it's not the same as tobacco smoke. There's different ways of actually handling it. And people are continually trying to, like, in one way we want to talk about it like an agricultural product, but we can't just pigeonhole it into something like tobacco, which people are also considering an agricultural product. So there's areas where we have to be very specific about how we're regulating it, and other ways where we kind of loosen how we regulate it, because cannabis is its own thing. And right now we're kind of doing one where we're treating it as its own thing, but also trying to attach it to other forms and other structures of regulation that just don't work for it. So education. Go lobby.
Do we have time to wrap it up? All right. Well, guys, thank you so much for being with us today. Thank you for your great questions.
Well, is it on? I probably don't need it. I'm so loud. Thank you, Caroline. It's wonderful to be here with all of you this afternoon on a beautiful sunny afternoon here in Washington, D.C. My name is Michelle Rutter-Freeberg, as Caroline said, and I am the Director of Government Relations at the National Cannabis Industry Association, or as you might have heard to it, referred to as NCIA. NCIA is the oldest and largest trade association representing the legal cannabis industry. If you're interested in becoming a member or learning more or attending our upcoming 13th annual Lobby Days or our National Stakeholder Summit, which will be here in DC, I hope you'll check out our website at www.thecannabisindustry.org. So with that, it's my pleasure to introduce our lovely and esteemed panel here. We're going to try to keep our introductions relatively brief, famous last words, right, especially from a lobbyist, but we'll do our best so that we can dive into all of the different issues that we want to make sure that we cover for you all today. So with that, Amber, we'll start with you. Please tell us about yourself, who you are, and we'll just go on down the line.
Yeah, hello everybody. Good afternoon. My name is Amber Center. I'm a co-founder and executive director of Supernova Women. We're a nonprofit organization based in Bay Area but national, and done a number of things in advocacy, including helping to create the first social equity program in the country, which was in Oakland, California. And I'm also a cannabis operator in California. Name of my company is Maker House, and recently also just ventured into the hemp space, so working in both spaces, both in cannabis and hemp.
And we're going to get into cannabis and hemp, or we might talk about it as hemp and marijuana, because we need to remember all of this is the cannabis plant, right? Important distinction here, one plant. Morgan, please.
My name is Morgan Fox. I'm the political director for the National Organization for the Reform of Marijuana Laws, or NORML. NORML is the oldest national nonprofit based on cannabis policy reform in the country. Our focus is primarily on consumer protection and defending the rights and interests of consumers, regardless of the legal status of cannabis.
Good afternoon. Audrey Johnson, Executive Director of the Office of Social Equity in Maryland. I'm excited to be here. I think we were saying in the back, I'm probably the newest person to this party. So,
but we're happy to have you, Audrey.
Yes, I'm happy to be here. The Office of Social Equity was established when Maryland legalized adult use cannabis. And so our mission is to ensure that the Maryland market is diversified. And so our office is focused on providing the advocacy, the resources, and the supports that they need to not only be aware of the opportunity, but to ensure that they open up and that we create sustainable businesses.
And lastly, Eric Sterling.
Thank you, Michelle. First, I just want to thank Carolyn Phillips and Molly Heisner for putting this fantastic conference together. They really deserve our applause.
Especially at a time like this.
And to also compliment the previous panels, which I thought were just really very, very well conceived and very well presented earlier today. Very insightful day. So my name is Eric Sterling, and today I'm representing Law Enforcement Action Partnership. We've been around for about 20 years as, in many cases, retired law enforcement, criminal justice people who came to recognize that the war on drugs was a racist failure. And so we used to be known as Law Enforcement Against Prohibition, but as we kept getting inquiries about other criminal justice issues other than just drug policy, we expanded our mandate to try to be an alternative to voices like the Fraternal Order of Police or the National Sheriff's Association. My own background spans the gamut, from being a hippie in British Columbia going to festivals in 1970, testifying as a law student for marijuana decriminalization in 1976 and joining NORML. And I have to give a shout out to NORML. In December 1976, I had 2 months past the bar, and I went to a continuing legal education program and heard the lawyers at NORML speak. And for the first time, I said, those are the men and women I want to emulate. I want a career like those men and women, and that's what has led me to an entire life of work in drug policy reform. So thank you, NORML. I had the amazing luck in 1979 to get hired by the House Judiciary Committee, and I was counsel to the House Crime Subcommittee for 9 years, where I was figuratively a colonel in the war on drugs. This was during the Reagan days. And I worked for the House Majority Democrats when the Senate was controlled by the Republicans and the White House was controlled by Ronald Reagan. And my fingerprints are all over the federal drug laws, the infamous mandatory minimums of 1986, which I've spoken about many times. I was able to find funding then to become a full-time drug legalizer in 1989 and helped co-found the Marijuana Policy Project and been a long-time member of SSDP and this board. And with respect then to cannabis, Governor Martin O'Malley had named me to the first state medical cannabis commission in 2013. And so I've played a role in the creation of Maryland's cannabis industry. So that's briefly the background that I bring to today.
Not much to dive into at all, as you guys can tell here. And Eric, what an amazing background. I do just have to say what you mentioned about how you looked up at the folks at Normal and said, wow, those are the people that I want to emulate one day. And I can only imagine how many people that thought that about you over your years of advocacy. So we owe that to you as well.
Thank you, Michelle.
Of course.
Thank you.
All right, so now time to get into it. Morgan, I'm going to direct my first question at you, but I would love to hear from all the other folks on the panel about this as well, because we're going to start broad and then we're going to dive into as much as we can in our allotted time here. But Morgan, one of the things I really want to talk about is some of the efforts we're seeing at the state level in so much as recriminalization. We are seeing that about a number of different issues. Everyone even just spoke about a number of them here today. Hemp, potency caps didn't come up, but there's another one. Increased taxes, efforts against criminal justice reform, et cetera. So again, lots to dive into there, but Morgan, can you help us set the stage a little bit about just kind of what's going on across the country right now in so much as those efforts?
Absolutely. So, I'm much more knowledgeable about, I guess, traditional marijuana policy than about hemp policy, but it's definitely becoming more and more intertwined. For a number of years, we saw a significant amount of forward progress, but in the last couple of years, we've sort of hit up against a red wall where, in terms of getting statewide comprehensive cannabis policy reform passed, it's become significantly more difficult. We're running out of states that actually have the ballot initiative option, and we're running into state legislatures that are significantly more conservative and more in favor of prohibition than in a lot of the states where we have made progress before. We're also seeing state legislators or legislatures change in terms of their composition depending on their regions and local politics. So just this past year, we've actually seen more bills than we ever have before that are attempting to claw back some of the victories that we have made over the last decade plus, I would say probably over the last 20 years. And in many cases, these are being packaged and sold as a way to protect consumers and the general public. But in fact, a lot of these policies are aggressively harmful to both consumers and general public safety. For instance, we're seeing efforts in places like Montana where legal cannabis has been around for about 4 or 5 years now, and there was an attempt to make it so that any adult who wanted to actually be able to purchase legal cannabis would have to pay for a registration, have their purchases be tracked by the state government. This is being sold primarily as a way to better control cannabis, but in reality, this is just going to push people back into the unregulated market where they're potentially confronted with dangerous products, but also this has the potential to diminish their constitutional rights, particularly in things like the Second Amendment, where if you are an unlawful cannabis consumer under federal law, you're not allowed to purchase a firearm or ammunition. There are a number of other issues where this could come into play. In places like Ohio, where citizens voted overwhelmingly to pass adult use legalization that had most of the tax money going towards supporting social equity programs and public health programs, there are now attempts to not only move all of that tax revenue towards law enforcement or to the state general fund, but also to recriminalize behavior that has been legal now for several years. And primarily, one of the pieces of the language that we've been looking at would make it illegal to even pass a joint to somebody else in the privacy of your own home if you did not buy that cannabis at a dispensary. So if you were a home cultivator, or if you maybe had purchased that cannabis in, say, Michigan. We're seeing things like that start to become more and more common. We're also seeing things like unscientific potency caps. being pushed more and more. These are primarily, at least ostensibly, designed to try to protect consumers from what the media is portraying as very dangerous products, but which cannabis consumers know, as long as they are made in a safe and regulated fashion, are not particularly dangerous, aside from a very, very small subset of the population. So instead of treating cannabis consumers like adults and allowing them to make informed decisions and putting those efforts into consumer education, we're seeing attempts to either ban products above certain potency levels or to heavily restrict them. We know from historical precedent, such as the 2019 E-Valley outbreak, that when you don't have access to these products, the market demand for them does not go away. It just pushes both the consumption as well as the production, which I think is the really important part for consumer health, entirely underground. During that health crisis, we saw that the vast majority of cases of illness and death occurred in places that did not have legal access to regulated high-potency cannabis products. So what we're seeing now is that I believe a lot of people that have been fighting against legalization for years have now decided to try to attack these programs on the margins by recriminalizing particular behaviors and try to make some headway there to cement their ability with legislators to have them basically trust them that they know what they're talking about when it comes to public safety, and advocates and people involved in the industry do not. So it's really important that we pay attention to these efforts, even if they seem like sometimes they're making just very minimal changes, because really this is just the foot in the door.
Amber, Audrey, Eric, anything else you guys would like to add on that point, or we're good? Okay. Audrey, maybe I'll direct this one at you. Balancing access with safety, public health. In many states, hemp-derived products, for instance, weren't subject to a lot of the same regulation. Actually, Amber, I'm going to ask you this one. Sorry to switch it up on you guys. Hemp-derived products sometimes have not been subject to the same rules and regulations as marijuana products, and that has created some animosity generally, we'll just say. How do we continue to balance access with public safety and public health while also fostering a robust business marketplace here that also makes sure that diversity is not left behind? Simple question, right? Not a lot, not a hard one at all to answer. There was only about 72 things there.
It's a loaded question, but I'll take it piece by piece. Okay, so obviously consumer safety has to be at the forefront of regulation in cannabis, regardless of the cannabinoid makeup periods, right? And I think we can all agree that that's just not happening in the hemp space. It's not enough. And that's causing a lot of animosity, as you just mentioned.
And not only animosity, but it's lighting a fire with prohibitionists too.
Yes. And cannabis operators like myself who have invested so much into our businesses, we're just seeing these other folks just kind of skate by with not even any labeling requirements, no testing requirements, all of these things. So obviously, consumer safety has to be at the forefront. How do we get a social justice involved in hemp? That's up to the advocates. The advocates have been so laser focused on cannabis and cannabis programs. And honestly, guys, this has been an uphill battle that we are not winning in regulated cannabis. So I was just talking to our panel in the back here and going through some numbers on the taxation, right? So Supernova Women, we put out an equity report back in 2022. Our equity report showed that for every dollar that's invested in a cannabis operator, a social equity cannabis operator, 20% of that is the benefit that the social equity operator produces. So folks are being invested in about $37,000, each cannabis operator. They're producing $44,000 in benefit. Of that, $30,000 of that goes back to the government. So these cannabis equity programs are really benefiting the government. They are the biggest benefactor from the programs. When we look over at hemp and we see how low the taxes are, the benefit is going to the operators. So why don't we focus our efforts where the benefits are going to the actual operators and in the community. We can really help to build up this hemp industry to where it needs to be. But right now, there's a lot of bad actors over there that are taking advantage of no labeling requirements, no testing requirements, while all of us good actors are on this struggle bus of regulated cannabis. Like, I understand that the road to legalization doesn't look like what we imagined it. We didn't think, you would never tell me 5 years ago I'd be sitting on this stage talking about intoxicating hemp. Because I'm like, that's freaking rope. I'm not smoking that. You know?
And I knew her 5 years ago. I think it's true. Yeah.
Right? And now here I am making a THC hemp-derived beverage. You know? And I'm doing it because it's a powerful statement. When you walk into an age-gated location like Total Wine and you see a THC beverage sitting next to a bottle of vodka, that is a huge statement. It's turning a lot of people away from alcohol. It's acting as a harm reduction tool. It's a low-dose beverage. It's introducing people to a healthier way of going about recreating their life. We should really be focused on this and putting our efforts towards this to make this thing better, to normalize the cannabinoid and bring some parity between these two industries. They're actually the same thing.
Audrey, you know, we are also seeing efforts at the federal level to roll back policies. And this, when I say that, I don't necessarily mean cannabis policy, but I just mean policies in general, whether that be DEI efforts or whether that be, you know, eliminating the number of VA hospitals or staffing, et cetera. There's, you know, a number of things I could talk about here. But, you know, Audrey, as the head of the Office of Social Equity, are you finding it all, or is this something that's on you and your staff's mind about how the impact of those potential federal policies and priorities might impact not only, you know, the state, your consumers, your programs, the businesses that, you know, y'all have fostered, and also especially being a neighbor here, you know, we're in the DMV, just down the road. So how are you guys thinking about that and the different considerations as this is kind of all going on in real time?
No, it's a good question, and it's one that we have been having to answer a little bit more lately. So I'll just say that for the state of Maryland, we are thinking about that. We're being very proactive. There was a bill that just passed in session that is initially called the Maryland Department of Social Equity. But it's essentially going to prioritize and put all the offices that are focused on, you know, disadvantaged communities in the business, economic development realm under one.
Not just cannabis.
Nope, not just cannabis. Because essentially, you know, cannabis policy and our approach in Maryland has not just been about regulating the plant, right? It's really about how do we reinvest in our communities. How do we create business ownership? How do we really create, we're talking about these safety spaces. How do we create economic safety? And so, yes, we've had 2 years as the Office of Social Equity that's been focused on cannabis. We'll continue to do that because we do see them as legitimate businesses, and we're weaving them through the state as such. We're connecting with bodies like our chambers and our jurisdictions and other economic, you know, mediums and platforms within the state because, you know, we are anticipating a $2 billion market here. And so one of the things that we have done is focus, yes, they've been licensed, right? But how do we ensure that they build their businesses, that they're sustainable? I think, you know, one of the important pieces, and Amber talked a little bit about it, without directly saying it, but is the education, right, and the reduction in stigma. And all of that is going to help build this ecosystem. And so we've done where we put $40 million into helping them build their businesses. When you talk about the taxes, we did increase taxes. Maryland is in a budget deficit that we're addressing. But we're still notably at a lower tax rate than some of these other states. And so 35% of tax revenue goes back into our communities. At the end of 2024, close to $80 million has been already distributed back.
Is that a high number, Audrey, the 35%? I don't know. Do other states, are you guys sort of at the, it feels like a high number that's being reinvested back into the community.
I think
Like,
so.
I don't know. I unfortunately don't know the answer.
Are,
I don't know it all.
I don't think there are many other states that are,
reinvesting at that
reinvesting at that rate. Yes. And so our office is not, when I talk about supporting the businesses, the licensed businesses, we're also working with jurisdictions around how they distribute that fund. I heard you say that a large percentage goes back to the law enforcement. This money cannot go. It's strictly stated within our regulations and our law that it cannot go back to any policing or law enforcement programs. And so I think as one of the things that Maryland has, as I said, I'm fairly new in this, Maryland's new economic, our social equity program is a little less than 2 years. What our legislators did was really take a look at the states before us. I think you'll ask us a question a little later, but we were able to kind of learn and then also understand what is it that Maryland wants to do differently.
Yes.
And so again, one, creating that opportunity for business ownership, but also repairing those harms from past prohibition. I think I answered your question.
You absolutely did. No, and we've talked about it, a number of times while we've just been up here, but about ensuring that, the way that we continue to push the ball forward, that we continue positive momentum as a movement, as an industry, is to continue educating and advocating consistently all the time at all levels of government, whether that's local, state, federal. So Eric, you talked extensively about sort of your background, even on Capitol Hill, but I know that your experience goes beyond that, obviously. But that being said, I'm curious if you have advice for people in the room. I hope that you guys, if you're not already advocating on behalf of yourself or your business or consumers or whatever, that being here today has inspired you to do so. But to those folks who are going to go home, Eric, and talk to their policy makers and their regulators, et cetera, what advice do you have for them for cutting through the noise? Because there's a lot going on right now. I'm experiencing that every day when I talk to legislators and their staff on Capitol Hill. There's a lot going on. Sure, I don't have to tell everybody here that, but it can be hard to cut through the noise and continue to show those folks that this is a priority, that this does not, shouldn't be number 11 on the top 10, that this is more than, just people getting high, as we've faced for many, many decades, that unfortunately some of our lawmakers still believe. So what advice do you have for folks to cut through the noise and be effective educators and advocates? And would love to hear from the rest of folks on the panel too after Eric.
Michelle, thanks for that impossible question.
Really giving you all the softballs today, yeah.
I have no idea. I really don't know how we cut through to say that the different issues around cannabis reform are more urgent than preserving our democracy, preserving voting rights, due process of law, the rule of law, except that they are all of a piece, that in a very real sense, the war on cannabis, we're at the culmination in some sense, of the kinds of dehumanization, abandonment of due process. I mean, one of the things that always astonished me was that the government could prosecute you for cannabis offenses and never prove any kind of interstate commerce connection to your offense. You could be prosecuted for growing pot in your closet, but there's no interstate commerce. And yet it is only, there's no provision in the Constitution that talks about Congress's power to regulate cannabis. It's Congress's power to regulate interstate commerce. And so you have these incredible legal fictions that underlie cannabis prohibition. I think the things that I wanted to say that is first how deep the prejudice remains against people who use cannabis, people who are in the cannabis industry, against the plant itself. And that our industry has suffered because those prejudices were deeply ingrained at the time that the laws creating our industry existed. They certainly existed in Maryland, and they existed even in those of us who were drawing up the regulations. I think a warning that I would have, Michelle, is that we have to be humble about the mistakes we're going to make. We're going to make mistakes. So when we started talking about cannabis as a medicine, because we knew that that was a politically salient way that the public would agree, and we could establish state medical cannabis programs. And so medical cannabis in 1996 got 1 million more votes in California than Bill Clinton got, winning re-election. 1 million more votes in 1996. But when you then say cannabis is a medicine, well then, okay, does that mean we have to control purity, dosage, labeling? Do we need extensive testing? Do we need elaborate packaging? Do we have to sort of begin to track the inventory? So many of the things that are now burdensome, excessively burdensome, flow out of our political strategy that was successful in getting cannabis legalized in the first place. So that's a thing to sort of be aware of. We are about to make this mistake, I think, with rescheduling, because I believe that rescheduling cannabis in Schedule 3 is going to give DEA a huge green light to get back into cannabis enforcement. They've been shut out of cannabis enforcement, and this would be an enormous opportunity because Schedule 3 means that all cannabis dispensaries are covered by the DEA, and all state cannabis laws are going to be covered by DEA and the FDA, which is something we discussed somewhat in a previous panel. And so I will also then say I want to have, with all due respect, Michelle, especially to you, but I think that I'm afraid that the industry leadership can be politically tone deaf. I have this vivid memory of a big industry, a big conference, and one of the members of Congress who'd been one of the leaders is being introduced to speak. And instead of the audience standing up and giving this member of Congress a standing ovation, people are kind of just mumbling and ignoring this person and not understanding, why do you think members of Congress do what they do? They're interested in the adulation. If you're not going to honor your heroes, if you're not going to honor your fucking heroes, then you don't understand what you're doing here. You don't understand what the political game is about. When we honored Eleanor Holmes Norton, this is because someone who's fought for us and fought for the people of the district, and we honor her, and that's what you need to do. And so my advice then is to think about not being cynical, but honor the members of Congress, the senators who've been fighting for you, praise the things that they're doing for you, that they need to hear positive reinforcement about the positive things. And I guess in terms of, freeing cannabis prisoners, it strikes me that we're at a point where we all kind of understand that we've got a $30 billion a year industry for selling cannabis. People who sold it in the legacy industry, they don't deserve to be imprisoned any longer, no matter what their cannabis crime was. Importer, smuggler, big dealer, cultivator, whatever, they deserve now to be out. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. Don't thank me for anything. You're the one preaching, and I'm here for it.
One thing I would like to add on to that, one of the things that I think I've encountered recently when talking to policymakers is that there is a conflation between unregulated intoxicating cannabinoid products and regulated cannabis products in the minds of a lot of policymakers. There's also a conflation between bad actors in the intoxicating synthetic cannabinoid space and good actors within that space, as well as with regulated cannabis operators. And so a lot of policymakers look at it as just one big anomalous thing that they see a lot of bad things about. And so it becomes very difficult to really talk to them unless you're able to parse out what the differences are in those spaces. And from an advocacy point of view, sometimes we see that some of the loudest and voices in this space are the bad actors and they are the ones that act the most aggrieved. But at the same time, their products are endangering consumers. Their consumers aren't getting arrested for them. So as an advocate, it's very hard for me to get excited about working on their behalf when they're actively fighting against sensible regulation that protects consumers, like the good actors in these spaces. So making sure that lawmakers and policymakers know the difference there is vitally important when you're having these conversations.
Good point. Thank you, Morgan. And I want to make sure that we leave a couple minutes for Q&A. But before we do that, so everyone start thinking of all the questions that you have for our wonderful panelists here. But before we move on to that segment of our panel here, I'd like to go down and just ask each of you, on Bravo, they call this Rose and Thorn. I don't know if you can tell I'm a Real Housewives fan. But at the end of the trips, I always go, what was your Rose and Thorn of the trip? So we're going to do your Rose and Thorn. But for us, we're going to do opportunities and challenges. And we've talked about a number of them. But if you had to try to pick one of each to make everybody here aware of, that they can go and take home, be aware of, do their research on, make sure they're informed about, what are each of those for you? Sorry, Amber, you're next to me, so you're put on the spot first. But if anyone has, Morgan, you got yours ready. Audrey, do you have any opportunities, challenges? We've talked about a number of them, but I mean, at least what I would say is I think a great opportunity is for everyone here to remember that all politics is local. You don't have to be here in DC. Many of us probably live in the DMV. We're here today, but you don't have to be able to come to DC or live in DC in order to be an effective advocate. You can do that with your local government. You can do it with your state government. And whenever you do that, make sure that you tell them, please tell our congressman that. Please tell our senator that. They're all in touch. We have to make sure that policymakers, like you said, Morgan, Eric, they like adulation and they like winning. They need to know that this is a winning issue. And we all know it's a winning issue for a number of reasons, not just politically, but literally as a human right. So with that being said, now that I got on my soapbox for a minute, that's the last you guys will hear from me about that. But any opportunities or challenges that you guys want to highlight before we open it up to the attendees here?
So, the opportunities and the challenges are Donald Trump.
Eric, I said we're going to keep it short.
For the next 4 years as president, that represents the opportunities and the challenges. And there are real opportunities. He knows that he got praise for commuting the sentences of drug offenders. He does understand billions of dollars in profits. He has no particular axe to grind personally on cannabis that I'm aware of. The challenge is he is surrounded by cannabis haters, and there are many of them in the Republican Party. But Donald Trump is also quite prepared to simply go out on his own. And so our challenge in some sense is to, in our politics, to avoid alienating him by creating a dynamic where we are creating him as our own enemy and not recognizing that we have an opportunity with him. He says he voted for the Florida proposition last fall to legalize. That's what he tweeted. So we have that as an opportunity, and we're going and thinking about how then we take advantage of that, how we reach out to him and communicate to him, to the media world that he lives in, to the people who he listens to. There is real potential, I believe.
Amber?
Yeah, I'll be the self-designated hemp person on the panel and talk about hemp and opportunities and challenges. So the opportunity is huge, right? We have the Farm Bill that's allowed us all of this, to create all this access for consumers. In some states, like I mentioned, you can go into a BevMo or a Total Wine and purchase an intoxicating hemp beverage off the shelves, right? That's huge. That's incredible. That's what many of us have always dreamed, is that you would be able to walk into any store and buy a cannabis product. Challenge there is the backlash that's happening because of that, simply because of the lack of regulation in that entire area, right? Like, look at Texas and what's happening in Texas right now. Not only is Texas trying to ban intoxicating hemp products, they're trying to ban all THC cannabis products, including taking the ability to even decriminalize in your municipality off of the table. So you won't even be able to bring forth a ballot initiative that's brought forth by the people to decriminalize in your municipality. Like, that is incredible. That is completely egregious and overstepping their boundaries. So this is the backlash that happens when you don't have sensible regulation.
Well, with that, I'm sorry to do this to you, Morgan and Audrey, but I want to make sure that we do give folks here an opportunity to ask some questions, and I think all of us will hopefully be around after this panel. So if y'all have any questions for us after we do a moment of Q&A here, please come find us. But with that, we would love to open up the floor to y'all. Please, yes.
Hi everyone. I have all these questions. This is my thing, right? As a social worker, I'm like been connecting the dots all day long. So one of my questions is, given that the war on drugs, we already know has disproportionately marginalized a lot of folks, right? And it has like limited safe access, is harmed communities, to the point where at this point it's actually a public health issue. Like, let's be clear. The war on drugs is now a public health issue. And so do you believe that certain standardizations of different policies or different healthcare regulations or things like that will actually make some headway, right? Give some medical guidelines, give some kind of justification in order to be able to include our marginalized persons in this fight for reform and efficacy and advocacy as well?
On a national level, I don't see anything even close to that moving in the current session. This issue has been pretty heavily deprioritized in Congress for many, many years, but even now, the idea of getting any sort of comprehensive public health legislation directly related to cannabis policy reform, I think is going to be very, very difficult. That being said, I think there are a lot of opportunities at the state and local level to start encouraging those type of policies and that type of focus when you're looking at this policy space that I think eventually are going to start trickling up. The problem with that is always that there are going to be a lot of disparate policies that then make it very difficult to federally legislate, but I think that's a good problem to have.
Thank you for that question. And something that you did which was interesting was you talked about the war on drugs in the context of cannabis. And we are, as much as we're sort of looking at cannabis, we are in a environment in which people talk about drugs, and they're also talking about 80,000 people dying every year from opioid overdoses. We are in a incredible lethal epidemic around, quote, drugs that alarms the hell out of people justifiably. And so we have to be very, very careful to make sure that when we're talking about 80,000 opioid deaths, that the public understands, and 0 cannabis deaths, okay? 0 cannabis deaths. And during the old days of the legacy market, unregulated, 0 cannabis deaths. There wasn't adulteration, in the old legacy market, except in a brief paraquat period where it was government-funded paraquat. I think that our challenge and our opportunity in this regard is when Morgan says there's nothing in the current session, we're involved in a long-term struggle, and we need to be changing attitudes. We need to be thinking, what are the things that make sense that we're going to repost on social media? What are the things that we're going to generate? We are changing attitudes. We are actors in a culture and in a society outside the narrow political realms of whether or not there's a bill or not moving forward. Because that is going to be critical, it seems to me, in sort of the long term, moving ahead on this.
This movement started as a grassroots one, and I think that that's the way it's going to be won as well, personally. Ben.
Hi, thank you so much. I'm so glad to be here. Thank you for your leadership, and I look forward to seeing you at the Cannabis Unity Week. I had a question about tomorrow and this week. I had a question about the hemp and the farm bill. I was just interested. You had mentioned that there's a lot happening, and just wanted to get a quick update because that's obviously led to this explosion of compliant legal hemp THC products on the market, which gives just people access at a whole other scale. What is going to be happening with that? Because that is just kind of, some people call it a loophole. Some people say that this is the intention. But the question is, what's going to be happening this year on the federal level? Is there anything going to be happening, and is there some compromise that's happening?
Let me look at my crystal ball real quick. You could probably speak to that better than I can.
Well, I think that overarching, whether we're talking about hemp and the Farm Bill or any of the number of issues that we've talked about today, I think that it, at least from where I'm sitting working federally with Capitol Hill and legislators there primarily, I think that right now we're playing a little bit more defense than offense, and I think that that is probably the case, or I would say that's the case personally with the Farm Bill here. There have been efforts last year to include an amendment that would essentially, recriminalize hemp, that would, turn us back to prohibition in a number of different ways, would close the said loophole. But again, like I said earlier, we, the collective we here, are all aware of the fact that prohibition does not work, that regulation is the way that you protect public health and safety, as we have talked about so many times, but that again, it has to be done in a thoughtful way that brings legislators and policymakers on board, makes them feel safe about this, but that again, we cannot forget that over-regulation and over-burdensome policies are going to have the exact opposite intended effect of what they, or the opposite intended effect there. So Amber, I'm gonna let you close us out here, and then
just briefly.
No. I'm just
the
keeping us on
can
time.
is also getting kicked down the road, so there's something to say about that as well.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, the Farm Bill was extended already. It's going on almost a year and a half since we were supposed to have passed the last Farm Bill. And so as everybody is meeting with folks for Unity Week, make sure that you listen as you get your folder of packets and materials, press conference tomorrow, our welcome event that'll be over at the CBC, so that you can effectively advocate, because this is a hot topic, and it is a very hot topic, and there's definitely a joke about hot hemp in here, but we're not going to get there. But it's definitely a hot topic among the GOP, among Republicans right now. And again, this is a policy in an area where we can, again, we got to start somewhere where we can change hearts and minds and at least get our foot in the door with some of these people.
Opportunity.
It's an opportunity where we can get our foot in the door for, maybe the congressman doesn't, they're like, whoa, adult use, no way. Medical marijuana, no way. Well, let's talk about industrial hemp. Let's talk about various hemp products, but making sure that they're protecting all of our communities.
So, Michelle, this is actually very, very important, because Ben Dross, who is one of the great documenters of our movement, a phenomenal photographer, and we're really glad that he's covering this event today. Ben's question essentially to all of us is, so in my next message to my member of Congress, what do I say about voting on the Farm Bill? Or if I have a member who's on the Agriculture Committee, what should I be saying about an amendment to the Farm Bill? I mean, I'm sitting here and I'm generally asking my colleagues.
Well, I'd like to see the proposed text this session, I'll tell you that. I'd like to see the text of the Farm Bill to know what we're working with. But again, I think it goes back to prohibition, regulation, the Mary Miller Amendment, ensuring that we are doing these things in a thoughtful way. A blanket yes and a blanket no are not the way forward.
So there is an amendment we want to oppose. Is that correct?
Pardon?
There is an amendment we want to oppose.
There was last session. And
okay, and we...
Well, no, not right now.
All right. There was an amendment in the last Congress.
But we expect it to be reintroduced.
And we anticipate it might be raised. And this is called the Mary Miller Amendment?
That was the member of Congress who introduced it.
Okay. And she's a member of the Agriculture Committee.
I don't know off the top of my head this session.
Okay.
I think she was last session.
And so at a minimum, we could say to our member of Congress, on the Farm Bill, I encourage you not to support any amendment from Representative Mary Miller that's going to eliminate the opportunity for hemp to be produced by American farmers. Would that be fair? Is that an accurate?
That's a bit of a blanket. We'll talk about it after our
okay,
panel.
but in other words, I'm concerned here that here we have a kind of a key part of the industry in the discussion, and at this very moment, we're not able to our audience to articulate in the 119th Congress, this is what we ought to be saying about such an important issue. That means that there's a lot going on here, and I apologize that we didn't get into enough analysis of this for the National Cannabis Policy Summit to bring a resolution to our audience.
Well, we're going to continue to resolve this issue with all of you after this panel at our reception. Well, because again, we could do a whole day of a summit on hemp policy. And again, for me, at least in my personal opinion, until I know what I'm working with, I don't like to say, especially public, yes, blanket statement, we support or oppose this, because I don't know if the Mary Miller language, if we've done a good job in the last few months, that it'll be different. It could be amended. So
okay.
We'll see what we get, and appreciate all of you coming here to learn and talk more. Oh, we got one more. Oh, last one, sorry. One plan?
Our counselor Pam Wexler is advising that there are. Pam, thank you. That is a very interesting development. So, Michelle, thank you so much for your moderation. My panelists, are we out of time?
Bye, as we all run. No.
No.
We got one more, guys.
question.
One more, please.
I'm pretty new to the cannabis community, if you can't tell. I look like a teenager. But
enjoy it.
Oh, trust me, I am.
So did I when I started here.
But I was just wondering, I've noticed that a lot of my generation, they haven't really been going out to vote. They're not, like, some people are super duper active, but I've noticed that a lot of people are very, I guess, overstimulated by a lot of information involving politics, mostly false information. You're never really sure what you can trust. And part of what you guys were talking about was, as you said, like, it's important to, especially with our current, legislation being largely, I guess, Republican, I'm assuming this has something to do with it, how focusing on local government is the way to go. But you guys mentioned previously how there's a lot of, as you said, bad actors. How can you differentiate between people who you should actually vote for and put efforts towards versus people who are not actually within your cause? What are certain signifiers of that, and how would you classify those people?
That was an amazing question. I'm going to put that up.
Oh, thank you.
To somebody that's young like you, that's a great question.
Thank you.
I'm more than interested.
Well, y'all.
On the industry side, I think that it's pretty easy to spot bad actors, people that are using packaging that is really blatantly attractive to minors, people that are falsifying lab tests on QR codes on their packaging, people that are actively fighting against any sort of regulation whatsoever in order to protect consumers. I think that it's pretty easy to spot that.
And if we're talking about, politicians, legislators, regulars, folks who vote for themselves, I think, again, you got to go out and ask them. How else would we know? Like you said, you see whatever online, it's easy to type, or you're, got one sentence on your campaign website. Go to a town hall, if they're hosting them, hopefully. Go to a town hall, write them a letter. Ask them, say, what is your policy on this? Get it in writing so that you can hold their feet to the fire if they end up campaigning against it or voting for a measure that is in, complete opposition to what they've told you. And make sure that once that happens, then that's when you go out and we activate and we advocate and make sure that that person does not ever get elected again because they went back on their word and are, dishonest
Yeah,
actors.
definitely. During campaign season, these folks are usually pretty accessible. You can just show up at a campaign event, raise your hand, and ask a question like you did just now.
Tweet. Instagram, social, we're all here. Get folks on the record. Let people know in your community too. School, friends, family, whoever. Hey, I talked about this. This matters to me, and this is what I heard. Either do vote for them, don't vote for them. Let's hold a event. Let's get active. But that's the only way that we're going to ever be able to win, is to get active and make sure.
And I would say that in response to your question, in terms of individual candidates, listen to them. Do they make sense? Do they repeat facts or not? So, I mean, you can often tell from just a candidate's presentation and style, just this, what you're, draw an impression. The second is listen to voices of those who earn your trust by reliable information. Normal has been providing reliable information since 1970 about cannabis and cannabis policy. I trust Normal. And, they have been telling the truth. Paul Armentano on their team, there's deputy director, associate director. I mean, there are few experts on cannabis like Paul Armentano of Normal. If you want to know something that's, scientifically accurate, check out that. That would be a source. And so, again, a group like SSDP, where, students are, they're deeply committed to intellectual integrity in sort of what they're saying and what they're doing. And so, as you're moving forward, find people you trust. And listen to them.
And final plug for Normal, the grandfather of all advocacy, and in my opinion, industry organizations too, this entire movement. Check out Normal's website, normal.org. And they have incredible statistics, studies. I mean, you guys have hundreds of them on your website, scorecards. They have incredible resources. So no matter what you're talking about, whether that is about potency, whether that's about DUID, they have a ton of incredible resources there. So if anybody is curious.
We also try to make it easy for you to contact your lawmakers about both specific bills and broader concepts, because that's really the only way that we're going to change policy, is if lawmakers actually hear from people. I think we're lucky that we have public support on our side. The vast majority of Americans support legalizing cannabis, but most politicians don't think that it's a high priority issue for them. And the only way to change that is by talking to them and letting them know.
I would make a final plug. Send a contribution to Normal. It's a nonprofit. Nonprofits are struggling. It deserves your support. SSDP deserves your support, and
CIA deserves your support. Supernova Women deserves your support.
And for the I would say the best source of news is Marijuana Moment. Marijuana Moment that Tom Angel, an SSDP alum, has put together. Every day you're going to find out what's the latest going on in marijuana policy, and psychedelic policy. Marijuana Moment. That should be on your inbox every morning.
Now, with that, thank you to all of our lovely panelists today. We look forward to talking with y'all after this and at our reception this evening. Thank you, Caroline. Thank you, Molly. And I'll see you guys later.
All right, everybody. And stretch for a second, but we will be getting started with our final panel discussion of the afternoon in about 5 minutes. So please be ready for our final panel discussion of the day in about 5 minutes. Welcome to the stage Kyle Page.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for having us. I know last panel of the day, so I hope energy is still high. My name is Kira Lerner, and I am the democracy editor for The Guardian US, where I oversee coverage of politics and democracy issues. Before I became an editor, I was a reporter focused on voting rights and criminal justice reform, and I wrote a lot about felony disenfranchisement and civil rights for people formerly incarcerated. I'd like to introduce our panelists. Next to me here is Kyle Page. Kyle has served over 8 years in prison for cannabis offenses. Today, he's a constituent ambassador for Last Prisoner Project and founded his own cannabis brand, East Coast Dank. Kyle uses his personal experiences to raise awareness and help others find their path. And next to him, we have Jeremy Grove. Jeremy is a South Carolina native who was released from federal prison in 2023 after serving 4 years for a nonviolent cannabis offense following 3 years of pretrial detention. A passionate cannabis advocate, Jeremy began writing during his incarceration and completed his first novel titled Legalized, which is a fictional exploration of a world with drug legalization. Now home and rebuilding his life, he owns Rivalry Moving and uses his platform to raise awareness about the injustices of cannabis criminalization. Thank you both for joining us. Very accomplished. I'd like to start out by asking both of you to briefly share your stories with us, specifically what led to your incarceration, how did that experience shape your path to advocacy, and what was it like returning to society, especially knowing that cannabis is now legal and a profitable industry in many states right now? We start with you, Jeremy.
Thank you guys for being here, listening. My belief in cannabis started a long time ago. In college, I was playing baseball, and I had some serious panic attacks, anxiety, things like that. I couldn't throw the ball back to the pitcher. I don't know if you've ever watched Major League, any baseball fans here, but I could not throw the ball back to the pitcher. And my friend, and this was back when I won a national Bible quiz. I grew up homeschooled. I was super religious, all of those things. And my friends I had grown up in church with, actually, they were like, we kind of tried smoking weed, you should try too. And they were a little bit nervous to even tell me that they had done that because I was so known to be not cool. So I decided that day to be cool. And I smoked weed for the first time. And the next day I hit a ball farther than I ever had in my life, and I could throw the ball back to the pitcher again. Because cannabis calmed me down. It helped me. It gave me a different perspective that I was so wound up. I'd grown up in such a conservative environment where everything was wrong and a sin, and it just relaxed me. And I believed that all the way up until I got arrested for it. And when I got arrested for it, my friends gave me the bright idea of, oh, well, if you need to pass a drug test, you can just take pills and it'll be like the same thing. So that is what led me to being addicted to Oxycontin. And then, long story short on that, I used cannabis to get off of pills, and I've been a believer in that ever since, which led me to start providing it to others. I had same friends actually, moved to California, started a dispensary, asked me if I thought I could get rid of weed. I was bartending downtown, yeah, sure. Next thing I know, I'm selling enough weed to end up in federal prison for it. That was a big thing too, is because, I'm flying out to California, I'm buying weed in the back rooms of dispensaries, where it felt, it's illegal, but who cares? Going to the 420 festival in Denver after legalization, it really felt like, okay, we've passed this, it's not a big deal anymore, whatever. If I get caught selling weed, what am I gonna do 6 months? No one cares. until I learned about federal mandatory minimums. So I spent 5 years, well, I served 46 of a 60-month sentence behind bars. And during that time, actually, is when I found Last Prisoner Project. And they started sending me money, started sending me newsletters, Freedom Grow Forever as well. That's when I became a constituent of both of those. That support meant the world to me in there. I think nothing meant more than the letters sent to me. And then I got out, and I'm in South Carolina, where everyone thinks that weed's as illegal as can possibly be. And I went to the store, and there's edibles everywhere. There's drinks being served at restaurants. And just seeing the amount of money that's being made in the hemp-derived market right there in South Carolina, right in front of me, after going and serving 5 years for providing the same plant. I mean, you know, it doesn't leave much for me to do other than advocate, because it's just not right. So that's my story.
Thank you, Jeremy. What about you, Kyle?
Hello, everybody. My name is Kyle Page, and my journey started, I grew up in Bedford-Stuyvesant, Brooklyn. I lived there in the 80s and the 90s when Bedford-Stuyvesant was not very nice, and my family, I come from a very good family. My mother, she worked for doctor's offices, dental offices. My father was a teacher, a music teacher. He's a musician. And so they saw it fit to move me to a town in New Jersey, a suburban town in New Jersey, which was absolutely awesome. I moved out there just like any other teenager. I started smoking weed. I fell in with the skateboard crowd, you know, and so I had the hood side and the skateboard side. And it was really awesome. It was a great time to be a teenager, great to be alive in the 90s and watch Nirvana and Wu-Tang and all these other people come out. But at the same time, you know, weed smoking was extremely prominent during these times. And so me being the only black kid in this predominantly Italian, Irish area in North Jersey, I was singled out a lot. All of my friends, you know, and my friends will tell you the same thing. They remember times when we'd all get caught up smoking weed somewhere, and I would be the one that went to jail for it, not them. So this started when I was a teenager. When I was about 15 years old, I started going to jail for smoking weed. And I'm a little guy. I was even littler then. And so I had to learn how to survive in these positions, in these crazy places. And so I learned how to survive in these crazy places. And throughout time, you know, I did what everybody else did. I sold weed, you know, I hung out, I skateboarded, I hung out on corners. I did a lot of things that people would say I'm a criminal for. But I didn't see myself as a criminal. I saw myself as the same as my other friends. But at the age of 18, I got arrested for 13 dime bags of cannabis. I want y'all to understand what I'm saying. 13 dime bags of cannabis. And I was sentenced to 2.5 years in prison in New Jersey. I went to Albert C. Wagner facility, which is an extremely violent facility in New Jersey. I served all of my time. All of it. They had this thing like he was talking about, the mandatory minimums. You have to serve an 18-month stipulation if you're caught within 1,000 feet of a school zone. They weighed the entire bag. They weighed everything with the bag and everything else so it could be over 50 grams. This started, you know, at the age of 18 going into big boy prison, it started descent into a very, very negative world. Because now I'm in prison and people are getting stabbed and other things are happening. I had to learn how to sink or swim. I refused to sink, therefore I swam. Once I got out of prison, I went back into the streets, and then I moved into an area named Paterson, New Jersey. If anybody knows about Paterson, New Jersey, it's an extremely bad area. I got involved with other things. Luckily, being that I come from a good family, being that I know people from both sides of the tracks, I saw that this is not the road I want to go down. So I moved to Kansas City with some friends that I knew. From there, I went to California, and I started to trim weed on the farm, which was the greatest thing ever. Not only was it awesome, but it took me away from those other things that I was doing. because I started to make money just trimming weed. And I got so interested in this plant that the growers that I was working with started to teach me how to grow. They're like, wait a minute, this guy here actually has some brains on him. So they started teaching me how to grow. I did that for about 5 or 6 years with them. Within that 5 or 6 years, I was running their farm. I was then distributing to Missouri, Kansas, and Ohio. I was moving hundreds of pounds every month. I was arrested in Kansas with $250,000 and 72 pounds of cannabis. Luckily, they didn't get the whole thing, or else I would have been done. They offered me, my first plea was 280 months in prison. I thought that I was probably, at the time I was 36 years old. I didn't think I was ever going home. I was like, okay, this is the rest of my life in prison. I went to maximum security. I was in El Dorado Correctional Facility. If anybody knows about El Dorado Correctional Facility, that's where they hold the BTK killer. He's a serial killer. I used to clean outside of his cell. Now, I ask you, do you think someone with cannabis should be in the same tier with somebody who's a serial killer? I think not. That's how I ended up here on this stage, because through all of that, I still continue to not swink, but swim, and I moved up in this industry, got with the Last Prisoner Project, and just continue to fight, and I never forget the people that I saw in those cells. I never forget the people who are also doing time, and I never will until each one of them come out of that cell.
Thank you so much. I think it's really a testament to how you chose to swim instead of sink that you're both sitting here today. So I'm going to ask a pretty broad question, but if you could change one thing about current cannabis legislation to better support incarcerated individuals, what would that be?
I mean, I think that anything that we do as a cannabis community needs to start with let the guys out first, let the women out first. People all the time have this attitude of like, oh, well, I didn't do it when it was illegal, now I can get into it now. And, you know, what, in the 70s it was like 12% approval rating for cannabis, now we're at 70. That doesn't happen without people taking that risk. That doesn't happen without people saying, we don't care about your laws. And for people to, and that's literally built on the backs of the guys that are serving, especially the life sentencers, because most of them happened in the 90s, in the early 2000s, when it was still vilified as a heroin-esque drug. And it's just not what people believe anymore. And to keep forgetting about them and pushing that off, I think it has to start with a clean slate. That the number one thing is everyone has to be released, records have to be expunged, pardons have to be given, and we need to start everyone over with a fresh slate because they were wrong. Legalization isn't about just like, oh, well, we changed our minds. It's about you were wrong in the first place. You were wrong for sending those people to prison. You were wrong for making their kids miss their lives. You guys were wrong for that. Like New Jersey, you know, he has a dispensary in New Jersey now, but they were wrong for sending him to prison for the 13 grams in the first place. They need to tell him we were wrong. You know, and everything that then comes after that. A lot of the restorative justice doesn't come with, like guys will have a prior weed conviction, and then they get arrested for something else, and they get an extra 10, 20 years because of that prior weed charge, even in states where weed is now legal. It has to be wiped clean. The whole slate has to be wiped clean.
I think that with legislation, one of the biggest things for me is that it shouldn't be on the same level as heroin. That's insane to me. It's insane to me that fentanyl is lower than cannabis. That blows my mind. So to me, let's start there. Let's start with the scheduling of it. Let's get it knocked down from a Schedule 1. That's where I'm at.
I hear a lot of people in agreement with both of you here, so I think these must be some good ideas. Next, what are the biggest disconnects between current cannabis legalization policies and the realities for those with cannabis convictions?
I mean, I think, you know, we just talked about it a little bit. I think, you know, those of us who decided to sell, like, provide the plant to adults, knowing what we were risking, should have the opportunity to now get into the industry and continue what we built. That just makes sense. Like, it doesn't make sense for people, like, the way laws are written, it's almost like, oh, well, you waited until now to follow the rules, so now you get priority. And that just doesn't add up when we're talking about something, like I said, where they were wrong. And it's real hard to get politicians to accept that they were wrong about it in the first place. So that's what I see missing the most, is just, because a lot of us were he's a grower. He knows about it. He has experience in the industry. People look to us even, today. It's like when I say I went to prison for weed, like, there'll be random people like, well, do you got some? like no, definitely not. But but like, that's the assumption, is that you have knowledge, you're knowledgeable on the subject, you did time for it, and we had our lives ripped away. So I feel like we deserve to be at the table for sure.
I have a different perspective of the question. I think one of the biggest misconceptions from the legal to where I come from is that people have this crazy idea that before it was just all flowers and rainbows, we were just selling weed. Oh, it's great. No, we were out there and we were dealing with things that were really real. I think it's unfortunate that a lot of times the people who were caught with weed and a gun don't get the same treatment as someone who just, I only had weed. So, I got good treatment, but I know plenty of people who, who are out there with me on them same corners on 10th Avenue, 26th Street in Patterson, or out on Notion Avenue in Brooklyn, who you had to carry a gun because that's what it was back then. It was real. I got pistol whipped in Ohio because somebody was trying to get my drop. This is reality. I want people to understand when you're looking at me, you're looking at the realness. And I see this all the time because I work in the industry, I work in dispensaries, and they're like, oh wow, this is all great. I'm like, do you know what I went through to make this happen for you?
I'll definitely add to that that people are always like, oh, well, what about the violence associated with marijuana? The violence has never been associated with marijuana. Violence is associated with the prohibition of marijuana.
Absolutely.
Prohibition, this might not get all the claps, but prohibition of all drugs is what leads to violence in this country.
Yeah. Very, very well said. How do you both see the role of federal cannabis policy in shaping what happens at the state level? And I know you're both in very different states, so talk about your experiences there.
So in my state, South Carolina, as I said, there's no medical, there's no recreational, but I went to the medical hearing last year. And no matter how many people get up there with the saddest stories in the world, the legislators are like, yeah, but it's still a Schedule I drug. We just can't do anything about it. And that's, it's an excuse, but it's also like reality. Like, what is the federal government doing? What are we still doing in a world where marijuana is a Schedule I drug right next to heroin? And you'll even have politicians who say like, oh yeah, that's ridiculous, but they're not actually doing anything to change it. That disconnect is, whether it's genuine or not, it's used in the basis of a lot of states to keep prohibition alive. So by federally taking it off of the schedule completely, which would be preferable, or even a Schedule III, it at least opens the door, because I'm not, as much as I'm pro-legalization in all forms, when I go to those hearings and I hear like the cancer patients who are having to choose between where they've lived their whole life and moving somewhere so they can simply enjoy the last of their days. I had a lady comment on a Facebook status the other day because I told them I was coming up here to try to make a difference, and her son lives in Florida and she had to move because she's remarried, and she's missing the end of her son's life because he can't move to South Carolina and have the medical cannabis that he's used to. And I can't imagine what that's like as a parent to have to leave your kid in a state just because another state and the federal government deems what he's using to make the end of his life more comfortable illegal and wrong and all of these things. I mean, this is not, people commonly are like, yeah, well, cannabis is just not as big of an issue as other things. It's like, yes, it is. The people who need it for anything, but especially like heartbreaking medical conditions, like this is wrong. It is wrong to deny people with stage 4 cancer access to whatever they want.
So I live in New Jersey where it's like highly legal and everything's a party all the time, you know, with it. I mean, we have like straight festivals. Like, I mean, it's amazing. But at the same time, I feel like the federal government is dropping the ball because it does hold us back from doing certain things. It hold us back, like logistically speaking, when dealing with the money and everything like that. Even the way we charge people, it's holding us back in so many different ways. And then at the same time, people still get locked up in New Jersey for weed because federally it's still a Schedule 1. I have a friend of mine right now that's going to do 24 months because he got caught with a couple pounds of weed. So it's like, it's so confusing. Like, it's like, okay, the state saying it's legal, but the federal government saying it's not, but you can still lock people up, but you can still sell it legal and get a license. I mean, what exactly are we doing? So really, I'm confused, but I'm gonna still sell it though.
So from both of your perspectives, how do state level policies on record clearance and resentencing actually play out in practice? And do you think they're working?
My state is nowhere near that. I would say, you know, from my perspective, I think that the efforts being done by like Last Prisoner Project in, say, Hawaii, for example, where the state actually looks for the cases, you know, that's a step in the right direction, because you shouldn't, like I said, if you come from the perspective they were wrong in the first place, then it's their job to make it right. And I think that that's, you know, that should be expected at this point for something that 70% of Americans agree on. And anything short of that just simply isn't good enough.
I feel like, as far as like the record clearing and expungements and everything like that, I think that, well, in New Jersey, I see a lot of it is helping. I'm actually going through a clean slate program right now to get my record cleared in New Jersey. Mind you, my record in Kansas will not be getting cleared because Kansas is just not there yet. But I think it's important for states to lead by example. I think it's important for us to make those first steps, and just to have some of it off my record means a lot to me. So, you know, I'm happy with that.
As everyone here has already heard about today, some states are now rolling back cannabis reforms. What message do you think that sends to people who are still incarcerated and who have cannabis convictions?
So I think a lot of what's going on with the perception of the rollbacks has to do with the fight between hemp, adult use, and medical, which as an entire community, we need to find a way to come together and understand that prohibitionists are still real, and they're still going to grasp onto any chance they have at dividing us and conquering us. And that is what's going on with things going in the wrong direction. They feel emboldened by like Florida and other places that, in my opinion, had more to do with the rise of hemp than it does like an indictment on people not thinking weed is okay. So that is what I think about that. Now, when it comes to guys in prison, I think that they just want to come home. They don't care. They don't really care about the in and outs of law, to be honest with you. The fact that we're sitting here even talking about anything other than them getting home is probably upsetting them. So I think when that comes to that, it becomes like a unity thing of trying to get the people in power, whether you're in a state where the governor has control, or you're in federal prison where Mr. Donald Trump has control, and making them realize that releasing cannabis prisoners is not going to hurt your political future in any way, and can actually help it, because there's not a push against it like the perception is. So I think it's our job as activists and as a community to make that clear, that it's an easy choice for governors and the president to use their commutation power and pardon power and sign that name. And that's what I think guys in prison want, is they want to go home to their families.
And I'll quickly add, as someone that wrote about voting rights for a long time, there's tens of thousands of people with cannabis convictions that can't vote for their local governors and policymakers because of those convictions. So it's a cycle, for sure. Kyle?
I think the rollback on reform to a lot of people who were incarcerated, I think it's disheartening. You know, because you see so much progress, you see things happening in other states, and then all of a sudden they roll it back, and so it's like that hope is gone. You know, I'm thinking about somebody in particular named Antonio Wyatt. Antonio Wyatt is somebody who we are fighting to get out of prison. He's in Kansas. I was with him in Kansas. He got 10 years in prison for 6 pounds of weed. Every chance he fought to get clemency or anything has been knocked down. And so he calls me on a regular, because I make sure that he has money on his phone to call me and talk to me about anything, because that's the way I feel about my brothers and sisters who are locked up. And when I talk to him, I hear the fight dwindling in him, because he sees things going backwards. And so I'm speaking from experience when I say that it's disheartening to people who are still locked up, and it's disheartening for me.
Completely. I have one more question. Hopefully we'll end on a little bit more of a hopeful note, but we'll see. And then I'll open up for questions from the audience, so think about if you have anything. But where do you see the cannabis justice movement headed in the next 5 years, and what do you think is needed to keep it moving forward?
I think as much as we all wish that tomorrow it was just, wiped clean, I think that there always needs to be a perspective that, for instance, today a guy was released on compassionate release. So as much as it's like I wish I got up here and it was like, okay, Trump pardoned all 3,000 federal prisoners, we have to be happy that one got free today, and his life matters, and his kids matter, and his family matters, and it's one step closer to our ultimate goal. So it's easy when you get involved in all this to feel down or feel like things aren't going our direction, but that's not true, because guys are getting home, and even if it's just naturally, like guys serving 25 years or getting home after 18, 19, you know what I'm saying? Like guys are getting home, and it's our job to lift them up when they do get home, whether or not they got out early, fighting for the Hope bill with Weldon, which gives expungements for these records. There's just so many aspects to the fight for us to fight for, and so many steps that need to be taken. As much as, like I said earlier, I wish it was just a wipe clean slate tomorrow, it's just not realistic the way things are right now. So we need to, for the next 5 years, take as many wins as we can, keep the pressure on, try to gain as many people as we can into the movement. As guys get out, encourage them to join the fight. I think that our voices and us expressing ourselves and our experiences goes a long way with reaching the public. And yeah, I mean, I think that, I believe that at some point during Trump's presidency, there will be a clemency pardon, which a certain amount of individuals that meet whatever criteria is come up with, that we will get our day, which we have yet to have happen. We will have our day.
The next 5 years, I see in the next 5 years, I think that we're going to make extreme strides. And the reason I say that is because not only do you have people like myself, you know, who came from maybe a rougher background, but you have people who are lawyers. You have people coming from pharmaceutical. You have all different types of Americans coming together in this industry, and that's strength to me. To me, that's strength and that's hope. And so I think in the next 5 years, we are going to break down these walls. We're going to break down this stigma, and we're going to get this thing legalized. That's what I think.
I'd like to open it up for any audience questions. I don't know if there's mics floating around. Maybe you can just speak loudly right here in the front.
Do you know anything? Did either of you have any experience with FAM, F-A-M-M, while you're incarcerated? Does that ring any bells with you? Families Against Mandatory Minimums.
Yes. Yeah.
Can you tell us anything about how that may have supported your experience while you were incarcerated?
So Families Against Mandatory Minimums, that's a federal, like more of a federal-based program. My sister, who was my rock the whole time I was in prison, she like was on their Facebook. I got emails from them, you know, which gave me a lot of insight into like the First Step Act. They had a lot to do with the First Step Act while I was there. COVID notifications of what was going on with COVID and things like that. So Families Against Mandatory Minimums is definitely an important organization. And that when we're talking about all the different steps of the fight, mandatory minimum sentencing is another thing that needs to go. That is a crazy injustice in America. In my case, when my judge sentenced me, I had, you know, a line of people there to testify to my, you know, who I am as a person and all those things that people think matter. And basically the judge told me, she was like, look, you can have all these people tell you, but I'm bound by the law. I've got to give you 5 years. Even the prosecutor was like, we don't really feel like he's a danger in any way. We feel like the 5 years is plenty. So had my judge been given an option to give me less than 5, I believe she would have given me less than 5. But because mandatory minimums are mandatory minimums, that's just the way it is. And that's not right. So having an organization that is fighting that and then understands like the nuance of that, which only families really can, because I think you have to be in that system to really understand it. But yes, Families Against Mandatory Minimums, they were in contact with me. They sent out newsletters. They gave me lots of information that I used fighting for my First Step Act and all of those things. So they were helpful, yes.
Thank you. So I just had I guess a perspective or a question on this perspective, and I want to know if I am out of, like, if I'm not fully knowledgeable, and just keeping that in mind. But I was wondering, just thinking about certain injustices in the past, it seems as though a lot of them had beneficiaries. Like, the fact that so many people who are incarcerated right now due to possession or anything like that of cannabis, it doesn't make sense that people are being held and nobody, you know, is benefiting from others being held. Do you believe that there is some type of beneficiary as to why all of these people are being incarcerated? Because, again, it wouldn't make a lot of sense to say, oh, we're going to hold these people in here and we're not getting anything out of it. Like, I think that, and correct me if I'm wrong, there is I want to say a budget or a profit that is with the incarceration, that comes with the incarcerations. Do you think that there is a way that we can challenge that? If so, if that is the case, where there are people who are being incarcerated, and then there are others who are benefiting from it, do you think there's a way to challenge that at all? Because it's like, it's hard when people are saying, or having these, stipulations in place as if it's supporting anybody, as if it's helping any of the people who are incarcerated, when it's really helping others. There it is. That's what it is. That's what it is. Do we have a way to is there a way to challenge that? Because people are benefiting from it. They don't want to let people go.
I just want to touch on that. So in Kansas, where I was incarcerated at, exactly what you're talking about, they have a program where you go out and you work in industries. You work in companies like Zephyr or these other companies, and when you're building, we built the pillars for water parks. We built snow plows. We were considered essential workers during COVID. I was in there during COVID. They take half of our pay. The prison does. We still pay taxes and everything. Even though we are wards of the state, right? We pay taxes and everything. So you're definitely onto something. I've always thought that, I'm like, this is about money. This is modern day slavery. And they figured out how to enslave everybody. Everybody. Don't care what color you are. So that's why I see this as an American issue, not a racial issue. Don't get it wrong, there's racial problems, but this is an American issue because it affects American people. How do we challenge that? Whew. I don't know how to attack something so big. You're talking about the prison industrial complex. To me, they're just as possible. They're just as powerful as like the central banking system in my eyes. I don't know how to challenge them. Maybe bringing awareness. Maybe if more people knew what was happening, if more people realized, like, but then again, let me play devil's advocate. On the same note, you have people in there who are not coming home to family. They have nothing. So when you leave prison, they'll give you $100 gate money and that's it. But if you work in one of these industries, you can save enough money up that maybe you can leave. If you're doing, in my case, I did about 7-8 years that last stint. If somebody's saving up that money the entire time, they're coming home with a good amount of money. So how do we attack that situation without hurting the people who actually need it? You know what I mean? So, yeah, I don't know.
I know, like, obviously federal is just a little bit different. Unicor is the federal work, and I'll give you an example of how prioritized that is. During COVID, I spent all 11 months in the SHU, in solitary, and I was at the medium at Edgefield, and we got bologna boxes 3 meals a day for like 7 months straight, which are made in Unicor. So they deemed that the kitchen workers, they needed to stay in the dorm to be safe. The lawn like everybody else needed to stay behind the bars, but the only people that could go to work were Unicor, which are making shirts for all the prisons across America and for the military. So they kept the business open, but they deemed our food and feeding us not necessary. So we got about 900 to 1,000 calories a day for like 6-7 months straight, which the bologna is like, oh man, I'll never forget that. But that like mindset of Unicor being the like, we have to keep Unicor open shows you how much they really, and like he said though, devil's advocate, Unicor is the only thing you can get as a job in the federal system that gives you enough money. Like, I mean, those guys are only making maybe $150, $200 a month. But to guys who don't have any family or anything, I mean, you're not going to find any other way to buy soap and turkey logs and, basic essentials and things like that. So, I mean, really, it comes down to that's what it is slavery, is because they're giving you enough to like get by, and you're going to do whatever you can to get by. But yeah, there's a prioritization now, and also too, from a marijuana and nonviolent drug offender thing, we are the perfect prison workers. That's really what it comes down to, right? Like the murderers and like the serial killers, they're not putting them on any of this stuff. They want the nonviolent drug offenders because they know we're not gonna cause any problems. So we're the best workers. We're the
Also,
best.
too, can I add something too? And I'm sure you know about this. In those private prisons, do you know that they have to keep a certain amount of people in? They have to have a certain population. So, right? And so they'll do these things like, if you made a sound during count, that's a violation, and you get a certain amount of time taken off of your good time. And they do these things on purpose. And also, too, I'm gonna tell you one more thing. During COVID, us workers, the people who are allowed to go out and work, if we decided that we did not want to get the shot, you were going to the hole. I just want to give you an example of how oppressive and how powerful these people are.
I actually don't have the time, but maybe we'll take one or two more questions and then move on. In the black blazer right there.
I know a lot of people who are against cannabis laws and reform and legislation typically go at it from an angle of it's protecting the family, or it's for kids or whatever to protect them in whatever way that they seem to think is necessary. And I was wondering from y'all's perspectives how this does affect families in a negative way, how legislation that is blatantly, I'm not going to try to put it lightly, I guess idiotic, how such legislation causes people to be incarcerated or suffer the negative effects of, how does that affect families and kids that people on the opposite side claim to be the advocate of?
So first of all, I speak from experience. My daughter was 12 years old when I got locked up. When I came home, she was almost 19. I don't care how many phone calls I make or how many video visits I get. You cannot be a father from there. I had to learn to, I had to get to know her all over again when I came home. When you do time, I'm sure Jeremy will tell you the same thing. When you do time, it's not just you doing the time. Your family, your significant other, everybody's doing that time with you. My nephew was born when I was in there. I didn't know who he was. When I came home, he didn't know Uncle Kyle. He didn't know who I was. My mother had to deal with me going into the max and then moving over to high media, moving to minimum. Oh, Kyle got into a fight. Some guy tried to punch him. He's back in the hole again. You know, it's really, and even myself, I look at it sometimes like I was selfish and unfair to my family. I think about these things sometimes. I didn't think about what I was doing to them because they have to do the time too. So anybody who's doing time, your family's doing this time with you. And even if your family says, I'm not dealing with you, the pain of you not being there, the pain of them having to sever that relationship, that's a whole other thing. You know, it's a part of it. So.
For me personally, I feel like I'm the shining example of why all of that doesn't matter. I grew up homeschooled. I was going to church 4 times a week. I won a national Bible quiz. I still went to federal prison for weed. So, I mean, like literally, like my mom's entire purpose in life was to keep me sheltered and away from everything I've ever done. So, I mean, and that's the reality, is your kids are going to do what your kids are going to do. We're all adults now. We don't look back. Like that's a ridiculous, like, your kids are going to do what they're going to do. It doesn't matter what you, like, you can try all you want. You can put them in an environment all you want. Of course, there's, you know, statistics of this or that. But in the end, your kid's going to decide to do what they're going to do. What I do know is that my daughter missed 4 years with me. But, you know, my favorite experience of my entire time was when I was in RDAP, which is the drug program there. I would call my daughter for 15 minutes after dinner every single night, and I was able to interview her imagination on, like, where does the tooth fairy come from? What does the Easter bunny do? And I was able to write a children's novel based on her imagination. So being able to find how you can like attach to your kid and create something that can be a memory moving forward. But the only victim of my crime is my daughter. Like, and I mean, obviously my sister and everything like that, but as an ultimate thing, the victim of my crime was my daughter. And I share some responsibility in that because I made the decisions I did, but the federal government shares their responsibilities because they're the ones who prohibited the most medicinally beneficial plant on earth. So they need their share too.
I think, unfortunately, we are out of time right now, but can everyone give a huge thank you and round of applause to Jeremy and Kyle. Thank you both so much for sharing your story.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much, Kira, Kyle, and Jeremy. This was really the perfect way to close out the summit. I want to thank all of you for attending this year, and you will be able to exit through the double doors to my right, head out onto the patio. The reception starts now.